Time has been set aside for an update on COVID-19, employee requirements, and legal matters. Mr. Manager, we had invited Dr. Cullen, but unfortunately, she has a conflict and could not come today to give us an update, but she did send her usual presentation that she does for mayor and council. We will be sharing this presentation with all of my colleagues on the council, as well as the city manager, the city attorney, the city clerk. But just a high-level update from Dr. Cullen today, dated February 7th, 2022. She basically says that transmission rate remains very high. There are 8,634 cases in Pima County within the last 7 days, 824 cases per 100,000 people, 28,915 tests performed within the last 7 days. Unfortunately, the positivity remains very high, 25% test positivity. 95% of the cases are Omicron variants, and there have been 54 deaths within the last 7 days in Pima County. There's a long presentation, talks about Pima County schools, COVID cases in K through 12 schools throughout the county. She talks into, goes by age. Fortunately, the highest case numbers are for kids from 0 to 11 years old. And then highest after that is from 12 to 18-year-olds, have the highest positivity rates in terms of schools in Pima County. Unfortunately, Dr. Cullen will not be able to be with us today, but we will share this information with all of you and make it available to the public if necessary. Other than that, Mr. Manager, I don't know if you wanted to report something or Mr. Ryan could report on any issue related to COVID-19.
Thank you, Mayor. Real report, nothing has changed in terms of policies or administrative directors at this point. What I'm keeping an eye on with the directors is what our staffing levels are due to absenteeism. Seems to have stabilized over the last week. We are still able to utilize our existing resource to provide the services. So I'll keep an eye on that going forward, and I'll let you know if something should change. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
And I just wanted to open up for my colleagues on the council, just in case they had any comments or information or questions for the city manager or city attorney. Seeing none, let's move on to item 2. Item 2, time has been set aside for a briefing of programs and resources in place to address homelessness. And I know this is an issue that is high interest to my colleagues on the council and myself, as well as the city manager and every department within the city of Tucson. One of the top 3 issues that I would like to focus as mayor as we move into 2022 and 2023 is homelessness and affordable housing. And I understand that all of the offices on the council work on issues of homelessness and houseless folk within your ward, and it's an issue that gravely affects people throughout the city of Tucson. My colleagues, both Councilmember Fimbres and Councilmember Kozachek, help request this item today to make sure that we invited the appropriate departments to speak about what are the actions that we have taken in the last 2 years, and what are the options that we have moving forward. I wanted to make sure that we gave this particular item the appropriate amount of time and the appropriate amount of preparation to look at homelessness in a holistic way, to make sure that we brought in Liz Morales from the Housing Community Development Department, that we invited our Housing First director, that we had Chief Casmart as part of this conversation. Holistically, we can do so much more for the immediate future and the long-term future of the city of Tucson. So with that, I will ask Liana Perez, our Deputy City Manager, to open this item and ask my colleagues to please keep your questions to the end, and we will absolutely answer any questions, concerns, or ideas that you might have. But with that, I'll just pass it through to Liana Perez to start the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. I believe we can all agree that there is no one solution to the various issues and challenges that affect homeless in our community. Available housing and shelter space is one of several programs and resources that staff is working to coordinate. I believe we have a presentation. We do have a presentation if Liz is driving the show here today. Next slide, please. So today we're going to basically talk to you about some of the, not just the housing and shelter availability, but we're also going to talk to you a little bit about co-locating some of the departments for better coordination of resources and programs, a little bit about the data that we have that we're working with, and the citywide coordination efforts that we are working on with various departments. And we also have several potential new strategies that we're looking at and exploring to reduce homeless encampments. Sorry. So we do, as the mayor said, have several presenters today. We have Tim Tomier, Liz Morales, we have Brandy Champion, we have Sarah Lanias, and then we also have Chad Casmar available to answer questions as programs relate directly to the Tucson Police Department. So I will turn it over to Tim.
Thank you, Liana. Honorable Mayor, members of the council. We wanted to start the presentation with talking about an opportunity that's right in front of us in order to better address homelessness, but also build on the synergies across different departments and different functions, some of these functions have been around for a while, and some of these functions are relatively new based on the recent decisions and guidance and leadership of the mayor and council to establish things like the Housing First program. Many of these functions either had homes that are across the different organization, even and including physically across the city, and we have an opportunity to co-locate a number of different programs, all related to community safety, health, and wellness. And the location that we're evaluating to bring to you for this co-location is the former Department of Economic Security building at the El Pueblo Center located in Ward 5. This is a relatively large building. It's 27,000 square feet. and it's currently vacant. It was recently vacated by the state and their DES functions, and it is something that we could literally reoccupy in short order. But we want to do it mindfully with the thought of what are the right services, both from the city and from the community, that could be located there to build that synergy. Currently, there's 5 years left on the lease for that building. The city owns the land, the state owns the building, but in 5 years, it will revert to city ownership. So we're looking at options to either lease it back from the state or terminate the agreement early and bring it into the city's inventory early. Next slide, please. The things that we're looking at potentially housing there are the new community safety, health, and wellness function, and its supporting services, including the social workers and other mental health support personnel, the Housing First program and its personnel, and then at a minimum 3 operations within Tucson Police Department. One is the MIST team, the mental health support team, the HOT or homeless outreach team, and then the CERT team, the substance use resource team. This would provide not just a TPD presence on the site, but a TPD presence that's very compatible with our evolving approach to providing services and making sure that people are open to receiving services and that they have a clear pathway toward achieving that. We view a number of potential community partners that could be either housed there or being attracted to the presence of these other functions. We've already had an initial discussion with El Rio Health, and they're quite interested in perhaps providing some mental health services out of the building. This could be a way or a place where we cite some of our activities related to business incubation and capacity building, which could be another tool in the toolbox of addressing homelessness. This could include potentially our small business navigation team and the ability to connect workforce to opportunities in service of our community. And then also additional community partners that provide wraparound services that are complementary and in some ways essential to what we're trying to achieve as a city. As I mentioned, this is a currently unoccupied building, but it was occupied as recently as October. It's still fairly well outfitted and could be occupied within a matter of weeks or months. We do have our real estate team working with the state on what would the terms of such a city occupancy include, whether it's a near-term lease and then the eventual conversion to the city at the termination of the lease, or perhaps an outright termination of the lease in the near term and just take ownership early. With that, next slide, and I turn it over to Liz Morales.
Thank you, Tim. Honorable Mayor and council members, thank you for this opportunity to talk about this important subject. I want to just go into some of the data that we know around homelessness. It's a common question. What are our numbers? I want to start with saying that it's impossible to know exactly the number of people experiencing homelessness, but we do have a method. It's actually a HUD required community effort that in order for us to receive our continuum of care funding annually, we have to do an annual point in time homeless count. The unsheltered point in time count was not conducted in 21 or 22 due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. But in place of not doing the actual count in 2021, the city, we contracted with the University of Arizona, Southwest Institute for Research on Women on behalf of TPCH, which is our continuum of care regional planning on homelessness that receives the direct HUD funding. So TPCH asked CIRO to provide data analysis using correlated factors to estimate the number of unsheltered persons. So out of that, you can see in 2021, the compilation of data showed that there was 854. You compare that over the years from 2018, you can see a significant increase in those numbers. One of the things we know is these numbers are an undercount of our of those persons experiencing homelessness. But what we know about this data is that it provides us the trends of what we're seeing in our community. So the trend of an increasing number of people unsheltered is the most important piece of information here. Part of what we have to report to HUD as well is the number of emergency shelter and transitional housing beds. One of the things we know that in 2020, because of COVID, our shelters were hit very hard, trying to ensure safety as a result of the virus. Most shelters decreased their capacity to 25%. Bringing on the hotel program in 2020 helped bridge that gap, which we had brought on about 300 extra beds to that. But it definitely, we still saw a significant decrease in shelter beds. As things improved in 2021, we saw an increase. And we know that in 2022, and I'll talk a little bit more about this in a few more slides, that we are going to be adding beds as a result of purchasing a hotel and a couple other properties. Important just to note that shelter is not utilized by all. Sorry about that. Shelter is not utilized by all of those who are experiencing homelessness, but they are an important piece in our overall homeless response. And many will say, well, let's just increase shelter beds. It's actually very expensive to operate shelters, but most experts in the homeless response industry would recommend investments in housing versus shelter, which is a longer term solution. Another important data source that has been a great resource since this dashboard was created in coordination with Tucson Police Department and HCD. This was created and developed in 2019. It's been shaping and evolving as our team that operates the homeless protocol receives calls and emails. The information is entered and tracked in this dashboard. And then it also tracks what the context that happened and the outcomes for each case. This is how we work with various departments on assigning who handles each of those cases. Sergeant Jack Jolsing with Tucson Police reports that over the last 4 months, our city outreach teams have visited over 150 camps, actually resulted in over 500 visits and over 1,000 contacts with persons experiencing homelessness. And it demonstrates the efforts and numbers that are being logged by our staff. Just a brief summary of the data is that in 3 years, we've seen an increase of 135% in unsheltered persons. The impact of decreased capacity of our community shelters definitely played a role, as well as helping our shelters to increase their capacity in 2021, but understanding there's significant challenges for our shelter providers with staffing, not just because many are exposed to COVID, but just being able to staff up to be able to manage these shelters. Here's the numbers from the homeless outreach team and HCD team of contacts. These are duplicated numbers, 565 camps and 1,020 contacts. And finally, the report I indicated earlier, where Ciro from University of Arizona, when they did the point in time count, they also provided insight into what the need is for us to really reach functional zero. And they estimate that we would need about 2,000 housing units. Again, housing is the solution for homelessness, but it's going to take us time to develop that, the level that we really need to address the need. I want to speak just for a moment about citywide coordination and the work that we have done. It is necessary for us to work across the city, across departments to deal with complex issues, which this certainly is one of those. And it has brought impact on neighborhoods and businesses. I want to speak briefly about homeless protocol for those who may not be as familiar as to what this program does. It's been in place for many, many years. And although HCD leads the coordination, it involves multiple departments who have all invested both time and funding to address the reports that we receive. The activities carried out by the various departments include both outreach and cleanups. And the outreach, it really is about engagement and referring those who are experiencing homelessness into the coordinated entry, which is really the regional response on how to get people into our homeless service network. Community safety, health, and wellness is a new and innovative program established. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This will be led by Sarah Lanias, who will be speaking here shortly. But just a quick overview, this will be the community safety, health, and wellness program will be coordinating with existing city resources, as well as working with community partners to support one-on-one service connections to community residents. It will also take a holistic approach to meet needs and filling gaps for services that do not fall under TC3, the MIST team that we heard about, the Substance Abuse Resource Team, and the Homeless Outreach Team, or Housing First. And finally, wanted to provide an update on the feeding permit program. It's currently being updated for our city parks, and it's going to be a process for which groups apply to disperse food or meals in city parks. The goals are to provide more equitable access to feeding resources across the city. I'm sorry. And where other feeding resources are lacking. There will be a town hall that will be held with community groups that provide feeding opportunities on February 26th. Invitations will be sent out to all current groups who have pulled a feeding permit within the last 6 months to attend and learn about how the new feeding permit program will work. We will have TPD, Housing and Community Development, and Housing First representatives will be included to attend and provide information on available resources. Right now, no new permits will be issued for Santa Rita Park or Armory Park, as these have been the only locations recently permitted, and there are non-permit feeding resources located nearby. Any existing permits will be honored through the end of March, and new permits will only be available to the new park feeding locations located across the city effective April 1st. I'm now going to ask Brandy Champion, our Housing First Program Director, to speak on the next slide.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Brandy Champion, just in case anybody doesn't already know me. I'm the Housing First Program Director. I've been in this role since October 11th of 2021. I transitioned into this position with 3 outreach staff and 2 navigation staff that were existing within Housing and Community Development. Since then, we have brought on staff that will be overseeing homeless protocol and directly supervising outreach and navigation staff within our small division. Through the new team of Housing First, we've created the role of Community Safety Navigator. This role will assist our team with various projects navigating people experiencing homelessness into their housing. The Housing First goal is to collaborate with nonprofits, other government agencies, housing service providers throughout the community to best serve our at-risk and homeless populations. How this kind of works is outreach makes an initial contact in the community, like Jack's team or the city outreach team. They make that initial contact with those experiencing homelessness and get these folks connected to coordinated entry, as Liz talked about, which is the hub for housing and services for those at risk or experiencing homelessness. Coordinated entry provides a streamlined, fair process for these folks in getting them connected to the much needed housing and resources that are available throughout the community. Once referred into that housing, a navigator assists these participants with document collection, warrant resolution, service referral, and mainstream benefit application processes, because that can be tough for some of these folks to navigate on their own, as well as apartment search and assistance with leasing processes and what their lease is about and understanding all of that. Recently, Mayor Romero joined the Biden initiative, House America, and she signed a proclamation committing to rehouse 220 individuals and families throughout Tucson and creating 50 new units of housing through the community by December of 2022. Housing First is currently working on that initiative to meet some of those goals with the provision of emergency housing and specialty vouchers. So we're actively working on meeting the goals that we've committed to in the community. We're working with Homeless Protocol to make sure that outreach and cleanup are more streamlined. And we're leading the Outreach Coalition meetings. All of the community providers come to that, organizations that provide outreach services. And this way we can streamline and give more effective services in the provision of outreach and navigation. So I will pass it back to Liz.
Thank you, Brandy. One of the things that Brandy has been working extremely hard on is also the acquisition, the properties that we have and getting those ramped up. I'd like to just give a brief overview around the 3 sites that we have that will be used to help address the needs that we have as we want to move people off the streets into housing. The first property is the Wildcat Inn. There's a total of 49 rooms. Our goal is to use 46 rooms for guests and 3 for the supportive service work that needs to happen. We believe we will house up to 92 single men, single women, and couples at this site. We are ramping up the staffing. We are going to be delivering the services through our staff, using HCD staff to support this site. This property still requires improvements and rehabilitation, but we are going to try to do that simultaneously as we're assisting those experiencing homelessness.
Can you tell us the location of these 3 facilities?
Mayor, Councilmember Figueres, if I can,
before you respond to that, can we finish up the presentation and
Well,
then?
I can do locations first, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Figueres, I would like to share with that offline if I can with you. My preference is not to put the addresses out in the public. And so if you don't mind, can I share that offline?
Yes, Liz, we don't mind at all. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The second site we're calling Anklam. This one actually is 26 rooms with individual rooms. They can house up to 52 single men. That site also is currently, we're rehabbing 7 of those rooms. And again, we should have those opening and available this month. And finally, the Oracle site, we've actually had operational late 2020, early 2021. It's 11 rooms. It's an old motor court lodge hotel. And our plant, we've been utilizing it for both COVID positive individuals and general homeless individuals and families, but we will transition to using it just for families, and we can house up to 11 families. Between these 3 sites, they will be able to bring about 155 beds, which is pretty significant for our community. Just as an understanding about how to approach using these sites, I think it's important to understand that there's 2 different approaches. One is we can use them as shelter, where we bring people immediately off the streets. Referrals would come from city staff, whether it's TPD, the Community Safety, Health and Wellness team, or the Housing First team. We could provide temporary housing, and while we do that, providing the wraparound services, conducting the assessment into coordinated entry, and determining eligibility for housing resources. What we know about operating shelters is that not all will be able to access a housing resource through coordinated entry. And so many of those participants or guests would need more assistance to find income so they can obtain housing on their own. So we anticipate this type of shelter operation, an average time of maybe 90 to 180 days, depending on what that individual might be qualified for. If we transition to a bridge housing model, this is looking at those who are currently unsheltered, they're on the streets, but they actually have been determined to have a referral for a housing resource. And so the referrals would come from coordinated entry. What we know about bridge housing and why it's so important is that bridge housing allows us to work with those individuals. It's very hard to help individuals and families who are on the streets with connecting them to housing. So bringing them into one of our hotels would help us be able to get them through that process in an average time of 30 to 90 days. It is my recommendation, Mayor and Council, is that we will use our sites initially, maybe the next 3 to 6 months, to address the hot spots that we've identified with homeless protocol to really address the growing encampments. But then transition to utilizing these sites as bridge housing so we can be the most efficient and effective to assist those who are vulnerable and have a viable housing resource. I will now ask Sarah to speak about community safety, health, and wellness.
Thank you, Liz. So I wanted to, pop in here really quickly following Liz's presentation regarding shelter versus bridge housing. Just to share that, the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness Program is really functioning as a coordination effort for holistic services, both within the existing city services, so including the Housing First program, CERT, HOT, and others, as well as external resources. So we're really going to be shoring up some of that coordination efforts. And so if Mayor and Council determine that they would like to utilize those 3 sites for shelter, understanding that it would typically take us a longer time to get individuals housed because of the need to connect them with additional income offerings. We think that with the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness Program being implemented, we will be better positioned to potentially drive those timelines down. So I say that I just have 3 weeks under my belt in this role, but we are already seeing some really positive movements. And in addition, with Mayor and Council's guidance around ARPA dollars and the potential of community partners coming to the table to assist there, we think there's some great opportunities there. So that's all I wanted to offer. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Sarah. So I do want to speak a little bit about strategies that we are working currently and exploring. So I mentioned the 155 beds. Again, it took us a little time to purchase those hotels, to work on getting us service providers on board. But once these come on, they will make a significant difference. Our HOME-ARP funds that it will be a public hearing tonight at the regular meeting. There's significant funding commitments to develop permanent supportive housing in the next 2 to 3 years. This again, housing is the #1 need for people who are experiencing homelessness. So this will be an important resource. And then also we've been working closely with our providers, shelter providers, to report bed utilization on a daily basis. So that way no bed goes unused. New strategies that our department is working on is still working with our shelter providers. They are extremely important. I know, Mayor and Council, you've all expressed the need to be low barrier to utilize the Housing First approach. So how we can be better partners to our shelters to help them get to that model. Also, there's some great opportunities around home sharing. There's actually an institute that will training opportunity that we will be looking at how to really maximize the units that we have. And then finally, there's a project called Fuse. It's really around prioritizing high utilizers of community systems like our justice and our police and courts. So this is going to be, I think, a real game changer as well. When we're looking at reducing street homelessness, there's other strategies we haven't yet embarked on. And as part of the direction for today's meeting, I want to provide some models and strategies that are happening in other communities. What we know of is this safe parking model has been implemented, which partners with cities and counties, nonprofits, and other providers to provide safe parking programs. We know that the families tend to be our invisible homeless population, meaning we don't see them often because they know they have to find places where no one because they're vulnerable and for safety's sake. So what other communities have found, if they can find parking lots, in whether it's in churches or other organizations, where they can grant the families living out of their cars to a safe and legal place for them and uninterrupted night's rest. And there is a process to do that, and it again ensures that they have access to things like bathrooms, and that often living in a car is very difficult. The next model that has happened, that I've seen in other communities as well, is the Interfaith Hospitality Network. This model involves congregations, affiliates, and churches who want to open their buildings for a night or up to a week a month to a house, whether it's women or families or men. And it's typically a nonprofit that oversees the Interfaith Hospitality Network and coordinates with the churches and volunteers. The nonprofit that oversees it often will provide things like case management, assistance in securing permanent housing, and job programs. And then the churches provide the shelter, hot meals, and basic needs such as clothing. The rising concern around encampments has been increasing. We know, for those who have not heard of that term, encampments, it really is a place where a group of individuals experiencing homelessness reside that's not intended for long-term continuous occupancy. We have seen it increasing around our city. And according to a recent report by National League of Cities, states that homelessness is first and foremost the result of a severe shortage of affordable housing, poverty, and insufficient resources. Encampments are a visual representation of the lack of the resources and of policy failures. The next few slides is some initial research that we have done on the model of sanctioned encampments. They're designated places where homeless people could live and gather without fear of being cleared out. And the city or other organizations typically provide sanitation and hygiene services, such as portable toilets and trash pickups, and also services and connections to homeless services. So let me highlight a few. One is called the Pallet Shelter Village. The Pallet Shelter Village, as you can see here, are almost like tiny homes. They're the tiny homes. Just to do a little overview, if we were to do a 45 shelter village, it could house up to 70 to 90 adults. These are self-contained shelter structures. The size can be either 64 square feet or 100 square feet. If they're 100 square feet, it's easier to have 2 beds in them, but they each have shelving, electric, air conditioning, and heat. They can be disassembled and relocated up to 40 times. This company can also provide community space, laundry, restrooms, and showers, each of the different structures. The total cost is close to about 1.5 million. And part of that cost includes the supportive service aspect, and it can be delivered and installed in 2 to 3 months. This one is called the Sprung Shelter and Navigation Center. So as you can see, they're more like congregate shelter, not any different than our other congregate shelters. This is more costly just because it's a more costly structure, but it's closer to, it's a little more than 3 million. And I'm sorry, the slide here is incorrect, but just so you know, it's a congregate shelter. It includes configurable space and can be installed as temporary or permanent structures. This one is a picture of what's happening in the city of Denver. As you know, they have very cold temperatures, so these actually are made for those type of cold temperatures. For a 45 tent village, it could cost around $870,000. And again, you would need to have the support services, bathroom and shower facilities, but it's easier. You can use even parking lots, but would still need some electrical access and faster to set up. Before communities can make decisions like Tucson to create such environments, it's important to weigh the costs and consequences. And these bullet points I actually pulled from a report from the United States Interagency Council to End Homelessness. And this was just a memo that they put out just for communities considering doing a sanctioned encampment. So there are recommendations is that communities should look at when taking action to end homelessness to understand that creating environments like this have little impact on reducing homelessness, but it does ensure some safety. It ensures that we're not moving people and creating additional chaos and that type of thing for people who are experiencing homelessness. But it does not necessarily reduce homelessness. Creating a sanctioned encampment can also be costly in money and staff, time, and effort. So the idea is, where do we want to invest our funds? And then the next item is just manage and maintaining. So ensuring you're having the right provider who understands the population, who understands the needs, and is able to manage it in a way to ensure safety for all who are staying there. And once these type of encampments or sanctioned encampments are opened, they're often difficult to close. So it tends to be a more long-term versus a temporary approach. Finally, considering the role of the city in developing this model and understanding how we might work with nonprofits or other organizations that have this experience. I'll use the example of the city of Denver. To do 2 encampments of about 45 tents each, it cost them about $900,000, and it was about 85% of overall cost to operate. So that is, Mayor, the end of the presentation, and we're open to answering any questions.
Leanna, did you want to include anything else?
No, Madam Mayor, I believe that's the end of the presentation, but I'm sure there are a lot of questions that we can hopefully answer for you.
Alrighty, so I do have some hands up. Councilmember Cunningham, and then Councilmember Fimbres, and Councilmember Kozaczek, and then Lee. So go ahead, Councilmember Cunningham, if you're there.
First of all, well done, and very comprehensive. I've been working with homeless folks on and off for a long time as well. Most of mine was homeless teens. And one of the things that I think that really is vexing about homelessness, and I think that the public needs to know, is that no one's figured out how to beat it yet. Just know that. Every community in the country, there's really not a silver bullet. And the reason is that every individual has a different story and a different case. And there's no silver bullet that's just going to say, oh, this is what we have the system and it's magically, people make programs to empowerment people. But I will say this, one of the things I think we've run into in the shelter model over the years is folks don't want to stay there. They get in, they get cleaned up, and then they're gone. And they either move on to the next town, they come back a few days later, a few weeks later, what have you. I think we're on the right track with taking a look at engaging folks and almost, I don't know how to say it the best way, so I'll say it the only way I know how. We almost need to do a focus group, finding out what will help, finding out what the barriers are for people wanting to stay in shelter, and possibly encouraging, meeting them where they are and figuring out how we impact those barriers. A few things. Over the past year during COVID, we did a shelter that there was really no judgment and people were treated with dignity and respect. They also got their own bed in their own room. That made a huge difference on the numbers as far as how long the length of stay was. I think we can duplicate that type of success and we don't have to be as extravagant in that previous program, but we can definitely take some pages out of it. The other thing I think we do is we've really got to have some type of respite where someone can keep their space. One of the things they've done in San Francisco for a long time was they have people have to claim their spot every day they'd lose their spot and they'd have to come back and get in line to take their spot. I don't think you need to do that. I think people get a spot, they should get to keep it for at least 128 hours or something like that. And obviously that's for the case managers to kind of fiddle with it, the people working on the ground. I have one other question, and that's kind of the whole pontification thing, just saying, hey, look, let's meet folks where they are so they want to stay. That's one piece. They want to stay off the street. They are not safe. And they are not making others safe, and that has to happen. And I know that there's so many barriers with mental health, with addiction, whatever it is. There's so many, I get that. The other piece is, and this is what I ran into about a week and a half ago, and the chief and I talked about it at length, and just kind of, so I'm at Circle K and I'm pumping gas, and there, while I'm pumping gas, is a guy laying on the ground talking to one of our officers, and our officer is maintaining his space and doing the right thing and looking him in the eye and treating him with dignity and respect, and the officer leaves. So I'm curious, I'm a city councilman, I'm curious. So I go into the Circle K and I ask the clerks what happened, and they say, no, that guy's not a problem. Apparently he was at his camp and he was assaulted and robbed. And our officer had responded and was getting to this. So I go out and talk to the guy. Guy's last name, I don't want to put him on blast, but he identified himself as Mr. Challenger. And I don't know whether he's still on the streets right now or not. He said he was a veteran and qualified for veteran services. And what I want to know is, so what I asked him is, hey, if I get you a shelter bed tonight, will you go? And he said yes. And sometimes that's not the case, but in this case it was. So my question is how do we do that? Do we have that ability right now where I know we have, sometimes we don't have enough bed spaces, but sometimes we do, depending on the weather and the daily count. But if we have somebody who wants a bed space that day, how do we get them into that bed space? That's my question.
Mayor,
Liz, is that something you can address? Go ahead.
yes, thank you, Liana. Mayor and Councilmember Cunningham, that's Brandy Champion is our Housing First Program Director, and she is the best resource in town to find someone a bed. So going forward, we also have the shelter report. So she has the resources of all our shelters, plus now with the addition of our 3 sites. As Mayor and Council, as you need that resource, we can provide that through our Housing First program.
But so that deserves a follow-up question. Do we have a number we can call? Remember, for a long time it was 911, and that does not work, and we know that does not work. I want to know if if Tammy the teacher or Nate the nurse are walking out of Circle K and they want to help a guy, is there a number they can call so somebody can respond and help that person get placed? That's my question. Do we have that capability, or can we get that capability?
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, actually, Councilmember Fimbres has been asking for this. This is something we've been working on. One of the things we'd like to do is basically have an on-call number for our again, Housing First team and our homeless outreach teams, where that can be. So, we have, because of the transition, we haven't been able to get to that point, but I think that will be something we should be looking at doing. So
there's a model out there. There was a model in Phoenix. It's not exactly what I'm looking for, called LARC, and that was kind of like an intoxicated pickup thing. And I'm not talking about doing a LARC, but I'm talking about having a 16-hour, at least from the hours of say 8 a.m. to like 10 p.m. response unit, where they can pick them up and get them to at least a processing center where they can transition to a place that will keep them for at least 72 hours, no questions asked. And I think we should be talking about that model, because I think that's a winner. And I think one thing we found out is that when folks leave shelter, there's a part of their own self-value that's kind of compromised. We want to be there for them to realize and actualize their own value. So look, I know it's a hard one. that's okay. Like, you guys are doing a fabulous job, but I'm just trying to, like, I've got some experience with this too. I'm just trying to be helpful. I hope I didn't throw you for too many loops here.
So, council member, I think that's a wonderful idea. And I know that other council colleagues have been asking for a number. I myself have been wondering about a number when I do see people that need help, that I want to offer help, that I want to be able to tell them, you know, there's resources for you and we can put you in a safe place. So Liz, I think, and Brandy, being able to create an accessible number that doesn't change, is a number, simple number. Maybe it could be like 4444444, something easy that people like council colleagues in the community could say, I can call this number and try and see if I can help a person. Would be good. So I do want to open up the space for my other colleagues. Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Councilmember Fimbres, and then Councilmember Kozachik.
Homelessness is a challenge for this community, this new millennium. Liz, what are we doing about, Leanna, what are we doing about the people that are being evicted now? Because they're selling their properties and raising the rents, and people can't afford it anymore, especially our seniors that are fixed incomes. That's one question. That's another challenge for us being on the street. I've been harping about the phone number, which is good, because we have a lot of monolingual folks that are being evicted. Where do they go on Friday night at 4:45 in the evening? They have nowhere to go, and services closed Monday through Friday. So that's another challenge for us. That's why I'm saying we need to have a person. You need to have a person that answers the phone, can speak English, Espanol, and get it done, get the answer, find them a location. The other thing is, I don't think we're ever going to solve it, because I know that other cities will look at us. I'm hearing the rumors that California is sending us, giving them one-way tickets to come to Tucson or Phoenix, because they know we have better facilities, better services down here. That's a challenge for us. You know, plus in wintertime, we know we triple in size in the winter, and we have no point in count. So how do we determine how many people we have in the city now? Because we haven't been able to do it because of COVID. Then how many beds are not being used by the shelters because of the COVID virus? That's another challenge we have. Lots of issues, but I applaud the efforts. I like the plan. And we talked to the neighborhoods around El Pueblo and the DES building. And the other thing is, they're saturated with homelessness now. I know Congressman Grijalva's been raising the question. They've had assaulted staff members. The Lao Center is a problematic area. We need to fix it. I applaud the efforts. I want to see public safety in there more, helping them. And I thank you, Mayor, for putting this on. I didn't bring this up, Madam Mayor, but this is on the agenda without my assistance, but I'm glad you guys did it, because the homeless work program also needs to increase and double in size so we can give these people some money in their hands, get them out to work. And we had one experience with one guy bought the car part for his family, his car that he needed, fixed his car and went home. Another guy went to the bus terminal, bought a one-way ticket and went home. So those things have helped with these people catching head. Challenges. The other challenge is, like my colleague Paul Cunningham said, mental health services need to be a part of this. And I applaud El Rio for wanting to do that, but we've got to be cautious. It's got to be in and out. People can't be living there while they're there. And I think we need to check with the neighborhoods, because they've been saturated with a lot of this issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. I think that either Liana or Tamir could respond to the more detail on the DES building at El Pueblo Neighborhood Center. And what are the conversations that are happening, and et cetera.
Go ahead, Tim.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council. So we've had a couple of different site visits to the DES building, and it is ready to be occupied. We have a proposal in front of the state. Actually, we've given them comparables if we were to enter into a lease or rental agreement, and they're reviewing that right now. We're awaiting their response. We're also setting up a follow-up visit for El Rio Health. They're very interested in providing mental health services there to both the DES building, but I also want to add to the mix that the other vacant property we have there at El Pueblo is the daycare center. It's been long vacant, and El Rio has actually asked to tour that facility as well. So there could be a reactivation of multiple aspects of the El Pueblo Center, both through the city's direct involvement and through partners like El Rio Health. And so we're progressing and trying to get that within the matter of a few weeks to a couple months to get that building activated.
Tim, have we talked to the other partners that are there, PIMA College, Arizona Bilingue, in the Congressman's office? I know they took the tour with us, but have you talked to them and tell them what's coming, see what their opinions are and their concerns?
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, we do have a quarterly update meeting with all tenants of the El Pueblo Center. And so we've been discussing what our various plans are to secure, but also further activate the center. And we will follow up with all of our tenants just to make sure that they have all the current information. And as you noted, the Congressman's office was present on the most recent tour to the building.
And tell us about this town hall that's going to happen on February 25th, 26th. More information on that. What are you expecting from the town hall?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that town hall is intended primarily for the different agencies that have been pulling or applying for feeding permits to provide services to those in need of a meal at our parks facilities. So they're all being invited. Anybody that currently does the feeding permits or has recently done a feeding permit is being invited so that they understand the changes to the program and where the feeding permits will be available in the future, but it will be available to the public as well if there's anybody interested. But it's really primarily to give the information to those who actually engage in the feeding program.
Thank you, Tim. And I just heard that Santa Rita Park, who's been taking the brunt of this, and Armory are not going to be on that list.
That's correct.
Thank you.
In the interest of time, I want to move on to the next colleague. I know that everyone has interest and questions on this. Let's move on to Councilmember Kozachik, I believe, had his hand up, and Councilmember Lee, and then Vice Mayor, and then Kevin.
Okay, thank you. A few comments. First of all, I totally support the expansion of the feeding permit program that Liz and Laura Hemway are working on together. Not sure I would take Armory off the table, though. If there's a need down there, let's continue to explore that. But I understand the parameters that you're putting into place. So that would be one comment. Secondly, with respect to answering the phone, it'd be great to have a phone number, but the daily count total as of today was 0 in terms of bed availability. So if someone can answer the phone, but Salvation Army, bed capacity 67, beds available 0, OPCS 0, ADES 0. I mean, it's down the line. So our problem is not that we don't have someone answering the phone. Our problem is we don't have anywhere to put them once somebody does answer the phone. With respect to the, and so I appreciate all the work that Liz, your team is doing with respect to expanding the hotel capacity, because obviously capacity is an issue. With respect to the DES building, would that, Tim, also include housing opportunities, or are we simply talking about putting staff and wraparound service opportunities within the site?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, currently it's only looking at the current building as it's configured and putting services in that site. Okay. There is the possibility of using some or a portion of that El Pueblo Center as a location for building affordable housing in the future. We're looking at a variety of different locations to get the housing count up in Tucson. So there could be a conversation around maybe a transformation of that center to provide housing opportunities, affordable housing. But right now it's really focused on activation.
Okay, well, if there is a reluctance that some others have with respect to using that facility, I'll help you look for, where'd you go? There you're bouncing around the screen. I'll help you or work with you on finding something within Ward 6, because we have in the downtown core high population of homeless and services available. Primavera just did a really impressive expansion. You know, they may have space for us to co-locate, but but we have to be able to have a central location for people who are without houses to find the services that they need. The shelter bed count that you gave, how many of those beds, Liz, are low barrier?
So I don't have an exact number. I will defer to Brandy. I don't know that we have identified how many of those are low barrier.
I think just if for the new beds, Liz, we're thinking about all of them. I mean, that's the wave now is the low barrier bridge shelter.
Right, but right
Yes,
now go ahead, Liz.
I apologize, Councilmember Kozachik. I will say OCS, I believe, is the main operator of low barrier. We have been talking to other shelters about reducing things like not doing breathalyzers and that type of thing, but I don't know. I couldn't say for sure that they're all 100% low barrier. I think they have all made steps towards that, but I would not consider them all meeting the full low barrier definition.
Right, and I would agree with that. One of the challenges that we have is many of the barriers that we have are imposed at the shelter level, and so that also affects our bed count. Of the 1,000 touches, it was 1,020 something or something like that that the HOT team made last year. How many of those got housing?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, I don't know that we have the number of those getting housing. Most of those contacts, their purpose again is engagement and getting them assessed into coordinated entry. We would need, one of the things we can do is get reports from our HMIS of those contacts and figuring out how many are housed. So I'm happy to follow up with that report. The other thing I failed to mention is that when we did our contracts through the PCHIP process for shelters, we did require that anyone receiving funding that are shelter providers, that they are low barrier. So again, getting them from where they're at today to completely low barrier, I think takes time, and organizational change is sometimes difficult, but that they are all aware if they are receiving city funds that they're required to be housing first and low barrier. So those again are efforts that, again, all the shelters are open to it. The question is how to get to that level. Again, staffing challenges, other things sometimes prevent that. So we are working with them to get them to that place.
Yeah, at the recent homeless meeting that we had with the service providers and the HOT team, of the approximately 1,000 touches, they reported about 150 actually were housed. And that's similar to the numbers that Brandy just reported. Of the 798, 54 were housed. I totally support the safe parking program that you're proposing. I think you're proposing. In fact, that's being done right now by some shelters, and I'm not going to name them because it's being done sort of under the radar screen, and I don't want to out them because they're providing an essential service. They've got an enclosed parking lot, and they're allowing women and vulnerable people to park their cars at night behind gates and leave in the morning. And I think that's an essential piece of this package. With respect to the sanctioned encampments, first of all, I don't believe that we need 45 tents to make a dent. One of the reasons that I asked for this study session is really very simple, is that what we're doing right now isn't working. And I would agree with Paul that there is no silver bullet, there's no single fix, because when you say homeless, what does that mean? Is it the veteran of PTSD? Is it the domestic violence victim? Is it the senior couple who had a catastrophic illness for the first time in their life and they're out on the street? Is it the SMI? Is it the drug addict? Is it the youth? So there is not a single solution, and not a single touch can solve this. But what I do know is that we're housing a tiny fraction of the homeless population, and that we lack the capacity to house a significant chunk of them. So, I love all the housing first models and all of that. Again, capacity is an issue. But what we're doing right now is we're simply shifting people from one alley to another, from one park to another, from one river wash to another, and we're not doing anybody any good. So I recognize the fact that, as you said, Liz, the sanctioned encampments, the tents, or the, what do you call it, the not a tiny house, but you called it a pallet shelter, that those are not intended to be permanent housing. But what they do is they bring people to a central location, a safe central location where they have water, they have porta-johns, TPD would be there to provide the safety, and some sort of an NGO would be there to help provide the services that they need to help them get into shelter. We all know that that's not going to happen when they're sleeping in a river wash or they're sleeping in an alley. But if they're in some sort of a enclosed, confined environment with the services available, that we can monitor the size and the duration, then I think that that's something we really need to look at. And I would be happy to work with you, with any of the other council members who want to work together on finding a few locations for this, dip our toe in the water, but let's try this. And again, we don't need to find a site for 45 tents, but how about 15? Pick a number. Because right now, those 15 people are sleeping in alleys behind someone's house. And I don't think we're doing anybody any good. It's wasting Jack's time and his team's time. Nobody from the NGO world is getting in there, La Frontera, OPCS, to offer them services. We have a little homeless guy sleeping out here at the ward office, and they took him down to La Frontera last week, finally, because he was just strung out on meth. And he was released in less than 72 hours. He's back here at the office again. So I absolutely think that we ought to dip our toe in that water, maybe not to the scale and the presentation that you just made, but certainly it needs to be a part of what we're offering to the homeless community, at least to get them touched by NGOs in a safe environment with a little bit of dignity, certainly more than what they're seeing in river washes. And that's what I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Kozachik. Councilmember Lee, then Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, and then Councilmember Dahl. And then we've already eaten in about an hour and we have 40 minutes allocated to this. I know this is a complex and complicated issue, but let's continue with giving some space to the rest of the colleagues. And then I would like to make sure that we ask what the next step is for all of us. Maybe we don't find the answer today, but I would like to know, okay, what's the next step? What's the approach to move forward to be able to find additional solutions for our unsheltered community? So Councilmember Lee, Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Dahl.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Thank you to my colleagues for bringing this item forward. It's great conversation today. A lot of the things I had written down, one or some of you have already brought up, so there's no need to rehash that. And thinking about the people that would be coming into this DES building, veterans were mentioned. I know it was just kind of conceptual, but in just thinking about kind of the intersection of houselessness and the community members, I think the more that we can do to have those services or partners available is going to be so important. So that was just something at the top of my mind. I wanted to offer the idea for the February 26th feeding permit meeting to potentially see if the county health department wants to participate, since it sounded like I remember visiting this conversation sometime last year, and that was really a driver in the feeding permit issue in general, was the safety of the food being served to the people receiving it. So I was not sure if they were included, or it might benefit by having them included. And just overall, I think that this is just amazing work that you all have done. And one kind of cherry on top might be to also help us understand the ROI, because I know the ROI on this has got to be huge, not just socially and the right thing to do, but the numbers behind the impact that these types of investments are going to have for our community, I think is going to be huge. And I think that that would just help us continue to tell the story and make these decisions. So great work, everyone. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor, and all my colleagues. I know similar to what Councilmember Lee said, most have hit on some of my points, but just wanted to continue, to reiterate that we approach the work as, everyone having the right, to shelter. And that means that we're going to have to seriously invest in more coordinated, services. I feel like we've depended a lot on shelters. And in doing so, we haven't invested, in housing and some of these other services that our community needs. So I just want to make sure that as much as we can, we keep families together. We continue to provide also shelter for emotional support animals, and definitely low or no barrier housing. So thank you to Liz and all the staff for all the work on this. I guess one of the questions I have, if we're seriously looking at the pallet shelter village, has staff already identified potential sites around the city that we could, like put together in the foreseeable future here?
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, I will say that we've started talking to real estate. We don't have any real sites identified. Again, I think we just are starting to put the word out of where that might happen. If any of the mayor council has any locations, we would be happy to look at that if you have any thoughts and ideas, but we have yet to really solidify any potential sites.
Okay, and I guess my last question then, like, what are the next steps? Have we identified a timeline, like a short term this year and then little longer term, or like, are you coming back to mayor and council in the next month and giving us an update? How will we like stay informed of these developments?
Mayor, the Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, I will say that we were looking for direction as far as what timeline. I will say that with the onboarding of the sites, the 3 sites that I mentioned, that is taking considerable energy and time of staff. And so I would, I do know that we can work on this project while we're doing those things, but I would request some time to get that open and working, and then continue to do the research and provide some viable options to do this. So I will defer to my higher ups on, and the mayor as far as direction around timeline.
Thank you.
I just wanted to, I know that Councilmember Dahl is waiting to make his commentary, but just related to the city properties, how many of the beds, you said total beds in terms of city properties, Wildcat Inn and Clement Oracle, how many of those 155 beds are activated so far?
Mayor, I will say Oracle's the only site that we have activated, which is 11 rooms. The other ones are, again, we're getting staffed. So our goal was to get them open by the end of this month. Again, some of them have some rehab, but we should have some activated by the end of the month.
Alrighty, so of the 155 beds, only 140 something, right, are 140 are not activated. So I would say the 140 guest rooms will be activated in February, March, and so we could potentially see some alleviation of unsheltered folks being able to use those rooms, correct?
Yes, Mayor, you're correct. And again, we're working closely with the TPD HOT team, the homeless outreach team, to alleviate some of the encampments that have been what we call hot spots, where we have already made contact with the individuals and working on a plan to transition them to these sites.
Okay. All righty, Councilmember Dahl. And I think you're on mute.
Thank you, Mayor and colleagues. You know, I am so impressed and grateful for the work of Mayor and Council and staff and our partners in this area. It's such a huge problem. My staff answers questions about homeless problems every day. And we hear from neighborhood associations about particular areas. Some neighborhoods don't even want new trees, Mayor, because a big shade tree is a place where people will hang out and cause problems. And that we have to get beyond that. I like all of the programs that have been presented. Boy, safe parking models. Let's get some more churches or businesses or anywhere there's a parking lot with a bathroom that can be left open at night. And I like Council Members Kozaczek. We don't need to publicize it a whole lot. Let's keep these people safe. I think the safe encampments would be a solution to this problem that we're having every day, where a group is moved and it goes somewhere else in that neighborhood or the next neighborhood and causes a problem there. We're spending resources, TPT time, our social workers' time, moving people around. Some people do graduate into the system, but there's a lot of people who will just move around for a while. And I like the idea of the pallet service village. I love the idea of using pallets or tents or whatever. And I'm committing my ward to looking for areas for maybe a pilot where we can test it out and see how it will work for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member, and thank you to my colleagues on the council. I want to acknowledge a couple of things. First and most importantly, the team that presented today that have been working diligently to really find solutions to our housing issues, both on affordable housing opportunities and to find shelter for the unsheltered. And that is inclusive of everyone, from our Assistant City Manager, Tim Tamir, to Liana Perez, our Deputy City Manager, to Liz Morales, our Chief Casmore and his team, both missed and hot, from our new Housing First Director, Brandy Champion, our new Community Safety, Health and Wellness Director, Sarah Lanias, in order to be able to find solutions to complex issues in our society. We must work together in a holistic way and think outside of what the norm has given us. Because the norm and what we've seen before has not really given us much. And so I do also want to salute my colleagues on the council for going for it and creating these new directors. Our Housing First Director is a new position, never been seen in the city of Tucson. Our Community Safety, Health and Wellness, never been seen. TPD has really innovated with our homeless outreach team, our MIST mental health support team, and our substance use team. So all of the work that we are doing together, and then using American Rescue Plan dollars to provide an additional 200 units of affordability, being able to provide these bridge housing solutions with the hotels that Mayor and Council gave direction to Liz purchase. It's a lot of forward thinking and a lot of investment of time and resources to find solutions for this. So I do want to applaud my colleagues on the council. Of course, we have to do more, and I would like to see immediate work on activating these 155 beds of the hotels that we've purchased, so that we can see if there's any movement in terms of what we see of unsheltered folks in the washes, as Councilmember Kozaczek said, and moving from one neighborhood to the other. And then I also want to see what the cost of a possible interfaith hospitality network, all of those churches that gather to feed our community in different parks. I wonder if they also want to participate in an interfaith hospitality network in opening up their church halls to being able to house families and people that have lost their homes or have become recently homeless. What is the cost, and what will it take in terms of resources to maintain and operate a pallet shelter village? You know, or I think those are the answers we need to make sure that we're taking additional steps to bridge and shelter housing, as well as creating more affordable housing units. So very good presentation. Thank you all so much. I really would want to make sure that you activate and finish what you've started with 155 rooms in the different hotels, and bring us back solutions. I'm not going to put a timeline. I would not like to put a timeline on you. I do want to put pressure in terms of, you know, acting quickly, but I don't want to say 30 days. Because I know that you're very, very busy. You're all doing lots of work. And I want to make sure that we're thinking thoroughly in terms of the logistics of how we get this done. So I saw some hands up, Liana Perez, Councilmember Kozachik, and then Councilmember Cunningham, and then we're gonna have to move on to the next item.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask if we could get some direction on the continued pursuit of occupying the DES building. That would be helpful. I just wanted to also clarify that although we are co-locating our city resources there, that doesn't mean that that would be the only place members of the community could go for those services. The idea is that the resources would be located there. However, they're deployable from there as well. So they would be deployed. Most of these teams are deployable resources anyway. We just want them to be co-located so that, as you mentioned, Mayor, all the different departments and functions, the beauty of this right now is that we are all working together and not where many of the teams are touching the same individuals, and in a more coordinated effort, that would be helpful. So if we could get some direction on continuing that.
You need direction to move forward with the El Pueblo idea of co-location.
Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty. Councilmember Fimbres?
Madam Mayor, I want to make sure that the neighborhoods are okay with it first. And get a clear understanding. I'd like to have a couple meetings and then bring it back for the next meetings in February.
Okay. Alrighty, so you don't want to move forward with the concept of co-location just yet?
I'll make the motion to move forward for the co-location, but I want to make sure the neighbors are okay with it. Because there's been saturated with a lot of issues. They got the Laos Center too, that's created a lot of problems and the assaults and stuff that have happened. So I'd like to, let me talk to a couple of people over there that will be very vocal, have been very vocal on us. I also want to check with the Congressman's office, who's been very vocal also.
Your Honor, I have
So,
a motion on that. I have a motion covering all that.
alrighty. Councilmember Cunningham?
Your Honor, I'd like to move that we direct staff to continue their co-location project and the progress in the Old Pueblo Center, continue their first housing program and report back to the council. Not any deadlines, just report back to the council to update us in about 45 days. I also ask that they include engaging neighborhoods in that process.
Alrighty. So that is in the form of a motion. Is there a second to that?
Amendment, with a friendly amendment, Paul, that they also investigate other locations? Because I want to look at others. If Richard's not comfortable, we need to provide a site somewhere.
I think I'll totally accept the amendment, but I think it's in the motion. It's 6 one way, half dozen the other.
Cool. Yeah. Second.
So there is a motion in a second. Any further discussion by my colleagues? And I do see Mr. Ortega's hand up. Go ahead, Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, as you saw, and congratulations to the team and also for your leadership as a council. What I would suggest is, rather than putting a deadline and that, we can give you monthly updates just in writing. As this evolves, everybody, it's almost the end of the day. That we would then either be requested by you to come back in front of you, or the reports would suffice. So at this point, what we'll do is make sure that you are kept abreast of the progress that we're making on all the fronts that we've been talking about here. We'll do that on a monthly basis, and that way you're able to see in real time what's going on. And if we're needing some feedback or input from you, then we'll certainly request it. Thank you, Mayor.
I agree. I want to make sure that we're doing this correctly, especially if Councilmember Fimbres wants to, do further community engagement. Councilmember Cunningham. Yes, they can come back in 45 days, but if they don't have forward movement.
Look, it's 45 days.
Yes, give
it's 45 days for an update. The written updates is obviously what we should be doing. I just want to see where we're at in 6 weeks. I think we should come back to the table in 6 weeks, Michael. I just to get a progress report. I don't think it's going to be, it may end up being a bit of a formality, but it may give us some extra insight and help us out. So I'd rather, I don't want to overburden the staff. If they need a little more time than that, that's fine. But I think we ought to, we want to be on this. We want to see this one in front of us. So if that's okay, I'd like to have at least one more stop back before we go to monthly written reports.
Ready. So there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Not on the motion, but one comment really quickly. And that is, you correctly pointed out that lots of churches are wanting to get involved. Just for the record, we have churches who have tried to get involved and we've shut them down. And so when we have a situation where churches are trying to allow monitored, controlled sleeping opportunities on their property, and we say you're not zoned properly, we need to fix that because they're willing right now. We're the ones who are saying no. In fact, we had a situation where we were moving them back across the street to a Tucson Water property. Then Tucson Water moved them back to the church, and then TPD moved them back to the water property. And we're saying, the poor people are kind of feeling like a ping pong ball. So we need to kind of clean our own act up on some of this.
Yeah, and I think that's the type of work that needs to be, thorough and thought about, especially with our Housing First Director in our Housing Community Development Department. So it takes a lot of coordination and effort, and I just want to make sure that we move fast and at the same time do it right. So Councilmember Fimbres, and then we've got a vote.
Madam Mayor, I'm concerned about also the location. Is what Cunningham has in his motion, or is it just a motion to edit the location, create a location? I want to make sure that the partners we've had there for a lot of times put up with a lot of stuff, and the neighborhoods are also not saturated again. And I want to make sure we get buy-in to this, because that's what we do as a city council. We get buy-in from our people that are living there. The other thing is the number that we need to have also for emergency when people are being evicted. Who can they call? Off duty, after hours, the other concern. But other than that, we can move forward.
Yeah, I think that's part of the motion that we consider the DES building at El Pueblo or another location, as Councilmember Kozachik gave some flexibility for. And then, of course, Liana, you have marching orders in terms of creating a number where any of us can connect people that need shelter. So without hearing any other comments or feedback, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes. We move on to item 3. Time has been set aside for discussion of the mayor and council's position on the Central Arizona Project Board of Directors, approval of the Rosemont copper water shortage and recharge request. Just want to make sure that we have either Mr. Rankin or Mr. Chris Avery here to report to us. I know that my colleague, Councilmember Dahl, as well as Councilmember Kozachik and I, all 3 of us wrote a letter to the Central Arizona Project Board of our concerns of allowing Rosemont Copper to store water at our recharge facility, both city-owned and CAP board-owned, and especially because of the concerns that we have in terms of using our facilities, co-owned facilities, for a project that mayor and council have many times taken a position against. So with that, if you'd like, Mr. Manager, I can open up the floor, handing the mic over to Mike Rankin or Chris Avery, whatever you prefer.
Mayor, I think Chris Avery is pulled up, ready to go on this topic and is very familiar with it. So both Mike Rankin and I are available to answer questions as the council deliberates this. Go ahead, Chris.
All righty, go ahead, Mr. Avery.
Good afternoon, Mayor Romero and members of the council. I'd like to provide you an update with what's happened on the Rosemont storage permit since we last discussed this issue in last fall. On January 6th, Central Arizona Project Board considered authorizing a storage permit for Hudbay Minerals, the parent company of Rosemont Copper, at its January 6th meeting. And after considering the position of the city of Tucson, as supported by letters from Council Member Dahl, Mayor Romero, and my testimony at that meeting, the Central Arizona Project Board authorized approval of a storage permit for Rosemont. The Mayor and Council gave us direction in the fall to exercise our right of first refusal should it prove necessary to prevent future storage by Rosemont at that facility. And I informed the board that its actions in approving a storage permit for Rosemont would result in the city taking action to execute its right of first refusal as provided by the PIMA Mine Road Recharge Project, IGA, that was adopted in the spring of 2000. There's subsequently been an article regarding the board approval of that storage permit that was published in the Arizona Republic, I think it was last Monday, that discusses the issue also in some detail and includes comment from members of the mayor and council, CAP staff, and Tucson City Attorney staff. The one thing that I do want to emphasize in respect to this exercise of the right of first refusal is that the Central Arizona Project is supposed to tell us by July 1st of any given calendar year whether they intend to use their full 50% share of the PIMA Mine Road Recharge Project. The city of Tucson typically spends a few months during the summer collecting information and tentatively drafting up a proposed Central Arizona Project order, and we typically brief the mayor and council about the status of that order during the August meeting. It's the intention of City of Tucson staff to continue that process to inquire with Central Arizona Project about their intentions for the PIMA Mine Road Recharge Project in July, and to be able to report to mayor and council what those intentions are by August in order for us to exercise our right of first refusal for the following calendar year. One thing to keep in mind is that the Rosemont allocation is for non-Indian agricultural priority water. So should there be further tiers or further declarations of drought or shortage on the Colorado River, there may be years when Rosemont would be unable to access its order because it's not the same priority as the M&I allocation that the city has or that other folks who commonly use PIMA Mine Road have available to them. So our intention is to keep the mayor and council informed going forward about the status of potential storage at PIMA Mine Road and to exercise our right of first refusal with mayor and council concurrence. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions, although should those questions discuss anything that would require us to give legal advice, I would recommend that that advice be provided in a subsequent executive session.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kozachik.
Thank you. I thank you, Chris.
That's Chris Avery. Looks like shit.
So my thoughts are these, and I'll be really quick to try and get us back on time. Either of two things. Number one, we tell Rosemont that the orders for this year were closed and to resubmit next year, or we accept the Rosemont request and then have CAP approach us to exercise our right of first refusal. One of the two. But I accept Chris's request that this is going to be a legal conversation, and so perhaps we have an exec in the next regularly scheduled meeting so that we can get some legal advice on what our options are.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think this is very unfortunate that the CAP board went ahead with their allowing Rosemont mine to store up to 1,124 acre feet. Knowing full well that mayor and council have taken full position against Rosemont mine, environmental groups, our tribal partners have taken a very clear position against this. And so I agree. I think that it's important that we have an executive session. I agree that we shouldn't be talking legal action or legal advice during this particular open session. I thought it was important for us to be able to have an update as to what has happened. But I would like to at least have the option of what it takes if we want to exercise a right of first refusal for this year. And so I at least want to know what the legal options are, and I would suggest that we, again, to agree with Councilmember Kozachik, that we come back the next available study session and bring it to executive session. Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilmember Febres. You're on mute.
I got it. Before you could say it, I unmuted, I promise. A few things on this. You know, we've been at this for 20 years and or 10, 15 years. And I want to make it clear today to any of the HUD Bay guys in Canada watching. You will never build your mine if I have anything to say about it. So I just want them to know where we're coming from. There's like 15 different things that I could say, like, oh, what about a natural extraction tax? What about being able to charge them for the water out of the aquifer? But at the end of the day, what it does, the net positive for our region and for Tucson is nil, is negative, no matter how you game it out. They could give us $100 billion for water fees and it wouldn't game out. So I just want them to know that, and that's it.
Alrighty, thank you. Councilmember Febres, did you have a question or a comment on this?
Yes, Madam Mayor, but I think calling an executive session to talk about how we protect our water rights is critical. And also, what does the city of Tucson's right to refusal entail with this? What does it really do? What can we do? And then, did the board vote unanimously on this to support it, Chris?
No, the board, there were several dissenters at the board. It happened pretty quickly and I didn't get a name of all of the dissenters, but the vote was pretty close, actually. I think there were at least 4 and maybe a few more dissenters on the board.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for your effort.
In order to, and council member Febres and members of the mayor and council, basically the way the right of first refusal works at the PIMA Minor Recharge Project is that because the city and the CAWCD are joint partners in the facility, we each have a 50% share of its capacity. That capacity is a somewhat variable number, and the estimate of what that capacity will be is determined by the operating agent, which is the Central Arizona Project. It could be 20,000, acre-feet in a particular year. After a certain set of maintenance procedures have been done, or after the facility is performing better, that number might increase. And conversely, if the maintenance hasn't been done or if recharge rates are slowing, that number might decrease. So let's just use the number of 20,000 acre-feet as a nice round number for purposes of illustration. Then in any given normal year, both the city and CAWCD have a right to use 10,000 acre-feet of that facility. If either party submits an order for that facility of less than their 50% share, then the other party has the right of first refusal to use that remaining capacity. So in any given year, if there's 20,000 acre-feet of water storage available at PIMA Mine Road, and CAWCD were to say they were only going to use 50% of that share, then the city would have the right to use all of the remaining capacity before capacity is made available to third parties. So that's how it works. And essentially by using all of that remaining capacity under the right of first refusal that's provided for in the 2000 IGA, the city can ensure that no third party, including Rosemont, is able to use storage capacity at the site.
Thank you, Chris. Chris, you're gonna be monitoring this really closely, correct?
Yes, we are keeping an eye on things, and you know, we are all already at Tucson Water is already preparing, you know, and thinking about placing orders for calendar year 2023 that include full use at PIMA Mine Road. So we're already starting, for example, storing additional water at PIMA Mine Road frees up space and CAPSARP and SAVSARP for other parties to store. So we're already beginning those discussions.
Chris, I always tell the citizens that next to our children, our water is our most precious resource in this community. We're very protective of it. We need to be very protective of it. We've gone through PFAS, PFOS, 1,4 dioxide, and now and TCE. So we got to be very careful to ensure the water for our community is safe to drink. And thank you. Thank you for your efforts.
Yeah, what we'll do then is I will add an executive session on this conversation so that we could hear what our legal options are for the next available study session, and be able to explore what is next for us. I'm frankly very, very disappointed that the Central Arizona Project Board voted in favor of storing this Rosemont mine water, especially because of the history of the city of Tucson, or the mayor and council taking a position against Rosemont. Our Tohono O'odham Nation and Pasquayaqui tribe are very clearly against Rosemont, as well as many environmental groups in the community. So it is very disappointing for me to have learned about their vote and their decision to store this water there, especially because of the environmental concerns that our community has regarding Rosemont. So with that, no action is required. I will simply put an executive session for the next study session in February. Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Mike and Mr. Ortega. We will move on to item 4. Councilmember Kozachik has requested an update to the Becton Dickinson Company's air quality permit. Councilmember Kozachik, if you want to start off this item.
Sure thing. I'll be brief again because we're still trying to play catch up. So overarching all of my thoughts is this, and that is that the burden should be on Becton Dickinson and not the city and not the county to demonstrate that their facility and everything about its operation is safe. At our last meeting, I raised a series of issues related to BD and Becton Dickinson, and specifically to ethylene oxide. Some of those included its transportation, its storage, and the amount that we should allow. Mentioned social justice issues with respect to allowing environmental cancer clusters in the area, and DM's concerns with the location about their facility being right next to their approach departure corridor. And in addition, and not most importantly, but I think most problematic perhaps, is how we protect the public from exposure, either from a slow release that's marginally detectable over time, or a catastrophic release. I think that we have a responsibility to the public to keep this off of our streets. And I think we have a responsibility to the public to severely limit the amount, if it ever is permitted, severely limit the amount of ethylene oxide that's stored on the site at a given time. It's not clear to me how we achieve that, and then how we manage the multiple just-in-time delivery trips. If we say you can only have 10 pounds or 15 pounds of EO on site at a time, they're talking about putting 450,000 pounds of this stuff on the site in a given year. Those questions aren't answered during the plan review process by Planning and Development Services. And Becton Dickinson owes us those answers. A 10-pound release of EO in a 24-hour period requires an immediate notice to the National Toxic Response Center. This is serious stuff, and BD is the one that has not come up with those answers. DM does not want this, Davis-Montha does not want this in the location where it's planned. Ethylene oxide is highly flammable, it's highly toxic, and we should act on that concern. They've put it in writing at least twice, and they did that to Sun Corridor before this thing was even brought to the city and before anybody was talking about 40 jobs or whatever. We are 30 plus years into discussions about contaminants such as TCE, 1,4-dioxane, and now PFAS on the southwest side, and I don't want to have any part in facilitating a repeat for the Julia Keene neighborhood, which is immediately adjacent to this, to the approach departure corridor, or anybody else who's downwind. Some issues before I stop. Number one, Tucson Fire might be able to handle slow leak detection at the facility as long as Becton Dickinson calls in time. But models show that EO travels up to a mile in 10 minutes from the time of its release. And in a large release, such as a rollover on a city street in traffic, here's the reality. Tucson Fire can't contain that. They can't notify the affected neighbors to shelter in place within 10 minutes. If the neighbors have evaporative coolers, they're pulling EO into their homes before they even know it's an issue. And we haven't done, we haven't required Becton Dickinson a risk assessment, and we have no way of monitoring the fugitive emissions from this place, even in the case of the off-gassing or the slow release on site. If an accident happens during the summer, our firefighters have a limited amount of time that they can work in hazmat suits before they succumb to the heat. And if Tucson police are out controlling traffic, they're not in hazmat suits. They effectively become the blue canaries in this thing, and they don't have the hazmat protection. We don't know what the cost is for sufficient numbers of hazmat gear to safely manage a large event, and we don't know the cost for training for such an incident. PDSD is not going to be able to answer those questions during their plan review. It's not within their scope. If there's a rollover, the detection and response time is such that the public is at risk before anyone even arrives on the scene. And Tucson Fire cannot control the chemical plume. They can't control a chemical plume. That's just a reality. So the burden should be on Becton Dickinson and not on the city and not on the county to address all of those issues before an ounce of this stuff is delivered through our city streets and before the plant's put into operation. And ultimately, they can't give those answers. They can't give those assurances. And we need that we need for the toxicity of the product that they're using. So my position is that we force them to answer all those issues and concerns. Don't move an ounce, don't move an inch on the design until they can do that, or at least they try to do that. And I think that the county should do exactly the same thing with respect to their air quality permit until all of those issues are addressed. And the result's going to be that they're going to have to find themselves a different location, because frankly, the answer is that they cannot provide the assurances that we need in the case of a catastrophic release to protect the public. And that I think that the burden that we need to find legal ways to shift that burden to Becton Dickinson before PDSD or the county move forward on any. Of course, we can't direct the county what to do. And I see Mr. Patel is on the call, but we can certainly have a conversation with our own attorneys to say, what options do we have to shift the burden to Becton Dickinson to say, you provide us those assurances before we move a step forward in the permitting process.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Really quick, Your Honor, and I don't want to take everybody's time too much. I think it's really important that we examine the environmental impacts of this. I don't really want to, I think the sentiment about how we're dealing with PFAS now and how it's very compelling. And so I think we really need to look into it, and I hope to partner with the county in some type of task force level or something to get us where we need to go. With that, I need to recess personally until about 5:30. So I'll be recessed from this meeting, and I just wanted to let my colleagues know that.
Thank you. You are excused. Thank you for letting us know, Councilmember Cunningham. Any other of my colleagues? Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can PDSD remind the Mayor and Council of the role of the Department of the Review of Plans and Potential Environmental Concerns?
Yes, Honorable Mayor and Council Member Fimbres. So City of Tucson looks at the site design through a development package, which is essentially the grading, the private and public infrastructure connections, the location of the facility, its zoning. On the building side, we'll look for compliance with the International Building Code, International Electrical Code, all things related to the building. What we don't get into is hazardous materials storage, hazardous materials transportation, monitoring of the site. For that, that's covered somewhat by Pima County, and Rupesh Patel is here to discuss that. However, we do have the final say on the certificate of occupancy. That can't be granted until all standards by reviewing agencies are met. So until they've satisfied the Pima County air quality standards, we held on to the CFO.
Thank you, Scott. And can Mr. Patel, can you remind the ADQ's role and PDEQ's role, potential role in this matter?
Yes, good afternoon, Honourable Mayor and Manager Ortega and council members. My name is Rupesh Patel. I'm the Air Programme Manager, and I've been involved with the BD project from its initial submittal of the application. As you have been updated since the December 21st meeting from our former Director, Ursula Nelson, we are certainly proceeding with the review of the permit following the public notice. As a result of all the concerns raised by not only the public near the facility have been notified, those who attended during the public hearing, and EPA, we have addressed the concerns raised primarily by EPA, focusing on the monitoring of the emissions from the facility. Now, as you're aware, or you may be aware, certainly the regulation as it stands that is set by the national emission standards really focus on emissions control from the facility operations from the ethylene oxide, so it's sterilization. What it doesn't focus on, and certainly Steve Kosachik mentioned this, is the fugitive emissions that we are concerned about. They are predominantly the emissions from the facility, and with that we are addressing that in the permit by requiring the facility to monitor all emissions from the facility, including the operational emissions and also fugitive emissions. The emission standards will be set to a point on a daily emission rate that meets the emissions cap at the facility, so that we know that the facility has demonstrated through scientific models that if they were to stay below a certain usage of of ethylene oxide, they will demonstrate compliance with the health-based standards. Now, that being said, we know that the facility has adopted a emissions cap, and it's that emissions cap we hold them to. It becomes a federally enforceable condition in the permit. We look at hourly, now certainly the revised permit looks at hourly limits to which the facility will be held to. Furthermore, we are looking at advancing the environmental justice. The report for the environmental justice has been updated and has been presented on our website since the 31st of January. I certainly would implore everyone to download that document and see the additional comments that we have made to address the BD exposure, emissions exposure risks, the modeled residential risks, and also the modeled non-residential, that is those workers that are going to be in amongst the area as well. So that has been certainly addressed in the environmental justice report. Steve has also mentioned about the Emergency Planning and Community Right to Know Act, that those limitations, or certainly those recommendations, have been put in the environmental justice. And as Steve mentioned, any threshold quantity of reported release of ethylene oxide above 10 pounds is reportable, is required to be reported to EPA. Similar thresholds are existent for emergency planning for 1,000 pounds and 10,000 pounds of release. So these are considerations we've built into the permit, and hopefully we have information in the environmental justice that will help answer some of the questions I've heard today.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Patel.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. I just want to remind my colleagues on the council and the public that Mayor and Council discussed this PD item on the December 21st, 2021 study session. We asked that Pima County Department of Environmental Quality adopt the EPA recommendations, which Mr. Patel just spoke about, requiring the use of continuous emission monitoring systems to measure the ETO emissions at the source. We also ask that monitoring data be accessible to the public, tracking the appropriate parameters in a 12-month rolling total. And then, of course, updating the environmental justice analysis and sharing it with the public prior to the final permit. On January 31st, PDEQ updated the environmental justice analysis. It lists Pima County Local Emergency Planning Committee as the entity responsible to develop strategies to prevent, respond to, and mitigate hazardous material releases in the community. I just wanted to make sure that as part of that planning committee, both PIMA, both City of Tucson Fire Department and City of Tucson Police Department, if needed, be part of that emergency planning committee to make sure that we are all well prepared in case of a possible emergency at the site. Mr. Patel, I wanted to ask, does the Local Emergency Planning Committee have any regulatory responsibility as a body?
Mayor, Honourable Mayor, I'm certainly not aware of the regulatory authority under the planning committee. It is something that is identified on a Pima County website. That too, the link to that is also provided in the environmental justice report.
Okay. All righty. You know, I share the public's concerns about the potential environmental and public health consequences of this facility, especially in an area that is already designated as a Superfund site. That being said, there's very little that the city of Tucson can do in terms of permits for zoning. Mr. Rankin just wanted to ask if there is anything that the city of Tucson can do in terms of our concerns about permitting this facility.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I think Mr. Clark did a good job of describing the scope of the authority that flows from the PDSD review of the development package application by BD. And we, as you mentioned, we talked about this to some extent last Mayor and Council. Obviously, the city can only exercise the regulatory authority that it has. And the scope of that regulatory authority through planning and development services does not include the type of environmental concerns and the environmental justice concerns that have already been described in today's conversation and in the earlier conversation. Based on the discussion we had last study session, my office did work with the city manager's office to help put together the letter that you're all familiar with that articulated your concerns and shared them with Pima County and urged the incorporation of the suggested actions, including the EPA actions and requirements that the mayor you just described. And that letter was provided in early January. They're under federal law, with respect to the regulation of the transportation of hazardous materials. In the 1980s, federal law did allow for a fair amount of local regulation of the transportation of hazardous materials in 1990, and then subsequent years, Congress scaled back and ultimately created local authority with respect to the regulation of hazardous materials in order to provide more uniform regulatory framework across the country, as opposed to having different regulations in different states and different counties and different cities and towns. The only avenue for local regulation that exists with respect to transportation of hazardous materials under the federal regulations is a process under which a city can petition to the Secretary of Transportation, the U.S. Department of Transportation, to issue a permission to a local jurisdiction to impose and enforce a local regulation. And even there, the standard is that the local regulation must be substantially identical to the federal requirements. So in other words, if a motor carrier is complying with the federal requirements, they will be complying with the equivalent local requirements. So that's where we are right now. That's the scope of our regulatory authority that we've been able to identify at this point.
Well, you know, I just want to make sure that we're working with Pima County. Pima County Department of Environmental Quality is the appropriate entity to review potential air quality concerns and public health concerns following federal guidelines. I would like to ask, what is the Arizona State Emergency Response Commission's authority? And how does the Pima County Local Emergency Planning Committee work with both the Arizona State Emergency Response Commission and BD to better be prepared for a potential hazardous materials emergency in the region? Is there a current discussion on that, Mr. Patel?
Mayor Romero, no, there has not been. However, some of the issues with regards to what you've just mentioned are conditions in the permit to which the facility is held responsible for any releases of ethylene oxide above the standard that is set on a daily basis. Any emissions above that standard is a deviation of the permit, and they could be subject to enforcement action up to including penalties.
I understand that the Pima County Board of Supervisors approved a resolution on this issue, possibly on this last Tuesday. Can you speak about that, Mr. Patel, and what exactly the does the resolution say?
I would like to certainly provide you that information at a later date. I do not have that in front of me, and I wasn't certainly attending that meeting.
Alrighty, I think that the last time that we passed a motion on this particular item, it basically asked that Pima County Department of Environmental Quality pass the EPA's recommendations, those that I've read before, requiring the use of continuous emissions monitoring systems, monitoring data, making it available and accessible to the public, tracking the appropriate parameters, which are current emission rates, current monthly emissions, and a 12-month rolling total of emissions and fugitive emissions. I think that that's the same sentiment we have so far. I would suggest that we would, like for Pima County Department of Environmental Quality also to incorporate ambient air monitoring to assess the facility's long-term pollutant levels. So Councilmember Kozachek or any other of my colleagues, if you'd like to jump in, I think that on the areas where we can give input and feedback and direction, or at least make our concerns known to Pima County Department of Environmental Quality, I think we should.
Well, I think we should too, but a couple of thoughts with respect to Mr. Patel's presentation and others, and Mike Rankin's. When we were under consideration for the F-35, the environmental justice study that the Department of Defense did essentially kicked Tucson out of the running because of noise in that area. Noise isn't highly flammable, noise isn't highly toxic, but we were kicked out of the running because of that, because of the impact on the surrounding area. This plant needs to fail the environmental justice study based on the toxicity and the danger that it poses to the surrounding residents. It simply needs to fail that study. If we can't pass a noise test, it can't pass a toxicity test. Secondly, all the conversations that we're having are with respect to EPA standards with respect to what happens at the facility. Those are all well and good, I guess, but we've been down that road before as well with EPA standards, and then seeing them changed with respect to TCE and 1,4-dioxane and PFAS, and they always get more stringent. And then we're left backpedaling, saying, okay, we need to build a treatment facility, and then we need to turn to somebody to help us fund it. We're still in that litigation and conversation over PFAS, and it's just not going to go away. And so here we are having a conversation about limited amounts of emissions from a facility for a substance that is causing cancer clusters, and that Becton Dickinson is in litigation over in Georgia right now. No one's brought that up. And so we're going to be 20 years down the road having a conversation with neighbors around this area saying, you got a cancer cluster, and let's kind of join hands in trying to find a culpable party, where we're sitting here today knowing who that culpable party is going to be. We also haven't had, and Mike Rankin touched on it, a conversation about shifting the burden to Becton Dickinson about catastrophic releases while in transit across our city streets. And I simply don't buy the notion that we are without any kind of regulatory authority to say you are allowed to transport a highly flammable and highly toxic substance across city streets, and there's nothing we can say about that. I'm sorry, but we need to say something about it, even if it's to say to Becton Dickinson by a motion of this body that you're not welcome in this city. Go plant yourself up in Oro Valley where the Sun Corridor guys all live if they think this is such a swell idea. So I say to ask Mike Brinken, how do we shift the burden to Becton Dickinson and take the burden off the city and the county to demonstrate to us that through a significant risk assessment, they're going to get no permits until they prove to us that Tucson Fire can contain a chemical plume, and that Tucson Fire can notify residents in the area in a suitable amount of time that they are under significant risk in the case of a catastrophic release of this stuff, because they can't do it. I'm going to make a motion that we simply send a letter to Becton Dickinson that this mayor and council does not welcome them into the city until they provide that level of risk assessment.
There's a motion on the floor. Councilmember Lee, you had your hand up. I just wanted to check in on you.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. This facility location is in Ward 4, and I appreciate all of the conversation. I share the sentiment. I, of all people, don't want, and I've said this, and every time we've had this conversation, want harm to come to the residents that I represent. I also try to intellectually engage in spaces where we do have traction. And so that's what I'm listening for, is those opportunities where we can actually get traction. So please, I want to just go on the record and say those things so that my silence is not taken in any way. I'm just looking for where we can engage in a meaningful way. I did want to just say that again. I'm looking for those opportunities and listening for, and I'm sorry if this was already stated, but I could just use a clarification. I remember in our last meeting, the standards are under review. Can someone please remind me when those new standards come out, will what's in place potentially now be grandfathered in, or will they be required to modify the facility to whatever the new standards are? And again, I apologize if this was already mentioned today.
If I may. Certainly to address that specific comment, this was a question I posed to EPA just this morning, and those standards are still in review. There is no date to which those new standards will be published or promulgated. What we do have in the permit is the existing standards to which this facility is going to be held accountable for, and also a provision that any new facility, any new regulatory standards that the facility will be subject to, they would be needing to demonstrate compliance with those standards within the regulatory timeframe to which they're required to.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I was just hoping for some clarification on that.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion?
I'd like to have Mike Rankin address the issue of a catastrophic release on our city streets and the fact and what regulatory authority we can implement.
Yeah, Mike, you were about to answer. Can you go ahead and jump in?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I didn't want to interrupt the motion. So what I was going to respond is I briefly touched on that window of regulatory opportunity that's in the federal regulations where although there is a general preemption of local regulation with respect to transportation, including within the city limits, there is a process where a locality can petition the Department of Transportation, specifically goes to the Secretary to evaluate locality's request with respect to a specific proposed regulation. So if, as part of the direction, the mayor and council want us to investigate and initiate that process, that could be direction that we could carry out.
And so I would add to the motion with Kevin's agreement that we petition U.S. Department of Transportation to impose local regulations, or however, Mike Rankin, you say that should be best phrased. So the letter to BD and also the letter to U.S. DOT.
I agree.
So there's a change of language in the motion, and the seconder agrees with that. Any further discussion? Councilmember Lee?
Steve, can you just summarize the motion again for me, please? I just want to make sure I understand what we're saying here.
2 parts. Number 1, to a letter by this governing body to Becton Dickinson indicating that unless and until they can provide a risk assessment that addresses all of our concerns related to catastrophic releases and Tucson Fire's ability to contain them, that they're not welcome in this community. And secondly, a letter to petition U.S. Department of Transportation to allow us to impose local regulations related to the release of ethylene oxide.
Thanks, Steve.
All righty, any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Alrighty, we move on to item 5. Time has been set aside to direct staff to finalize a comprehensive economic development strategy. Mr. Manager, I see Barbara Coffey with us. Should we just go directly to Barbara?
That'd be great. Let's just save some time. Thank you.
Barbara, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of council. We've been working since last August on the update of our Comprehensive Economic Development Strategic Plan. The plan has not been updated since 2015, so it was time to revisit our economic development priorities. And again, I just want to first thank you all for you and your staff's participation in this process that will help inform the strategic plan going forward. So today you'll hear a report out from our consultant, Stephen Pettigo, with Resonance Consulting, who has guided this process, and he'll share highlights of the research and analysis, as well as give you a first look at the vision, goals, and priorities for what will be the 2022 plan when it's final. At the end of Stephen's presentation, you'll have a chance to ask questions and, of course, share feedback, which will help inform the final plan that we'll bring back to you for adoption in late March, early April. So that is our plan. With that, I'll turn it over to Stephen, and he's got slides to share. So great.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's good to see you guys again. For many of you, I've had an opportunity to meet with many of you one-on-one. The plan for today really is to do a couple things. One is to walk through, as Barbara mentioned with you, the research findings from the last 4 to 5 months of engagement that we've done with the community, as well as the research data that we've collected, and then start to provide you with a sense of what the strategy will look like. After I walk through the presentation, we'll then offer an opportunity to answer any types of questions and gain feedback and other insights that you have as well. So I very much look forward to the discussion. To me, that is the real point of today's presentation. So with that, I'm going to share my slides. You should be able to see the presentation now. Yes? So just an overview for today's presentation. I'll walk through a little bit about the project, outline some of the key research findings, and then provide assessment of some of the overview of some of the engagement insights that we had, and then again walk through the strategy and provide an opportunity to ask questions and engage in a discussion. So if you remember from the onset of this project, the key goal of this project was to develop really an innovative economic development strategy that positions Tucson for an equitable and resilient future. And to do that, over the course of the past few months working together, we sort of have approached this project with 4 phases. First, we worked with Barbara and her team to really develop a strong research plan, engagement plan for this project, pulling in together a steering committee as well. Secondly, we've done a very comprehensive demographic analysis and economic assessment. We've done a competitive benchmarking analysis where we compared Tucson to its peer communities. We've done a retail assessment. We looked at the retail opportunity in Tucson. We did an cluster assessment to understand the industry sectors and the key clusters, and then paired that with a foreign direct investment to understand where investment was coming from into the city of Tucson. The third phase of the project was a stakeholder engagement. Many of that included one-on-one interviews with community leaders, business leaders. We also hosted a large series of open roundtable discussions, and also did a community survey both in Spanish and English. So there was a pretty large community engagement piece of this project as well. And then obviously tonight is opportunity for more engagement around the plan. And then finally, we're getting to the point of where we're out developing out the strategic plan, building out the key goals, the vision, the priorities. And once we settle on those, we're working with Barbara and her team to build out a really strong implementation plan that looks at the staffing and the resourcing needs and partner development that's needed to really accomplish the plan. So what I want to do first is start to walk through some of the benchmarking work. So first, part of this project, as I mentioned, was to do a benchmark assessment. We collected data for Tucson, looking at about 50 metrics, as it cut across really sort of six categories. We looked at economic vitality, we looked at the opportunity of talent, diversity, innovation, quality of place, and then also did a real strong look at equity metrics as well. For our benchmark communities, I know that several of you had questions about how we selected those communities. We've looked at peer demographics, we looked at similar industries, we looked at aspirational communities. In addition to that, we decided for your project to actually do two sets of benchmarks. We looked at individual cities, and then we also looked at metropolitan areas as well. So we did a combination that gave us a pretty good collective competitive benchmark set. You've been provided, by the way, I believe, the full data appendix for this project, which was has all of the data. I think it's fairly long in length. But what I'm going to do right now is just highlight some of the key takeaways. What's interesting, right, I think about Tucson is that the city obviously accounts for a majority of the metropolitan area. I don't think that's surprising to you. The metropolitan area is growing, but it is growing a little slower than the state average. When we look at diversity metrics, a really diverse community for you all, a large Hispanic community, a large concentration of foreign immigrant residents, as well as BIPOC residents. And diversity obviously is much higher in the city than it is in the metropolitan area. In terms of educational attainment, the educational attainment for the city of Tucson is essentially equivalent to the U.S. average, with a strong representation from bachelor's degrees. The other thing I would say when we look at educational attainment for the city of Tucson, because you've got such strong community college presence in PIMA College, you've also got a strong associate degree level of a talent well, in addition to the bachelor's degree. Fourthly,
Stephen, I want to mention just real quickly to see if your slides would advance.
Yeah, I'm advancing. Are they not advancing?
No, they're not advancing over here on our end.
Oh my. They advancing now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'll keep them out of presentation mode, if that's okay with everyone.
Great.
In terms of educational institutions, there's strong university assets with the University of Arizona. It's obviously a strong tier 1 university, and then you also have PIMA College as well. In terms of other key metrics, median household income, when you look across the peers, median household income is a bit lower in Tucson than it compares to the other to your peer communities. However, if you look at the growth rate is on par with the U.S. average. And then, not surprisingly, Tucson has really strong tourism assets, quality of place assets, a great walkable, bikeable community that really attracts lots of different residents to the community. In addition to the competitive assessment, we also looked at the retail opportunity in Tucson, and some key takeaways from that. So when we look at the city of Tucson, nearly 70% of the metro's gross taxable retail sales is actually in the city of Tucson. When we look at the urban core, particularly the downtown area, it's about 20% of all the restaurant sales, despite just being about 5% of the population. If we look at unincorporated Pima County residents, They account about for 35% of the metro population, but just 19% of the sales. So one of the things that suggests to us as advisors is that there's actually a significant sales leakage, particularly as it relates to retail to the city. And then finally, one of the other pieces of our assessment, particularly looking at the retail assessment, was that we looked at how many of your businesses had fared over COVID. And what's pretty clear, and I think this is consistent with the other communities that we're working with across the country, is that urban retail has really struggled in 2020, but is starting to see a turnaround where suburban centers and neighborhood communities were really thriving at the time. The third part of the project that we did, as I mentioned earlier, the research engagement, was to look at the industry clusters and then obviously look at the FDI assessment. One of the things that we did is that we worked with Barbara and her team, as well as our steering committee, to identify 7 key industry sectors for Tucson. And particularly, these were traded sector or export sectors. These were places where we thought Tucson had strong, either a legacy presence, they were part of an economic development plan in the past, or had a real emerging opportunity with investment that was already happening and we were starting to see. So we looked at aerospace, we looked at renewable energies, we looked at transportation logistics, biosciences, business services, photonics, IT services, and software. One of the things I'm really excited about with this project is that most cluster assessments just really look at clusters through the lens of competitiveness. But one of the things that we were able to do was actually dive into asking the question, if we want to understand the role of traded sector in our economic development plans, what are the opportunities for those sectors as it relates to resilience? What does it relate to in terms of equity? And if a sector had all 3 of those characteristics, they become really a focus for our economic development plan. So what I thought I would do is just walk you through some of the highlights of some of the industry sectors. Starting with aerospace and defense. First and foremost, this is the strongest sector in terms of competitiveness for the city of Tucson. The average employment is about 14,000. The average wage is 151,000. Other key assets are strong concentration of foreign-owned firms. We've got really strong educational assets in the University of Arizona in terms of its engineering department and its aerospace department. You've got a really strong workforce program with PIMA College, and a lot of other institutional assets as well. The second sector we looked at, and one that I think is really exciting for the city of Tucson, and many of you I've spoke with about, is this idea of looking at photonics and optics. When you look at this sector, it is about 3 times stronger than the U.S. average. It employs a fairly large number of workers in terms of nearly 17,000. The wages are high, and there's a lot of cross collaboration with the University of Tech Arizona Park, Optics Valley, and others. And the great thing to think about in terms of photonics is that this is really a technology that is key to some of your other key industry sectors. It's also a sector that's very much an enabler for others in terms of medical devices, nanotechnology, and advanced manufacturing. You also have a really strong set of core companies that are doing this really terrific work. The third sector we looked at was transportation and logistics. A strong competitive advantage there as well, about 15% larger than the U.S. average. Wages are about $43,000. But what's really interesting about this sector is that it's very fast growing. It's growing faster than double than the state rate. There's a high share of people of color that are working in this sector, and really, in a sense, presents as a low risk for automation. You've also got some really strong assets that work in your favor in terms of strategic location. You've got the airport. You also have the presence of a strong organization in terms of logistics in the Southern Arizona Logistics Education Organization. We also looked at business services making everything up from consulting services to technology. Again, another strong competitive advantage, a pretty strong wage. It's growing, fairly large piece of your economic portfolio as it relates to your gross regional product. And what's great about this as well is there's high share of female employment in this sector as well. It tends to be one of the more equitable sectors as we look at employment across the traded sector portfolio. We also looked at renewable energy, location quotient that's really essentially relevant to the U.S. average, strong wages. And there's a lot of great opportunity here in terms of the work and the research that's happening at the University of Arizona, the industry incentives that are happening across the state, as well as the type of investment that's happening when you look at foreign-owned firms and the types of investments that they're making. We also looked at information services and software. While not a strong competitive advantage for you, what's really surprising about the sector is how fast it's growing. in terms of the types of firms that are being added as well as workers. You also see that there's a really low risk for atomization when it comes to this sector as well. We looked at biosciences, again, an emerging sector as we would describe it. But what's, I think, really characteristics of this sector is that when you dive into this sector, and I think I've shared this with some of you when I met with you one-on-one, is that you have a really highly educated workforce. A lot of those, that workforce is predominantly women. In fact, this is a sector where you see a 50-50 split between women and men employment. And there's a lot of interesting regional commitments to life sciences in terms of the different types of industry sectors that are present to support that. Those industry sectors become a lot of the foundation for the strategic work that we'll get to in just a bit. So in addition to the research discovery phase, we also spent some time doing engagement. We engaged a wide variety of residents, business executive, community leaders, elected officials. We did roundtable discussions, interviews, and we also, as I mentioned earlier, did a survey of community members as well. Some of the insights that came out of this, I think, were very helpful in our strategy development, but also probably for you all as elected officials will not be overly surprising. I think one of the things that we love that everyone spoke to and is a real pride for Tucson, and you can see this really represented in our vision statement, our values as we get to the strategic part of the process, is that you all are a multicultural community. It's really an advantage for today. And one of the things I've really loved about working with your city is that how much you all have embraced that and really put that, as you could say, in the storefront window as it relates to the city. And that's something to be really proud of. And I think it really differentiates you from other communities in Arizona. You have a strong entrepreneurial community. And the thing I love about this is that it's not just sort of startups and scale ups, but you've got a really strong small business sector as well. Restaurants, tourism type of downtown types of businesses, retail businesses, who all become that really strong destination asset for telling your story. I think one of the things that came out of that, our discussions with small business owners and business leaders in the sector, is that we have to do more to help those small businesses scale, help make sure they get the resources to ensure they're able to create wealth for their families and also create opportunities for those who are working for them. And you'll see that actually also reflected in the plan. Not surprising, we learned that many of your knowledge-based sectors that are part of the portfolio of the companies that are represented were represented in our research, aerospace, photonics, life science, and others. The other thing I would say, and I think this is credit to Barbara, and it's not to throw a lot of praise on my customer, I guess, but one of the things I can say about Barbara and her team and Kevin and others that we've got had an opportunity to work for, is there seems to be really strong alignment between what the city's economic development partners, its priorities, and its workforce developers. And I think that's something to be really proud of as well. I know in many communities we work in, the alignment between the public and the private is a significant gap. And it seems in Tucson that you guys have built some really strong advances there in terms of ensuring that your economic development portfolio, private sector, and workforce development are all aligned. We also learned that there was a lot of opportunity for remote work, but there's an opportunity to really build out a strategy. As part of that, it's not just about sort of promoting Tucson as a place, but a lot of what we heard from young professionals who thought about Tucson as a place to work is wanting to ensure that we're creating the right type of network and opportunity for them to connect together. We learned a lot about Tucson's workforce development partners in terms of best practices. I can tell you that as someone that spends a lot of time thinking about workforce development and economic development, not just in my professional practice, but also in my academic work at UT Austin, PIMA College is considered to be one of the standard bearers of workforce development, and you're very lucky to have them and other workforce development partners. You've got some strong geographical advantages in terms of your relation, lots of arts and culture, but there are some challenges, as you know, dealing with affordability and ensuring that we're sort of maintaining the balance between sustainability, livability, and prosperity, and that you'll see that as a value that's actually represented in our plan as well. So to move on to the strategy piece of this, when we think about a strategy at Resonance, and particularly a comprehensive economic development strategy, I think it's really important to have a vision statement to guide your economic development work. This is really the preferred vision, as you can imagine. This is at the end of the 5 years of the work that we're doing. What is the future that we want to hold? Secondly, I think that you have to have really strong values, meaning those are the desired outcomes. As we work towards the strategy, what are the things that we want to achieve in our community? It's important to have guiding principles. Those are the guidelines and strategies that really drive implementation. And then finally, the three pieces of the strategy that sort of build out the strategy itself is having really core goals, areas of focus, objectives for how do we activate our priorities, and then really strong action steps, an implementation plan that can include specific steps, resources, the partners that are involved, in the timing. Today, we're going to talk about everything from vision to objectives. We're still in the midst of working through the action plan with Barbara, Kevin, and others as we work through the draft strategy process. So an economic vision statement, and this is a statement that steering committee spent some time working on. Barbara and Kevin did as well, and I think it's really landed in a terrific place. And if I was an economic developer, this is something I'd be really excited about getting up every day to go work towards. Tucson's bold, inviting, distinctive culture inspires creativity, ignites discovery, fosters enduring economic vitality. I'll read it one more time. Tucson's bold, inviting, distinctive culture inspires creativity, ignites discovery, and fosters enduring economic vitality. I think this speaks a lot to the idea of the innovation and the folks who make up Tucson's culture, but it also speaks to the idea that we want to make sure we're devising a plan that's really resilient for the future. As we think about the values, these are the desired outcomes, we sort of landed on 4 values, which I think you can see that are really represented throughout the work as we're working through this. The first, I think, is that we want to build an economy that works for everyone. That means that we advance equitable prosperity and mobility for all of our residents. So really ensuring that we're thinking about this idea of inclusivity and thinking about how we connect the work that we're doing from our traded sector work to our small business to our work sector work with a lens in terms of including upward mobility. The second thing that I think is really exciting about Tucson is the fact that you embrace the idea of being a living laboratory. You embrace change, you focus on change that's people first, climate focused, and looking towards the future. Thirdly, you look at entrepreneurship and innovation. We invest in entrepreneurs that solve tomorrow's challenges and represents the best of Tucson's culture. I really like this because it includes both the technology scale-up businesses that are important to in driving economic growth, but it's also really important about the small businesses who really make up the soul of our cities, particularly in Tucson. And then finally, you want to make sure that we have a pride of place. That is, that we celebrate our multicultural heritage, arts, and culture, and welcome growth that's balanced and sustainable. So really about this, having a real strong pride of place and reflection of who the community is, putting that in the storefront window to represent our economic portfolio. When we look at the guiding principles, we have set 6 guiding principles that really start to guide the way that we think about our strategy. First is ensuring that we're putting existing businesses first. We're focusing on expansion in small businesses. You'll notice that when you look at the plan in a second, that is the very first goal that we lead with is with existing businesses. We focus on clusters to build on our strengths and drive diversification. I think this is something that we're bringing to the plan, particularly for the city's plan that's going to be new. And that is having real strong sector focus on what our traded sector work is, and it helps us align our resources in our planning. Thirdly, supporting entrepreneurship, startups, and small business, but ensuring that we're offering support along a continuum and thinking about the steps and the resources and technical assistance that's needed from start to beginning. Engaging with our partners, collaborating to advance our economic development mission. I mentioned already that this is a strong asset that you have, continuing to do that. Approaching the strategy with a lens towards equity and ensuring that all that we're doing is advancing prosperity and livability. So with that, the economic development strategy that we've landed on really centers around 5 key goals. The first is to grow existing and small businesses to foster economic resiliency. The second is to attract investment to diversify Tucson's economy. Third is to continue to bolster our entrepreneurial ecosystem. Fourth is to support economic mobility and wealth creation for all Tucson residents. And fifth is to enhance our brand for investment, capital, and talent. So talk a little bit about goal 1. Goal 1 is, as I said before, is about growing our existing businesses and our small businesses to think about resiliency. So firstly, thinking about a formal cluster approach to business expansion retention program. This includes meeting with major employers, pulling those businesses around to discuss key issues as it relates to our key sector, our growth, our obstacles that are impeding growth. 2 is really focusing on the resources that Tucson residents need. That's everything from the wraparound services and support to ensuring they've got the technical resources and capital also to grow their businesses. Thirdly is looking and continuing to advance your program around your visual improvement program, which is really vital to many of your retail and downtown cores. And then finally, the 4th priority for this is to really scale your legacy program. And that is that you've got strong businesses that have been in Tucson for multiple years and decades. And we want to ensure that we're celebrating those businesses and also ensuring they've got the resources to grow and scale as well. I just wanted to show a real quick slide about an implementation plan. You can see as we move through this process about how we'll get to having a really strong implementation plan in terms of what the key steps are to ensuring that we're acting on all of these goals. The second step is to then diversify Tucson's economy. So first is continuing to build out a lead generation. You have to be active. You have to be proactive in business attraction, so ensuring that we're making the right types of investments to do that. Two, ensuring that we're doing attending the right types of industry conferences, best practices discussions, national thought leadership places to ensure that we're marketing Tucson and putting Tucson on the map for its industry sectors. So if optics, for instance, and photonics is a key cluster of ours, we want to make sure that we're the national convenings for those industries to represent our city and make sure everyone knows that Tucson's a place for that type of investment. Thirdly, we want to build on the work that we've done with the FDI assessment and continuing to build out a trade initiative both with Canada and Mexico. And there's a lot of opportunity that's already in play there, and continuing to support the partners that are doing that work. Fourthly, we want to engage in a site selector engagement strategy. This is really important. Site selectors provide that sort of middleman, as many of you know, in terms of ensuring businesses are able to make the right location decisions. And so we want to continue to build out that relationship, ensure that we're having those partnerships on a go-forward basis, and that Tucson's at the forefront of them as they're looking at to help advise on location decisions. And then finally, continue to think about your incentive programs that you have active, and also thinking about how we evaluate them for effect as well. The third goal of the strategies is around the entrepreneur ecosystem. And there's a lot of work already happening to help grow and scale innovative startups, a lot of very terrific, interesting partnerships, Startup Tucson and others, work that's happening. So we want to continue to do that. We want to continue in terms of step two to continue the work around the Build Back Better Regional Challenge and the work that you've been doing around climate resiliency and innovation. It's really important for the future. And I think that we'll see more and more of those types of investments that are being made across cities for EDAs. So continue to do that type of work. And then thirdly, I think what's important when we talk about an entrepreneur ecosystem, and we know this to be true, not just from the literature, but also from practice, is a lot of times one of the great things you can do for entrepreneurs is, besides just providing them resources and technical assistance, connecting them together, is actually creating an environment where we celebrate their wins. We celebrate and promote the diversity of these startups, and making sure that's a key part of our platform as well. So we have that as a third priority. Our fourth goal is a goal that I'm really excited about, and I give credit to your team that's already in place to doing this work. And I would say that it is rare to see a city have made a strong commitment to mobility as much as you all have already done, and much of the work that you're doing. And so it's exciting to continue that work, I think, as part of your said strategy. So first is continuing to think about your career pathways for youth and veterans. Much of that is already in place, and Barbara's looking to think about how to scale that work. Two, thinking about how you build out those relationships with your private sector companies and your your university partners and your community colleges to think about skill training for many of your export sectors. Asking the question, if there's a gap between the labor force that's there, how can we bridge that gap? Third, you all are really lucky to have a tier 1 research institution, top 20 institution in your community. That institution obviously plays a big, important part in terms of the innovation that it does and the commercialization of the work that it does. But there's also an opportunity to think about how we can leverage that work to help think about creating purchasing and supplier and diversity opportunities for entrepreneurs in Tucson. And can we align the needs of both your university institution as well as some of your major anchor employers to create those connections? Fourth, continue to support much of your corridor revitalization, looking at your Thrive and the O5 initiative as a best practice. And then finally, continue to support a lot of your partners who are doing interesting, innovative workforce development programs and initiatives. And then finally, we get to the idea of enhancing Tucson's brand for investment and capital. In economic development, storytelling is an essential part of ensuring that you're practicing a strong economic development strategy. And so we want to make sure that we're doing that work here and continue to support that. So firstly, continue to support your brand and your marketing program that's already in place. Thinking about, second, your remote campaign, continuing to invest in that, and ensuring that you've got the right type of wraparound service to do that. ensuring that there's a really strong communications plan in place to ensure that you're providing updates about the work and celebrating the wins that you have around to your stakeholders. That's you as policymakers, as well as your economic development partners. And then finally, continuing to invest in special events and partnerships and the placemaking initiatives that really appeal to making Tucson a really great place to live. So with that, I'm going to run back up really quickly just to summarize the key goals for you again. Key goals, again, is to remind you, is first about investing in small businesses and your existing businesses. 2, attracting investment to the city. Thirdly, in building out your entrepreneur ecosystem, that's support for both tech and technology and scalable business, but all your small business as well. 4th, continue to think about your wealth creation opportunities and upper mobility for all your residents. And then finally, continue to communicate your brand to residents. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen where I can see your faces, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Stephen. I just wanted to make sure that we brought the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy draft proposal to all of you. I know that many of you have already had conversations with Stephen, and I just wanted to thank Barbara Coffey and the Economic Initiatives team for really expanding how to get input and feedback from the community for the SEDS. You know, I was the council member that first brought the concept of a comprehensive economic development strategy to the city of Tucson back in 2015. The city before then did not have a SEDS, and I felt it was absolutely important to update the SEDS. Barbara, thank goodness, absolutely agreed with that assessment, and I just feel that the city of Tucson is in a very different place than we were back in 2015. As you all know, the U.S. Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration requires grant applicants to submit a SEDS in order to qualify for assistance under the EDA. So this plan is super important for the city of Tucson to apply for grants in the Economic Development Administration in the U.S. Department of Commerce. So I believe that this particular strategic plan is the next in a series of plans and strategic plans that we have put together as mayor and council that really puts us in a strategic position to, 1, apply for federal funds, but 2, to have an organized approach to economic development based on the priorities of mayor and council and our community. That way, we, the mayor and council, the city of Tucson, and our economic initiatives team go out and 1, invest in our small business community, which is something that is said over and over and over again in the SEDS, and 2, invest, attract, and retain in the clusters that we feel will put the city of Tucson in a good place economically. And so the strategic plans we've passed, which this is part of a series of those strategic plans. We passed a housing affordability strategic plan. We passed Move Tucson in terms of transportation and mobility. We are working on a climate action plan to position the city of Tucson in that sustainability space that Stephen talked about. We're very fortunate to be able to be in a place and time ready to go to make sure that we continue moving forward as a community. And what I love the most about this draft is that it talks about creating economic mobility and wealth for all. That is key, because as Stephen talked about in terms of the assessment compared to other peer cities, the residents of the city of Tucson earn less than other residents in other comparable cities to the city of Tucson. So I'm very happy about, I saw a lot of spaces in there that my voice is represented in terms of what I give feedback and input on. I appreciate it. I open it up to my colleagues on the council to see if you want to give any additional input. Councilmember Kozachik, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Just really quickly, on your priority 1.1 where you list key partners, you've got the Metro Chamber listed. I would suggest you add Local First Arizona, the Downtown Tucson Partnership, 4th Avenue Merchants Association, Main Gate. I believe there's a new small business coalition formed on South 12th, although Richard or Lane may know better than I on that. But the Metro Chamber does not have the best touch on some of our small local businesses as some of those other coalitions do. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hispanic Chamber there, Steve.
Council Mayor, I was just going to address that and say, you're seeing an earlier version of this presentation. One of the things that we have done is actually added a complete comprehensive list of our partners, and all of those organizations are listed under Goal 1. We'll share that after today, so you have that as well. So, but yes, we've got those in fact, I was telling Barbara it was the most exhaustive list of partners I think I've seen on an economic development strategy. So I think you'll be quite pleased when you see it.
Thanks, Stephen. And yes, thanks, Mayor and Councilmember Kozachik. We appreciate our work with our partners in the community. And again, we don't want to leave anyone out, but we are going to have quite an exhaustive list that's mentioned, yes.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Barbara, so what happens next? Are we still kind of giving feedback as we're, looking through this document, or can you just walk me through that?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz. We will have the consulting team prepare a draft deliverable document, which would be the full strategic plan, which will include further information on implementation strategies to the goals and objectives that you saw today. And that will include the appendices with all the research and analysis. It will include the list of partners. It will include that level of detail. So my estimation is Stephen will take the next few weeks here to incorporate any of your final comments and then get us a draft back for you all review. So I will send that to you, and you'll have a chance again to review that before we meet again to recommend adoption.
We're actually slated to deliver that to you the last week of February. So we're already in the middle of drafting that and pretty well down the road. In terms of implementation plan, we also have a strong draft of that as well. But yeah, that process. That said, if there's feedback of things that we've missed or other insights that you want to provide us, this is an opportunity to do that, or have your staff reach out to us. We're more than welcome to continue to edit and iterate and do all the things that come with making this thing a really strong plan.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we are providing a definition for equity anytime that we're using it. And I think it would be helpful, at least with the city, anytime that we're putting documents out, that we're using the same definition. And so I know that housing has really kind of helped solidify that definition. So I think probably just kind of coordinating with them so that it's staying consistent with all our city documents.
Happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Anyone else? What I would just say, and I think I've mentioned this to you already, Barbara, is that the City of Tucson IDA is a very important possible partner, especially for funding startups and small businesses and entrepreneurs. So they do have a new CEO that comes from the startup world. And so it would be wonderful to be able to get her input. I know she's brand new, and I would love to be able to get her input and feedback in this draft so that you can bring it back to us, because there's some certain language that has to be on the SEDS for the IDA to be able to tap into funds as well. So let's make sure that we're also working with them.
Perfect.
Absolutely, will do.
Thank you. If there's no other input, we still have the opportunity to provide it after today. Thank you so much, Barbara. Great work. Thank you so much, Stephen, for all of the work and dedication that you put into this this work. Really see our voices in there, and I'm looking forward to see the final draft of this document.
Great.
Do you need any direction, Barbara?
I think we have it. We will get this back to you, and then we'll schedule an agenda item with your recommendation on a date in the next few weeks.
Well, thank you for your hard work on this. Thanks for the information. Looks great.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, you too, Stephen.
Cheers.
We're moving on to item 6. Time has been set aside to discuss the process to amend and renew the Downtown Infill Incentive District. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I will turn it over to Scott Clark, our Director of Planning Development Services. He'll walk you through the process. Go ahead, Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm Scott Clark, Director of Planning Development Services. And with me today is Daniel Bursick, one of our principal planners. We are seeking Mayor and Council's authorization to begin the update and renewal of the Infill Incentive District Ordinance. The IID is set to sunset in January 2023. For an ordinance this complex and this important to Tucson, it takes about a year to do this, so we're prepared to start. This is an opportune time to take a look at the IID. The changes in work locations and habits that have been driven by the pandemic are changing where people work and the utilization of office space. So businesses are looking to recruit and retain employees based on one of the incentives of being able to telecommute. What this does for us is provides an opportunity to look at more affordable housing and market-based housing downtown, and also take a look at the council's direction to implement meaningful, equitable, transit-oriented development. For example, the analysis will seek to consider linking land use and transit planning like we've gone on North Oracle and Stone and South 6, amongst others. So that's the opening to this. It's a very important ordinance. It's the opportunity to reshape downtown based on where the future is headed. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Daniel for a very brief presentation. And so Daniel.
Excellent. Let me get my screen up here. Excellent. Great. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. This, as Scott had mentioned, is a study session to begin the process to address the sunset date for the Downtown Infill Incentive District update prior to its expiration date, which is January 31st, 2023. So a little under a year from now. Just related to the Infill Incentive District and its background, so this is kind of what we've gone through as far as changes related to the Infill Incentive District. Initially, we adopted the Infill Incentive District back in 2010. It was developed, there was some development that didn't really meet the goals within that document. And then back in 2013, Mayor and Council directed staff to revise portions of the Infill Incentive District and then incorporate other overlays. This was a pretty extensive process. Analysis, deliberation over that time included 100+ public meetings, stakeholder groups. We had an IID Citizens Task Force, and then there was a subcommittee of the Planning Commission that reviewed this. So that eventually, in February 18th of 2015, was adopted by Mayor and Council. They did put a sunset date on it of January 31st, 2019. That was really the last time the IID underwent significant changes. When the sunset date was coming up for expiration last time, Mayor and Council directed us to go and take a look at it. At the time, it was determined that it was working pretty well, but that we would likely have to make additional changes next time we came back. Ultimately, even that process took almost a full year. But on April 23rd, 2019, Mayor and Council adopted the IID with some minor updates and then extended the sunset date to that January 31st date. At the time, they had a handful of items that they guided us to potentially look at next time, things like parking conditions, making sure that we're promoting transit-oriented development, looking at the design guidelines, and then affordable housing and doing a housing study in the meantime. So between that time, back in 2019 and now, we've had several other efforts that overlap with the downtown area and overlap with really the infill incentive district and how it works. First was the 2020 housing market study. This again came out of the infill incentive district process and looked at affordable housing and housing affordability in downtown area, but also the entire city. In 2021, the Central Business District Report and the GPLET policy related to that and the changes that went along with that. The majority of the CBD boundary overlaps with the infill incentive district. So a lot of that will inform what we're looking at here. We've also had the housing and affordability strategy for Tucson. Talking about housing affordability, there was the Tucson Convention Center master plan and renovation. And then additionally, we have the equitable transit-oriented development, which is that north-south corridor planning that runs from Tohono Ta'odhai all the way down to Tucson International Airport and overlaps significantly with the infill incentive district. From that, those are kind of the other efforts that we've had in the meantime that'll help inform this process. We have had some kind of recent new development. We wanted to just go over a couple quick projects with you, kind of let you know kind of the type of things that we're seeing. First one is the Bacher Cider House. This is an example of an adaptive reuse project on 4th Avenue. This took an existing retail space and made it into kind of a bar or whatever. And it utilized this to get some modifications to allow for the reuse of that space without having to meet all of the parking demands that were there. Another one that we've seen, this is related to affordable housing. So we're seeing, we've seen some affordable housing related to the infill incentive district that it's developed. And this is the Marist. This was actually 2 buildings. It was one a historic Marist College building, but also a 7-story multifamily building on the corner of Church and Broadway. This included modifications for parking reductions and setbacks, but it included 83 affordable senior housing units with it. It was completed in 2018. And then another one, which was completed recently in 2021, is the Flynn. So we're seeing market rate housing as well. So not only just affordable, but market rate housing. This property has 243 market rate residential units. It did incorporate several historic resources on site. And then it used some of those modifications that are in the infill incentive district where you're kind of balancing the design for allowing for modifications on that process. So one thing that we do want to talk a little bit about is, it came out of the last process, is just the IID and future corridor, transit corridor planning coordination. So the infill incentive district really is a tool to implement the goals and objectives of future transit corridor planning efforts. And the IID is overlapping with many of these corridors. So as you may know, a lot of the reason why the infill incentive district is there is because it provides the transit-oriented development and the zoning tools for the streetcar. Additionally, as we see more and more of our transit development, so the north-south corridor that we talked about, as well as Broadway, the IID will align with those new efforts as we do that. We just wanted to put this in front of you and just let you know that staff will return to council for direction on coordination between that infill incentive district and the future corridor transit planning that does occur related to those. Just related to kind of policies, issues, and areas that we see as things that we need to address. We also are seeking your input as well as far as additional things that you would like us to look at as we do this. The first one is affordable housing incentives and looking how we can promote affordable housing with the infill incentive district. As you may recall, the Sunshine Mile. We included affordable housing incentives in that, and that'll kind of serve as a model for what we're looking at with the infill incentive district and those conversations. As Scott had mentioned, post-pandemic future of downtown, how do we realign our zoning code with the demands of the market as we are now? It appears there are impacts on office demand as those reduce. What do we replace that with? Do we replace it with residential? And how do we support those businesses that are existing? Changes to design standards in downtown links and other sub-districts. As downtown links gets built out, there will be demand for development there. And do we have the correct design standards in order to support that development that does occur? Changing to zoning and development standards in certain industrial areas, not a lot of them, but in certain industrial areas of the infill incentive district. It currently only allows the underlying zoning uses, and if it's industrial, it doesn't allow for residential development. So looking at that and seeing where that is appropriate, and then potential administrative changes if there's red tape or anything of that sort that doesn't necessarily make sense. How do we address some of those things? So we have about a year. This is a pretty aggressive timeline, but this is what we're looking at as far as a tentative timeline related to the Infill Incentive District, starting with the mayor and council initiation today. We're looking at a stakeholder group to help guide the process, and this is a stakeholder group of various different groups, neighborhood groups, developers, experienced this in the past and have been a part of it and understand it. So we're looking at about approximately 4 stakeholder meetings to guide this, as well as public meetings interspersed, so the public is aware of the changes that are being proposed and are helping in development of this plan and the changes. The hope is to have this to Planning Commission for a public hearing and recommendation in November, and then be back at Mayor and Council for its adoption in December 2023 or 22, in advance of when the current code expires in January of 2023. So that's what we're looking at for this process. We are respectfully requesting that you direct the staff to begin the public engagement process to amend and renew the Downtown Infill Incentive District regulations in advance of the sunset date of January 31st, 2023, with a focus on affordable housing, downtown planning, and the pandemic impacts related to that, design standards, and other items that you may want to include as well. And with that, we are happy to answer any questions you may have related to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan, so much. Really appreciate you all bringing this information to Mayor and Council. Yes, yes, and yes. I would say that we have a perfect opportunity to include all those policy issues that you talked about regarding affordable housing, incentivizing affordable housing, making sure that we are looking at design standards. Sometimes I am very excited for particular projects and then look at the design and get very, very upset because many other, smaller towns around us have design standards, and we have not implemented those design standards to make sure that anything that is being built in the city of Tucson is the highest quality design. That incorporates our surroundings, which are beautiful. So absolutely want to look at those policy issues that you've mentioned. I also want to make sure that we're looking at the need for the incentive district and the map and be able to align it to the areas that actually need the incentive. Many of us have talked about downtown not being the place that needs as much incentives as other corridors do. And so I would hope that we have a robust community conversation to talk about the possibility of where the needs are, right? And then, of course, in terms of stakeholder engagement, I'm really happy to hear that you are taking under consideration the conversations that already happened. Move Tucson, our housing affordability strategic plan, the almost year-long conversation that happened with the Central Business District and the GPLIP process, all of those notes and community discussions and input should be taken under consideration so that you can start the process already with an idea of what is it that Tucsonans want to see in this. So yeah, I would love to be able to give you whatever direction you need tonight so that you can start the process, but I'll open up for my colleagues on the council, and I do see Councilmember Lee's hands up.
Thank you, Mayor. Great points, Mayor. That ties into kind of what I was hoping to ask Scott. A lot of great work to build off of. It seems like it's a big lift. A year goes by super quickly. So Scott, are you comfortable with all the other 42,000 things on your plate from a staffing perspective with this? I mean, do you guys need any help? Are you good to go? Any thoughts there?
Honorable Mayor and Council, so I spoke with the city manager regarding this. We're going to seek to isolate the IID team. So this is their focus, because once they're in it, they can't get out. And then we'll discuss the other projects as they come up, how we're resourcing it. Some will be with in-house staff as we're continuing to hire, and some will be through consultants. But this will be Dan's, because we need the A team on this, and this will be very intense for a year. It's probably the most important thing you can do for a bit. Because of the changes we've seen during the pandemic and the shift away from office space versus vacancies downtown and the impact on local businesses. So this is the prime opportunity to take a look at some mixed use, so work, live, play, reduce our transit needs. And so for now, the II team will be isolated and they'll be working specifically on this. And I see my boss has showed up, so he must.
I don't know, Mike, you wanted to add something. I do see Councilmember Fimbres' his hand up, and then Councilmember Kozaczek.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you break down, I see that Ward 3 had 3 projects, IID projects. Do you know what they are off the top of your head?
So
Ward 5, I'm sorry.
Well, the ward breakdown, and specifically which projects I don't have in front of me, but Ward 1 had 8 IAD projects, Ward 5 had 3, and in Ward 6, with the bulk of downtown, had 56. What I would
expect projects for us, Scott, not now, but down the road. And Madam Mayor, I would move City Manager recommendation that we begin the public engagement process to amend the renew the downtown IID regulation in advance sunset to January 31st, 2023. That's my motion.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Councilmember Kozaczek. And then if any others want to jump in, we're running late.
Yeah, I'll be real quick. So our material points out the issues such as affordable housing and the new uses of office space and connectivity, all the things that Scott and Dan just mentioned. We're also getting ready to start the public outreach for our next general plan. When is that sunset, Scott, the general plan?
So the general plan runs every 10 years. So it was adopted in 2013. It's due for renewal in 2023. The pandemic set you way back. The good news about that, though, is the other planning documents that you saw mentioned now will inform Plan Tucson, and the public process that occurred for those won't need be replicated in those specific areas. The reality is we'll get Plan Tucson to you in 2025. Again, though, that is a 2 to 3 year process because it is the general plan for a major American city.
So, and I get this. So I haven't heard a peep from businesses or neighbors saying that we missed something in our last iteration of the IID. If we start a public outreach now, it's all going to be virtual still. And I think people are really worn out with that. And I think people benefit more from in-person engagement. And maybe there's some way we can combine the IID meetings with the general plan meetings so we're not stretching the public and staff so thinly. So similarly to what Nikki was saying, I'm thinking maybe we just extend the existing IID sunset date so it aligns more closely with the general plan and hold off on making these virtual stakeholder meetings for now and just give everybody some breathing room for a little while. I think people are just really fatigued with these virtual public outreach meetings, and I don't think they're as effective as in-person ones are. So I would say wait. Can we just extend the sunset date today and say we're good for now? Is that an option?
For the IID, the sunset was put in place by the council, therefore it can be extended by the council.
Before I want to make a decision today, I hadn't heard about this before, Steve. So I would say, what's the overlap in terms of the IID and the general plan? Is it 2 different plans? One, I imagine, is very specific to a particular area. I don't know. I think it merits its own space and planning. But Mr. Ortega, you have your hand up, and then Vice Mayor.
Mayor, I just wanted to point out that it wouldn't be appropriate today to extend the IID date. We'd have to go through a process for that. There is language that we'd have to bring back to you. But if you gave us that direction, we certainly could do that. But it would have to be at a future date to extend the current IID until some point in the future. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I guess I just wanted to make sure that we're bringing in the data from the GPLET, like you mentioned earlier, that process and the engagement that we got from that, and that we're incorporating what we heard from the housing market and displacement study during the GPLET review, so that we're keeping that as like a guiding document throughout this process is, what I want to make sure.
One question that I do have, Scott or Dan, is that one of the projects that the city of Tucson, its mayor and council want to go after in terms of federal funds is the bus rapid transit. I know that there is a planning grant that we applied for and received regarding planning for transit-oriented development along Oracle or Stone from the Tohono O'odham into downtown, and then the possibility of going through 6th Avenue into the airport. I would not want to put that particular project or kick it behind or delay it in terms of the infill incentive district, because I think that the map for the infill incentive district should include Oracle or Stone, whichever is the most appropriate route for the bus rapid transit system. Would a delay and doing an IID with a general plan put that BRT project?
So currently the IID and the general plan are separate projects. What I'd like to do though, so food for thought, Honorable Mayor and Council, is that my concern with downtown right now is because of the shift in how we work and where we work. I'm beginning to see business go into distress. So I do feel some sense of urgency to get after the IID. So what I'd like to do, if with your permission, is come back in 60 days with some data on what we're seeing downtown and other parts of Tucson, and then provide you a recommendation based on that data. To Councilmember Kazachek's point, we have been doing a lot of major planning projects, the Sunshine Mile, ADUs. We have been running the wheels off our citizens' constituency. True. So I'd like to come back in 60 days and say, here's what we're seeing in the community. Here's our recommendation on how to approach these two plan sets. We have been trying to synchronize all of the planning efforts going on, like One Water, Move Tucson, to where they feed into the general plan. So the intent is to continue to do that with the IID and other planning efforts. So we don't repeat public engagement and we don't duplicate processes. So my concern is downtown right now and some of the businesses struggling and the change in how we work there and in other areas of Tucson, I guess, and come back to you with some data and say, this is what we're seeing. This is where we think a focus should be.
Again, I'm going to ask the same question because I don't know if you answered me. Would we put our BRT planning and the Oracle Stone area in jeopardy if we don't start with the IID planning and be able to incentivize continued development and investment in those new areas that are not currently part of the IID map?
The two efforts should be coordinated. They should go hand in hand because land use and transit feed one another. So
that's why I'm saying, if we were to delay the IID so that we can include it in the general plan, I wouldn't want to jeopardize that. If you need time to give us additional feedback and input on the development picture in downtown, that's okay. But I would not like to consider delaying the IID and conflating it with the general plan. I think that it's two different processes.
And it would in fact delay the bus rapid transit if we don't get going on IID.
We can't do that. Cannot do that. I would not consider that option.
Okay.
So I would highly suggest if that we can have a motion to proceed with the presented timeline from the Planning and Development Services Department so that we can start the IID process and engage stakeholders, neighbors in the community. But I do really want to make sure that we're including all of the feedback and input of all of the planning processes that have happened to be included in the IID.
Madam Mayor, I made the motion and I accept your amendment. And I think Nikki Lee seconded it. We just got to call for the question.
Okay, alrighty, so there's a motion and a second. Councilmember Kosaczyk, I know that you were thinking of making things easier.
Well, so I got mixed signals from Scott. So Scott, your material says move forward today, but then it seems to me you just asked for 60 days to do some analysis. So what is it? What do you want?
Well, let's do both. We have to get the IID done to support the BRT. But if there are specific focus areas that our data suggest we should be going after, I'd like to say this is a focus where we need to spend some time. We're seeing areas of the city in distress here that could benefit. So launch the IID and we'll come back to you with the focus areas and discuss what we're finding.
Absolutely, I think it's two separate things though, Scott. So we could do both in parallel. We can start the process and then of course look at the different areas of concern, right? Because it's downtown. I'm very concerned about it as well, but there's other areas within the city of Tucson that I have the same concerns, Brandon, Alvernon, and how we activate that corridor, 29th Street corridor and how we activate that corridor. So they're parallel issues that I think we can proceed with the city manager's recommendation to start the process with the IID and then look at the concerning spots within our community that we can and should do something to help in. So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any against? Motion passes. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Scott. And I look forward to our continued conversations. We move on to item 7. Are there any state and national legislation or regional committee issues for discussion today? I see Andrew.
Hi, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Given the time, some quick updates, and then we can review the bills that are on the list for today. So first, some quick updates. Today in the U.S. House of Representatives, the House approved the Postal Service Reform Act. This is something we've been working on for years, and we're very happy that it finally passed. It was actually a pretty resounding vote in favor, 342 to 92. We're grateful to Representatives Grijalva, Kirkpatrick, and O'Halloran, who all voted in favor of the bill, and now the bill will head over to the United States Senate. So that's good news, and of course, grateful to Mayor and Council. All of us have been working many years to get to this point today, so that's great. Also, in support of postal reform, there's a bill that's actually in the state legislature in front of the House Government Committee tomorrow. This is HCM 2002, sponsored by local Tucson area Representative Andrea D'Alessandro. This is a bill that would express the legislature's support for Cherry Bell. And we're hopeful that the House Government Committee will vote in favor of that bill and have that move through as well. So very excited to have both the vote in Washington today, and we're hopeful that the vote tomorrow in Phoenix will also go well, all in support of Tucson's Cherry Bell Postal Processing Center. Another set of updates real quick. First, the deadline for authorization for the federal government to remain open goes only until February 18th, but we are hearing that they are going to agree to a continuing resolution that will extend that deadline to March 11th. We're very hopeful that that bill will pass and give appropriators more time to keep the federal government open while they work on finalizing the FY22 spending bills. Relatedly, and this is something I've talked with Mayor and Council before, and you've taken positions on, the clock is ticking on an agreement at with the need for an agreement at the legislature that would allow for the expenditure limitations facing Arizona schools to be waived. What's at stake here is a lot of funding for school districts that were approved by the legislature and approved by school boards may need to be cut by March 1st if the legislature does not provide for a waiver of the expenditure limitation cap. And just to put that in perspective, if it is not fixed, TUSD would have to cut $58 million from its current year budget. Sunnyside, $16 million. Vail, $16 million. Amphi, $14 million. So these are significant cuts that these school districts would have to sustain if there's not a solution at the legislature. Mayor and council have already voted for bills that would fix the problem, and will continue to advocate on behalf of those bills. So with those updates, Mayor and council, I'm happy to turn to the bills. I hope the clerk's office has distributed the list of bills to you. With action at the legislature, there have been a lot of changes to the lists and to the bills. We're up over 1,600 bills now that have been introduced at the legislature. And the list in front of you reflects some of the latest bills that I would recommend Mayor and Council take positions on. Most of them have to do with housing, and some are consistent with your direction, some are opposed. But there's also bills on a number of other subjects. I'm happy to answer any questions on the bills.
Andrew, you need a motion to support your recommendations for support or opposition of bills coming in the state legislature. There are a lot of horrible bills that I have been tracking, including a housing preemption, HB 2674, HB 2596, ending in its entirety vote by mail in the state of Arizona. I mean, emergency powers for cities. The list goes on in terms of reproductive justice for women. You know exactly where Mayor and Council have stood on these issues, especially on preemption issues. Should we just give you a motion to approve your recommendations, Andrew?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you, Mayor. Yes.
Righty.
I'll make that motion. And
I'll second it, Madam Mayor.
There's a motion.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead, council member.
Wasn't that housing bill is supposed to be in committee today? And if so, what happened?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Mayor and Council, Councilmember Kozachik. Yeah, House Bill 2674 is the bill. It was introduced last week, and boy, there's been a lot of discussion across the state about the bill. And that bill is on the list before you today with the recommendation to oppose it for all the preemptions of local authority that it would mean. The bill was scheduled to go before committee today. Just before committee meeting started, the bill was struck from the agenda, meaning it was not discussed today. So it could come back. It could come back as a striker. There could be other housing bills following it, but the fact that it was struck from the agenda is at least temporarily some good news.
Okay. Alrighty, so there's a motion and a second on the floor. If we don't have any other comments, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Andrew. Go ahead, Richard.
When do we anticipate the Senate hearing the bill, the Postal Center bill?
So Honorable Mayor and Council, Council Member Fimbres, great question. And, that's our question at the moment. One of the important things, and I think I've mentioned this before in the past, Senator Sinema is on the relevant committee in the Senate that deals with postal reform. So our first call is going to be to Senator Sinema's staff to talk about when we can see the bill come to the floor of the Senate. But of course, we're eager to get the bill done. The bill would do a lot to help improve the financial situation of the U.S. Postal Service, deal with a number of long-standing issues that have held them back. And so we'd love to see this bill, especially with the strong vote today, go to the Senate and pass there as soon as we can.
Please thank everybody that helped with this, especially Cherry, Tracy, and those folks. And then the other thing, can we get a shout out to Senate Representative D'Alessandro for her action on the Postal Center bill at the Senate level, state level?
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. I know that you and I have worked on the U.S. postal reform for many years, and you've never really lifted your finger from the issue. So you're want to thank you for your diligence on this issue and this matter. With that, I am going to call the study session into adjournment, and we'll give everyone an opportunity to stretch your legs, have a little bit of light dinner, and then come back in 20 minutes. So we will adjourn, we will reconvene at 5:52. Alrighty, everyone. Thank you so much for your great work, and thanks to staff. We'll see you in a bit. Alrighty, you're recording? Suzanne?
Sorry, Mayor, we're having trouble with our sound system again.
Alrighty. Can you start or should I give you another 5 minutes?
No, I can start. We can go ahead with roll call.
Okay, so council will stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham. Mr. Dahl.
Here.
Mrs. Lee.
Here.
Mr. Fimbres.
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Vacation and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Ana Marrufo from the City Clerk's Office.
Thank you, Mayor Romero. Can you hear me? Thank you.
Yes, perfectly.
Let us pray. Dear God, thank you on behalf of all who are gathered here today. Thank you for your many blessings and the ability to be involved in useful work and for the honor of bearing appropriate responsibilities. In your scriptures, you have said citizens ought to obey the governing authorities. We pray for our mayor and council members that you give them a keen thirst for justice and rightness. We ask that you grant them wisdom to govern the residents of the city of Tucson in all that they do. Amen.
Thank you so much. Item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication number 40, dated February 8th, is received into and made part of the record. I need a motion to approve the appointments of Felix Lawrence and Robert Clark to the Public Art Community Design Committee.
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there? There's a motion and a second. I would like to thank both Felix Lawrence and Robert Clark for your willingness to serve our community. Any further discussion on these appointments? Hearing none, all those in favor of the appointments indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, let's move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report summary current events.
City Manager's Communication number 28, dated February 8th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statement on policy issues. I'll start with Ward 1 and then move ourselves down the line. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, do you have anything to report at this time?
Yes, I do, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity. So this past Saturday, we pulled buffalo grass out of Sentinel Peak to kick off Save Our Saguaros Beat Back Buffalo Grass Month. As we all know, buffalo grass is an invasive species that was introduced to feed cattle, but it has had a devastating impact on our natural ecosystem because it competes with our native plants for water. And as we know, living in the desert is a danger, you know, when it comes to fueling fires in our area. So I really want to thank the Desert Museum, Tucson Clean and Beautiful, PIMA County, the Tohono O'odham Nation for helping organize the event. I also want to thank my colleague, Council Member Kevin Dahl, for attending and helping pull buffalo grass. I know I gave out my back. I need to work on those core muscles, but it was really, you know, it was really beautiful just to see community coming together. And I know that we had more volunteers show up than they were expecting. But if you're interested in joining or organizing a buffalo grass pull this month, please visit desertmuseum.org/buffalograss. The other thing I wanted to mention is that we have a couple of neighborhood tree plantings on the west side. Saturday, February 19th from 9 to 11, Barrio Santa Cruz will be having a tree planting event starting at Ormsby Park. On Saturday, February 26th from 9 to 11, El Rio Acres in Silvercroft will also have a tree planting event starting at Tully Elementary, and we need volunteers to help us plant. So I hope folks can make it out. Also want to let Menlo Park neighbors know that this Saturday, February 12th from 11 to 1, the Neighborhood Association is hosting a community picnic to celebrate their vecinos, their neighborhood ambassadors, and hold their annual elections. So all neighbors are welcome and encouraged to join. And then finally, this Sunday, that second Sunday of every month, Fuga is hosting its monthly BC and Burros ride out of the Ward 1 office. We meet at 9 a.m. on Sunday. We are celebrating, giving an ode to Valentine's Day. So bring your loves, your lovers, your boos, your sweethearts, and come ride with us.
That sounds delicious, Vice Mayor. We move on to, is Councilmember Cunningham here with us? If he's not, let's move on to Ward 3, which is Councilmember Duff.
I'll pass this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Councilmember Lee.
Nothing for me, except I need to spend some more time in Ward 1 this month. Clearly, there's lots going on.
You could have some delicious burritos in a BC ride, so. Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. February marks the 96th anniversary of the creation of the Black History Month. From the struggles of Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, to the Buffalo Soldiers, to the victories of civil rights that were led by years later by the individuals such as Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks. Black History Month has served as a time to remember those who fought hard to improve the conditions of our great nation, but to also persevere in the rights of dignity for all those who live in America. Black History Month was created in 1926 in the United States. It was chosen because it marked the birthdays of both Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass. Black History Month in Tucson is marked with virtual events, celebrations, discussions, and symposiums across our community. In Ward 5, the Buffalo Soldier Memorial Plaza at the Quincy Douglas Neighborhood Center, the Buffalo Soldiers Memorial is part of the Proposition 407 Parks Bond Measure, which was good citizens of Tucson approved in 2016. Ward 5 is proud to have Mr. Charles Kendricks, owner of Mr. K's and his African American History Museum, as well as Mr. James Christopher, a history collector, and his work creating the Pueblo Gardens Neighborhood Association Martin Luther King Jr. Breakfast, the only neighborhood association in Tucson that honors the work and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King, raising money for educational scholarships for the neighborhood's youth. The NAACP and the League of United Latin American Citizens created the Rosa Parks Awards to honor those in the community to help make those lives better for everyone. Another part of Ward 5 was Quincy Douglas, who was active in the Model Cities program that brought neighborhood centers, sidewalks, street lights. Next, Madam Mayor, we want to congratulate the U of A's basketball coach, Adia Barnes, who was named Grand Marshal for the 97th Annual Fiesta de los Vaqueros Rodeo Parade, taking place February 24th in Ward 5. We congratulate Coach Barnes and present her with the Ward 5 Medallion of Hope, Ward 5 Certificate of Appreciation. For more information about the upcoming parade, you can go online to TucsonRodeoParade.com. This year marks an important anniversary of the founding of El Chato Restaurant. Established in 1922, El Chato of Tucson is the nation's oldest Mexican restaurant in continuous operation by the same family, featuring traditional Northern Mexican Sonoran style, innovative Tucson style Mexican food. El Chato Cafe is truly the gourmet magazine, a taste of explosion. Congrats to Carlota Flores and the Fiat Flores family on their 100th anniversary, and one, I hope, city could issue a proclamation in honor of this anniversary. Congratulations to Pima Community College men's and women's basketball, soccer teams, programs. The men's program won the NJCAA Soccer Championship for their second. I recognize the students and coaches, staff on the success with Ward 5 certificates of appreciation and medallions of hope. The women's soccer program got the NJCC Soccer Championship finals. I recognize the students and coaches, staff efforts, and a successful season. This is the first time that both men and women soccer teams have made it to the NJCCA. Congratulations to Pima College on their success on this program. On February 25th, Madam Mayor, the Quincy Douglas Neighborhood Center in Ward 5, a ceremony to raise the memorial flags of the Buffalo Soldiers Memorial Plaza will take place at 10 a.m. We're hoping you'll be able to join us and say a few words. You and City Manager Mike Ortega, and anybody else, my colleagues on the council want to come. The Buffalo Soldiers Memorial Plaza was the first voter-approved project honoring the service of Buffalo soldiers, African Americans, who served in the U.S. Army from 1866 to 1948. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kosacek?
Yeah, nothing tonight, thanks.
Alrighty, I would like to join Councilmember Fimbres in making mention of Black History Month. February, we honor those who have paved the way for us while we celebrate and make space for Black people to envision and build just an equitable future for them and their families. Locally, we celebrate the accomplishments of leaders like Quincy Douglas and Donna Liggins, who we've named a couple of recreation centers after their names here in the city of Tucson to celebrate their amazing work for their community. I ask that all Tucsonans join me in celebrating Black History Month during the month of February, American first. Just ask that those that are on waiting for the public hearing, mute yourselves. I especially want to ask our community to remember Black History Month by doing something for the community, supporting Black-owned businesses, donating to NAACP, donating to an organization that helps Black youth and families. It is the best way to show support for Black Americans in this great country that have been part of the history of our country since 1619. With that, I'd also like to announce that tomorrow I will be joining Pima County Supervisor Adelita Grijalva, Pima County Attorney Laura Conover, and others as we take questions from local high school students as part of a gun safety town hall. Our students, teachers, and communities for far too long been targets of senseless violence. They demand answers, and we can do better. Just last week, the Tucson Police Department, in collaboration with various agencies, took part in an operation that removed nearly 20 illegal guns off of our streets. I commend the efforts of Chief Kasmar and the entire Tucson Police Department. And to that end, I am joining 10 of our nation's mayors to co-chair the Mayors Against Illegal Guns organization to advocate for safety of our communities and our children. With that, we move on to item 4. Go ahead, Susan.
City Manager's Report Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 29, dated February 8th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
No report. We appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's communication number 30 dated February 8th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on tonight's agenda, we have 8 requests for person or location transfers, 2 special events, and 1 agent change acquisition of control. All are in compliance with city requirements. So an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 through 8, 5C1 and 2, and 5D1 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue, except for the item scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. I have a list of speakers. Actually, let's see. Yes, I have a short list of speakers. Please identify yourself. Indicate whether you are a paid speaker and whether you live in the city or not. The first speaker will be Cameron Taravati. Indicate whether you are a paid. Cameron Taravati.
They're on, but muted, Your Honor.
Are they unmuted?
She is now.
Ready to Cameron, you have to press *6, and then if you have a TV or a computer on with the audio, just turn it all the way down because we're getting feedback.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Cameron?
Yes. Hello?
Are you here for the call to the audience?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. I speak to you tonight in reference to item 8 on the agenda, the development at 36th and La Cholla, just north of the Wash. I've been a resident of the 8 Mountain neighborhood. Yes.
Mr. Taravanti, we have a public hearing that's specifically for that issue. Call to the audience is for items not on public hearings tonight. So what I could do is move you down to item 8 so that you can speak at that item for the public hearing.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, I'll add you to that list. The other speaker we have is Lisa Polito, I think it is. Lisa Polito.
Hello.
Hi, Lisa.
Hello, Madam Mayor. Yes, this is Lisa, and thank you. My name is Lisa Polito, and I'm a resident of Mountain View neighborhood, and thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. 2 years ago this month, I came before you accompanied by dozens of my neighbors to plead for a review of planning and development services determination and interpretations around flexible lot development, or FLD, and the Mountain Enclave Subdivision, or MES, which the neighbors just now call it MES. Our concerns revolved around planning and development services interpretations of FLD, interpretations that provide maximum density to developers without providing any trade-off benefit to the city or the existing neighbors. In other words, without meeting the original intent of FLD. We called out staff's particularly Orwellian insistence that any unpaved area is, quote, open space, including a 2-foot strip alongside a parking area. We called out the development community's push for urban density without providing the supporting urban amenities like green spaces or parks within walking distance or a meaningful public transit system that would support a car-free lifestyle. We were told at that time that nothing could be done, that mayor and council had no authority to deny the final plat that PDSD staff had placed on the agenda for approval. But there was acknowledgement that based on some of the issues we had brought to light, there were problems with FLD and how that section of code was being interpreted by staff. We were told that there would be a review of FLD and the ways in which staff interpreted that section of code. A promise of review was a devastatingly sad consolation prize for 2 years of grappling with and attempting to understand FLD and how planning and development staff interprets it. But it was something, at least. FLD would be reviewed, and that sounded like a good thing, a necessary thing. But here we are 2 years down the line with mayor and council set to consider lifting zoning conditions so that yet another FLD can be developed, and this one in an otherwise rural setting. And I have to say, as a second generation Tucsonan, I'm dismayed at the push for density at all costs. And I'm saddened by how the lowest possible standard of economic gain is the basis for what the city euphemistically calls planning. And I'm worried about a climate future in a city that has turned itself into one big pile of superheated pavement and stucco. I humbly ask that before you consider the zoning condition on the property at La Cholla, you first consider following through on your promise from 2 years ago and take a meaningful review of the intent of FLD versus staff interpretation of FLD.
Hi.
Thank you very much.
Alrighty, well, that item also belonged, that person also belonged in item 8. John McGuire. No. John McGuire.
I don't see him on, Your Honor.
Ashley Edgett, I think it is, Ashley Edgett.
She's on.
Ashley, you have to press *6 to be able to speak.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Mayor Romero and the council members this evening. My name is Ashley Edgett. I am a member of Ward 1, and I am calling tonight in regards to a topic that was touched on in the review session earlier today, in regards to how we are supporting unhoused community members. Particularly, the issue that I want to bring to the council's attention tonight is bathroom access at public parks. Not all bathrooms at public parks in our city are equal, unfortunately. There are a number of bathrooms in parks that are used with frequency from community members that are unsheltered, that are frequently closed. And bathroom access is a human right, especially in regards to COVID. Access to toilets and hand washing should be a priority for all community members. Bathrooms being locked harms both unsheltered individuals and the community at large. Keeping bathrooms open and functional requires staff and funding, but these costs are significantly less than the impact of our unsheltered community members having nowhere to attend to their basic needs. Houseless community members could easily fill the role of helping keep bathrooms functional if given the tools. And even if the city funds these roles, the cost would be far less than the high medical costs related to lack of sanitation for community members. In particular, tonight I'm speaking about Esteban Park, Anza Park, Santa Rita Park, parks where we know that community members are spending a large portion of their days. The health impacts from a lack of access to the toilets, to soap and sinks affects unsheltered community by putting them in more danger for serious disease and infection, and creates unsanitary conditions for other residents as well. This impacts our healthcare system with unnecessary load, which is especially relevant in the pandemic. I'm calling tonight as a community member, but also as a representative of a community coalition of a number of nonprofit organizations and community groups who support not only bathroom access, but also a sanctioned camp near Stevan Park, where folks have easy access to services in the neighborhood. We've heard that today that the city of Tucson and TPD is trying to sweep the camp at Estevan Park as well as camps near the highway. And I would like to ask for the city and TPD to reconsider, as there's high access to resources in those areas, and it would not create any sort of safety measures for community members to push them further out away from resources and away from access. So thank you for considering helping maintain bathrooms accessible for all community members, and for supporting community members to stay in place where they are currently receiving shelter and resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jet. Sandy Hinojos. Sandy Hinojos.
Sandy's on.
Sandy, press *6. Hi, Sandy.
My name is Sandra Hinojos. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me this time to speak. I just want to just add on to what Ashley just talked about our folks who are unhoused and are having a hard time utilizing bathrooms in parks. I was reading up on the Arizona Public Health and Safety, and they talked about, you know, having ordinances and laws about what we can flush down toilets in our sewers, what can or cannot be written and found offensive on public bathroom walls, that those infractions can be cited as a Class 3 misdemeanor. I was also reading on the Americans with Disabilities Act, and talks a lot about bathroom codes and standards, wheelchair access, heights of sinks and counters, how many toilets, but we don't really hear or talk about the need and human respect owed to people who are unhoused and have no control over their body functions. Many are suffering from illnesses or are malnourished. Many have weakened immune systems and may or may not be on medications where bathroom use is a necessity several times a day. Lack of bathroom facilities affect all of us. If we don't think so, wait till we need one and we can't get to one fast enough. Lack of bathroom facilities contributes to many diseases beyond COVID, and that's one of our huge concerns right now. But lack of bathrooms can contribute to rapid spread of many diseases like hepatitis A or E. coli, MRSA, and on, diseases I can't even pronounce. These things can be worsened by people that are already struggling to stay healthy. Tucson already has an ordinance that keeps us from feeding hungry people in parks. Please let's have that same concern for their health, about being able to go to a bathroom and relieve their bodies of a body function we have no control over. When we have to go to the bathroom, we just have to go. I think that it's important for us to think about not only health, but about dignity of people who every day are struggling just to make it one day at a time. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate that I was able to talk about this.
Thank you, Ms. Hinojos. We move on. That was the last person for call to the audience. We move on to item 7.
Consent agendas, items A through E.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda. are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, this evening, item A is a final plat, S21-058, My Place at the Landing, lots 12A and 12B. Item B is a memorandum of understanding between the City of Tucson and the PIMA Association of Governments of Pima County, PAG, for regional traffic signal program equipment. Item C is transportation and mobility, ratifying the utility administrative manual and affirming the Director of Transportation and Mobility to manage and coordinate utility infrastructure. Item D is grants, grant and aid agreement with Tohono O'odham Nation for various projects. Item E is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County Superior Court and Pima County Consolidated Justice Court for the provision of twice-a-day initial appearances. That's the extent of the consent agenda, Your Honor.
May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So move to approve the matters in the consent agenda, Madam Mayor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Let's go to roll call.
Nick Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Item 8.
Public hearing zoning C9-81-45, Buena Vista Properties 36 in La Cholla, MH1. Change of conditions, ordinance adoption, hearing, ordinance number 11905.
Alrighty, City Manager's communication number 35, dated February 8th, is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on a request to consider a change of condition to ordinance 5653 for the property located at 2980 South La Cholla Boulevard, which is subject to a restriction requiring a minimum lot size of 36,000 square feet and a maximum of 2 single-family residences, mobile homes or conventional units, or 1 duplex per lot. The condition originated as part of the annexing of the Hiram Banks Annexation District in 1979. What I will do is I will ask staff to do a brief presentation before the public hearing. So I will ask Mr. Scott Clark to open up with the history. Then I will ask Ms. Carrie Sylvan to provide a short community engagement and project explanation. And then I'll ask the city manager to finish that presentation. After that presentation, we're going to go to public hearing. And after the public hearing, mayor and council will have an opportunity to ask questions, dialogue with Mr. Scott Clark and Carrie, as well as the city manager. Mayor and council will have an opportunity to ask for those that are waiting for the public hearing, please mute yourselves because you are distracting from the presentation. So anyone that's waiting for the public hearing, please mute yourselves so that you allow all of us to listen to the presentation. Mr. Clark, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm going to provide the annexation and zoning background to the site. And then the city attorney, Mr. Rankin, asked me to throw him some time right at the end to introduce a condition that has been worked out in the last 48 hours or so. So 36 La Cholla, the original annexation into the city took place on December 10th, 1979. It was known as the Hiram Banks Annexation District, and it includes the subject property we're discussing tonight. The existing Pima County zoning at the time was suburban homestead, which allowed mobile homes and site-built homes on a 36,000 square foot minimum lot. A maximum of 2 residential units were permitted per lot. However, at the time, the suburban homestead did not translate directly to any city zoning. In November 24th, 1980, the city did impose the original city zoning. That was an urban ranch on the property. The urban ranch zone allowed conventional homes, but not mobile homes, on 36,000 square foot lots, and that has since been repealed. Residents in the area approached mayor and council and asked in 1982 to allow for mobile homes to be in this area. So following the establishment of the original city zoning in the Hiram Banks area, property owners came back and said, could we have mobile homes out here? Mayor and council responded by adopting Ordinance 5653 in the Hiram Banks annexation districts, including the subject property, which allowed for mobile homes to be on the property. The ordinance did include a zoning restriction, as the mayor mentioned, 2 single-family residences or 2 mobile homes or a duplex, but again, the minimum lot size was 36,000 square feet. That was 1982. The site has been rezoned before. It was previously rezoned in December 8th, 1986. Mayor and council approved an authorization for rezoning that would see 500 townhomes built on the 60-acre site with a proposed residential density of 8.3 units per acre. The proposed development did not occur, which means that after 5 years, it reverts back to the zoning prior to the rezoning request. There has been precedent out in this area for removing the 36,000 square foot zoning condition. Ordinance number 8209, adopted by mayor and council on February 28, 1994, addressed the property on Thrasher Avenue just south of 36 and removed the 36,000 square foot condition. Ordinance number 8332, adopted by mayor and council on July 5th, 1994, addressed the property on the north side of San Juan Terrace and also removed the 36,000 square foot zoning condition. And finally, ordinance number 9905, adopted by mayor and council on November 10th, 2003, for a 34-unit single-family subdivision on 8 acres, also applied and received relief from the rezoning condition. So there is 3 precedents out in this area where the condition has been lifted. Tonight, the project proposal before you, they are proposing to develop 137 homes on the north portion of the site. The site would include 50% natural undisturbed open space, and by that I mean there's no development allowed in that space. It is a 60-acre site. Again, roughly 30 acres will remain undisturbed. The Enchanted Hills wash does run through this. That is an ERZ wash. It is being protected by the buffer to the north and then no development from the wash south. In order to consider this condition, the applicant requested a restriction requiring the minimum lot size of 30,000 square feet be removed, allowing the site to be developed as a cluster development as permitted by the MH1 zoning. The request to remove this zoning condition is considered a major change in conditions of approval. And when you have a major change, that request must come to mayor and council for approval. So that is where we are tonight. The city attorney has a new condition he would like to read into that. So with your permission, Your Honor, I'd like to turn it over to the city attorney, Mike Rankin.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, and Mr. Clark. As Scott was just describing, subsequent to the time that the materials were delivered to the mayor and council for tonight's meeting, ongoing discussions have occurred between the developer, city staff, and including the Ward 1 Council Office on a revised condition to address the issue of affordable housing within the proposed development under the change of conditions. And so the developer has agreed to a revised condition, and I will read that into the record now so that you're aware of how that revised condition would read. It would revise condition number 7 to read as follows. The number of lots in the project shall not exceed a total of 137, subject, however, to the additional condition that 14 of those 137 lots shall be restricted in perpetuity for development and use as affordable housing. The 14 lots that are restricted to this use shall be dispersed throughout the community and not concentrated in one area, although they will be separated from the area that the home developer designates for the model sales home area for. To satisfy this condition, the developer can either develop the 14 lots as affordable housing or can provide for the development of the 14 lots as affordable housing by transferring those lots to the city or to the city's designee for that purpose under mutually negotiated and agreed upon terms, the agreement. The agreement would include requirements for design to ensure that the affordable housing units will be designed and built to blend in with the balance of the project. In the absence of this agreement, the number of lots in the project shall not exceed 123 unless the developer separately develops and restricts these additional 14 lots as affordable housing. And for the purposes of this condition, affordable housing means affordability for households making between 80 to 120% of the area median income, or AMI. So if the action tonight approves the ordinance with the conditions as proposed, it would include this additional revised condition providing for the affordable housing component. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. And now, Ms. Sylvan, if you'd like to go into the process that was put into this change of condition, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, Mayor and Mayor Romero and members of the City Council, can you see the presentation? Okay. Carrie Sylvan with Lazarus and Sylvan, representing the property owner. Thank you for having us this evening. Most of you know where the property is, 36 in La Cholla. Oyama Elementary School is on the corner, and you can see the development around. The blue is the 60 acres. Just to give a little bit of context, you can see, pardon me, the residential area over to the west transitions over to the east. The density goes from a lower density up to 5.5 to 10 residences per acre. The 10 residences per acre are the townhomes right on the corner across from Oyama. As I said, Oyama Elementary School is there and has capacity, needs more students. Our density on the project is 2.27. What we're trying to show in this diagram is the amount of open space that we're adding to the area. So you can see the open space around, and then the dark green on the south is the over 50% of the property that will be natural, undisturbed open space. The lighter green is some of the other open space, both functional as well as some enhanced open space areas that will be part of the project. Some of the existing conditions in the area, as I said, we do believe we're an infill piece. There's density all around us with existing utilities. On the west side, you can see there's not a lot of managed open space. You can see some of the lotting that's occurred into the wash, as well as some improvements that are in the wash. Some of the dumping that's going on that hopefully, as we put more people living there, will manage better. And the east side, as you know, we have a channelized wash, and so what we're trying to do is maintain the Enchanted Hills wash as natural. Staff mentioned the existing zoning has the 36,000 square foot lot size. So this is, and north is to the left of the map. This is the 60 acres. Oyama is right here on the corner. The underlying zoning with the 36,000 square foot lot size allows us to lot into the Painted Hills Wash, Enchanted Hills Wash. It does not allow us to develop, so the homes could not be in either the mobile homes or other homes could not be in the wash, but the lots could be. So from a basic math at 60 acres, there could be, and there could be 2 mobile homes per lot. So that equates to 144 homes. We went ahead and laid out, because some of that acreage does come out when you, for roads, when you actually lot it. This is one rendition. There are probably others where people could get a little bit more or a little bit less. This yields 55 lots or 110 of those homes. So the underlying existing zoning could get us anywhere from 110 to 144 homes or mobile homes on the property with no coordinated management of open space. The wash protection would rely on individual owners because it would be part of their lots, and no clustering of the project. So infrastructure throughout the entire 60 acres. We do not believe this is what the community desires, and it's not really what the property owner desires to build either, but can. The Tumamoc area plan came in 1998, well after this zoning condition was put in place. And in the preamble, it acknowledges that the old county zoning with some of these larger lot sizes was not the way the community wanted to develop. Community members created this plan with the city, and it was adopted by the mayor and council. And it encouraged cluster development, specifically encouraging preserving of the wash, the Enchanted Hills wash. And for this property, the area plan policy has a desire for at least 40% open space, and then that permits you to cluster at 6.25 residences per acre. In March, April of 2020, we started this change of condition process. At that time, instead of requesting a rezoning, which, as staff mentioned, was done prior to the Tumamoc area plan, we decided we wanted to develop under the MH1 zoning, and to remove the only thing we desired was to remove that 36,000 square foot lot size to be able to cluster the development per the plan. So this plan has 200 lots, a cluster on the north, a cluster on the south. This already complied with the area plan in preserving 44% of the property as open space. The gross density, meaning the density of homes across the full 60 acres, was 3.3 residences per acre. Net density is the amount of density as distributed over the developable area, and that was 6 rack. And again, this is all already in compliance with the Tumamoc area plan. We had our neighborhood meeting and a couple other meetings that I'll talk about in a minute. We were approaching October 2020, and in response to a lot of concerns we heard, we had already reduced the plan down to 170 lots. This was 52% open space, again, a gross density of 2.8 rack and a net density of 5.86, all within the Tumamoc area plan. At that point in time, Ward 1 and Planning and Development Services asked for some time to do some community outreach. They came back with the results of that outreach, and we created a plan over the summer of 2021 that still had a cluster on the north and a cluster on the south, but we were creating larger wildlife corridors pursuant to a Westland report that we had commissioned over on the east side of the property near La Cholla, and we were working to also eliminate some of the lots over on the west side to create a second wildlife corridor. And this, again, the stats are on the plan, 54% open space. This plan maintains 64% open space south of the wash, and that's south of the north bank. It includes the wash. Gross density was 2.8 and the net density 5.86. At that time, the Ward 1 office came back and said the only way really to move this forward is to maintain everything south of the northern area of the Enchanted Hills Wash as natural undisturbed open space. So the proposal before you tonight is 137 lots, all clustered to the north. The total open space on this plan is 70%, or 42.2 acres. Over 50% of the property will be natural undisturbed open space. The gross density is 2.27 rack, and the net density, which that number 6.25 that I mentioned from the Tumamoc area plan, is net density. So this is well under the net density and well over the amount of open space that the Tumamoc area plan encourages. There's a couple other things I'm going to point out about this plan in just a minute. I want to touch on the public process. July of 2020, we, as the applicant, had our neighborhood meeting. It was virtual. If everybody remembers, we were just somewhat starting the global pandemic and getting used to technical virtual meetings. We had a neighborhood meeting in July. After that meeting, we did meet with a couple of the neighbors on the site to discuss density, drainage, and some other issues. That's when we made the changes to our October, that was the October modifications. April 10th and April 14th were the dates that Planning and Development Services in Ward 1 conducted their community engagement. Almost 100 people in person on April 10th and about 50 to 60 people on April 14th in a virtual format. There was also a survey through OpenGov that was open April 10th through the 30th that had 139 total responses. Majority of those respondents have lived in Tucson 30 years or longer and live within 1 mile of the site. Ward 1 also did a canvass of the Ward 1 area. In January of this year, Planning and Development Services in Ward 1 hosted both a combination virtual and in-person meeting to present the current proposal, which was the 137 lot plan with the 70% open space. Some of the things we heard from the very beginning was reduced density, and in the facilitated discussions with Ward 1 and Planning and Development Services, the general report back was that while most wanted the property preserved as open space or very little development, all acknowledged it was private property, and almost all of the groups in the April facilitated discussions talked about clustering to the north and preserving wildlife corridors to the south, specifically to allow the Enchanted Hills Wash, which is the primary wildlife corridor, to connect to Kennedy Park down to the south. As far as reduction of density, we've gone from 200 homes down to 137 through this process. Open space and wildlife corridors were definitely identified as priorities. The open space preservation has increased from 44% to 70% of the property, and again, over 50% will be naturally undisturbed from the north bank of the Enchanted Hills Wash to the southern boundary of the property. As I said, the primary wildlife corridor is Enchanted Hills Wash, which will now, that wildlife will have natural undisturbed open space and the ability to traverse over to Kennedy Park. Traffic was an issue. The current conditions at this intersection along La Cholla and 36th are problematic. There is a new condition that was added that requires the traffic analysis be completed, and we will have to implement the requirements of that traffic analysis. When this all started, if you remember, it was 2020, 2021. There weren't any current traffic counts at the time, and taking traffic counts during the beginning of a global pandemic was not going to be accurate. So that condition is there. That will occur in the next phases of the project. On the western edge buffer, we were asked to ensure that the western edge and the northern edge along 36th did not have entirely two-story structures. So there is a condition that requires spacing of the two-story structures in that area. We were also, it was pointed out that there was a 50-foot buffer required and an easement for some electric lines over there, and we have not only accommodated that buffer, but we will be landscaping and creating a nicer buffer over on that west side. As I said, the condition was added for the two-story as well. Also along the western edge, there is a road that exists that services the properties to the west that turns out is actually on the property and was never dedicated as an access easement. So that will occur as part of this process, and there's a condition for that as well. Mr. Rankin and Ward 1 have worked with us on the affordable housing condition. We are amenable to that condition as well. There were other concerns related to drainage, utility connections, and impact fees that were all addressed throughout that public process. Just a quick recap, here's the current plan: 70% open space, over 50% is naturally undisturbed. It's at a density of 2.27 gross rack and 4.66 net. It's well within the area plan and meets the Tumamoc area plan for a clustered development. It's preserving native vegetation, and there will be planting of only native vegetation as part of the city's requirements when this project is developed. We have to comply with city and state ordinances, and we're going to for vegetation, including the saguaro cacti, the need to inventory, preserve in place where possible, and mitigate if there are any issues. We're not encroaching into any erosion hazard setbacks lines. It's all required to be ADA accessible. There were some questions about that. Energy efficiency standards will all be met. All lots will facilitate solar hookup, electric vehicles, and water harvesting per codes. We are adding bike pedestrian connectivity to the area. There'll be multi-use paths and landscaping on the west side of La Cholla on 36 to connect to the school, sidewalks and bicycles, bicycle paths within the development, and a bike lane on La Cholla. We will be making all the roadway improvements as required by the traffic analysis. We're adding population to the area to support the economy and the schools, as well as affordable housing. And the impact fees were noted in the staff report as well. It's over $770,000 for roads, parks, police, and fire. With that, we respectfully request a recommendation to approve, we actually request that you approve it. You're not recommending, you're making the decision. With all of the staff conditions, including the additional condition that was read into the record related to affordable housing. And I'm happy to answer any questions now or after the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sylvan. We're going to go to Mr. Ortega, that I know he has a bit of information because there was some misinformation out that there was a possibility of Pima County purchasing this property as open space, but I believe Mr. Ortega has some information on that.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I did reach out to Pima County. I will make the memorandum that I was given a copy of available to you. It's from Carmine DeBonis to Jan Lesher, who's the interim county administrator. Basically, it outlines that, and it I'll let you read the detail, but it basically outlines that the categories that they use for acquiring property would not be met in this particular instance. So they say explicitly this property would not be an acquisition candidate for Pima County. So there is no recommendation on the part of the staff to proceed that. I'm happy to share this, Mayor, with the rest of the council, make it available. I did just get that this afternoon, so I'm happy to share that with the rest of the council.
Yes, Mr. Ortega, I think that if you also make it available to our city clerk so that she can make it publicly available, that would be very good as well. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to go to the public hearing first. And then after the public hearing is closed and we hear from the community members, we will have mayor and council make their commentary or ask questions as you need. And that in that time, Ms. Sylvan, is where we're going to reserve for any questions for you as well. So I ask the public to please keep to 5-minute presentations. We are allocating 1 hour for this public hearing. And if you do hear others say something that you intended to say, please save some time so that everyone that has requested to speak can get an opportunity to speak, because we have way more people than the hour permits. And I usually like to give everyone the opportunity to speak. So the public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. And let's open it up. Alrighty, we will start with Cameron Taravati. Cameron Taravati, who was listed for call to the audience but wanted to really speak on this, or Cameron Taravati.
Thank you. I speak to you tonight in reference to the development of 36th and La Cholla, just north of the Wash. I've been a resident of the A-Mount neighborhood for 9 years. My son has spent the entirety of his young life walking the sidewalks of San Juan, swimming at the Archer Center, playing in the park on Narcos, and now that he's just a little bit older, hiking the small mountains that dust the beginning of Tucson. I love this neighborhood. It's home. Naturally, when I found out about the proposed development, I wanted to learn a little bit more. So on December 18th, I'm going to award one event to do just that. But what I saw was a lot of people frustrated with what they felt was wrong. I heard person after person speaking about land, about zoning, about historical partnerships with the city. I heard a lot of anger. And there's a part of me that understands. There's also a piece of me that owns the fact that there might be information I simply do not know. But as a community member, as a father, I think we have to model what compromise looks like. We have to show that in a divided world, we can find unity. I'm fearful that we become the kind of people that say, build all the developments you want, just not in my neighborhood. I encourage this council and all of my neighbors to continue to work on peace, compromise, and a solution that places the needs of all over the needs of a few. I encourage the council and my neighbors to find the good in what a development bring: new friends, new opportunities, new businesses, and growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chakravarty. Our next speaker is Dale Warner.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Go ahead. 5 minutes.
Okay.
Hello, you have five minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you.
And please,
Honorable
I
Mayor
forgot to, I'm sorry, I won't take from your 5 minutes, Dale. I forgot to mention it at the beginning. Please state your name and whether you live in the city of Tucson or outside of the city of Tucson, and whether you're a paid speaker. Go ahead, Dale.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you. My name is Dale Warner. My wife and I live west of 36th Street and La Jolla Boulevard. For 42 years, we do call this home. We want to stay living here, but this proposed project is deadlocking us in our home. Well, that is not how we would live our lives out here in Tucson. Zoning reform of one development won't address or solve the housing crisis, nor address a supercharged demand due to lack of supply. La Jolla Boulevard at Star Pass has a high school and ends to the south at Ajo Way at Kennedy Park. Ajo is Arizona State Route 86, a principal west gateway into Tucson. There is no fix for ongoing deadlocking traffic before this development. In the middle at 36 and La Jolla, we have an elementary school that this development would surround, adding 800 new residents with exits, one on each side of the school. This would increase congestion, air pollution, idle time, causing likelihood of vehicle accidents from traffic entering and exiting out of the two exits from this development. Decrease safety for school children and neighbors who walk, ride, horseback, and bike in the area. Then comes the heat island effect. Next, crime increases in this area. More downstream flooding. The list goes on. Mayor and Council, do you care that this 137 lot proposal is not for local families and would bring few to choose to live here and rear their families? Both traumatic and destructive. It would bring investors who wouldn't have to live here. We say no wall of two-story housing at this site. Minimum lot sizes must be 65 foot wide at the street, not 30, ensuring one-story houses across the lot plan for equity and protection of those disabilities. Keep the annexation, 1979 annexation of MH1 restriction. This site is a FEMA floodplain and is clearly being used to change the gross rack. It is the project look good on paper when it is not. They have submitted eight site plans with the same footprint with the 5 acres of roads and 13.4 acres of lots on the north lot, with FEMA floodplain as 90% of open area. This site cannot yield any more acres for development. Doing it this way, the developer gets a higher density than is otherwise allowed. If you remove the South Wash area from the 60-acre calculation, the gross rack goes up to 5.1 houses per acre, more than the double the 2.27 being used. This site is solid rock, hard rock with little dirt. It is not a cost-effective area for development. The cost of developing is shown in the net gain bonus by adding 8 houses to acre to offset the higher cost of developing. Cost prohibited to build, it makes this too high of a density to develop. This is the wrong project for this 60 acres. From experience, the city fails to take responsibility for past decisions and fails to address problems of this development site would cause on existing and downstream residents. This project would be a life changer for our neighborhood. I was not able to address ADA problems fully, or net gain rack, or a commercial rental park layout, or zoning reform, etc. But these would be good to show what is really going on in Tucson city government. How the calls for housing are changing our neighborhoods, but not improving our quality of life. Tucson builds in the face of ADA, non-compliant two-story housing for real estate rentals, nothing locals can afford. Keep this land as it is now. Intact Sonoran Desert buffering Tucson Mountain Park with natural open spaces. Change does not occur without challenging the current practices and policies. Honorable Mayor and Council, we are your neighbors. You own your individual vote. Vote no on C9 8145C, 36th Street in La Cholla. No on removing the annexation restriction promise. Find another path. Protect this 60 acres as an open desert park. And Mayor and Council, I know you've listened to me for over 22 months. This is something we're saving. I wouldn't try so hard. It's just something that you have to do. Please help. Thank you.
Mr. Kirk O'Laughlin.
I don't see him
Mr.
on, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go to Denise Baldwin.
Don't see Denise.
Paul Eckerstrom.
Yes.
Mr. Eckerstrom, just press *6 to unmute yourselves, and you have 5 minutes.
Hello?
Can
you hear me,
Mr.
Mayor?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Paul Eckerstrom. I live in the city of Tucson in the Star Pass area. I am the president of the Tucson Mountain Association, the oldest neighborhood association in Arizona, dedicated to keeping the Tucson Mountain area in a rural state and ecologically balanced state for our wildlife and our fauna in the Tucson Mountains. We oppose this development plan. We do not want the annexation restriction lifted for a number of reasons. The most important reason is the fact that this was a promise that was made to the residents in the area when they were annexed into the city of Tucson. I'm a lawyer. That can be, if you lift this restriction, that is a bad precedent for the future ability for the city of Tucson to annex other areas. If people can't trust the promises made when they are annexed into the city, they may very well not want to be annexed into the city. And I know the city really needs to annex outward and should, and I think this would be a bad precedent. The other thing about this area is it is close to the Tucson Mountains. Any type of density is destructive to the fauna and the ecology of the Sonoran Desert, which is pristine in the Tucson Mountains. Our preference, and that was the preference of what the neighbors wanted in the discussions last spring, is to make this an open space park if possible. If not possible, then to keep it as MH1 with the annexation restriction as is. If in the future there's an ability to purchase the land for Kennedy Park, which is right next to it, and make it an open space park with a trail or something running through it from the picnic tables right next to it at Kennedy Park, that would be great. But if not, You know, one of the things people should understand is when this land was purchased, the owner knew what the zoning was at the time. And just because he owns it and wants to change it to make a lot more money, I don't think is a proper thing to do. If you purchase the land, the way it's zoned, that's the way it's zoned. And there was a reason the zoning was put in place back in the day, and that was to keep the density levels down in this pristine area of the Sonoran Desert and the Tucson Mountains. Thank you very much. We oppose this lifting of the annexation restriction.
Thank you, Mr. Eckerstrom. Debbie Hicks.
She's on your end.
Debbie, you have to press *6 to unmute yourself.
She's still muted.
Ms. Hicks, you have to press *6 to unmute yourself.
There she is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
She's muted again.
All right. We're going to move on to Marta Lynn.
She's back.
Yep, I have. I pressed
All right,
star
Ms.
6.
Hicks. You have, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes. We can hear you. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
My name is Debbie Hicks. I am on the, read it again. Huh. Yep.
Now the call for housing
to move on to
our neighbors, but not improving our quality of life.
She muted herself again, Your Honor.
Ms. Hicks, you have to bring down the volume of wherever you're watching this hearing, whether it's on your computer or TV. Please bring down the volume of your computer or TV, and then press *6 to unmute yourself.
Are you asking for Clark O'Laughlin?
We're still trying with Debbie Hicks.
Okay, thank
Alrighty, we're just gonna have to move on to Marta Lynn.
She's on.
Marta Lynn. Go ahead, we can hear
Honorable Mayor and Council, can you hear me? Honorable Mayor and Council, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Marta Lynn. I live in the West Side neighborhood. I'm certainly not paid to say this. Your original annexation conditions are still relevant for the protection of Tucson Mountain Park. There are many problems with FLD cluster housing in Tucson and in the desert. Please deny this conditions change request and keep the original annexation conditions. I do support an open park on the whole 60 acres because bulldozing for cluster housing permanently destroys desert. Roughly 200 self-watering and grown Palo Verde and large acacia will be bulldozed for this future cluster proposal. And how does that fit into your Million Trees campaign? If you accept the application to change the conditions, protect that south plot as noted, and open up the northern one to all affordable housing. Design it at a density gradient between the current neighborhood density and that of Enchanted Hills neighborhood adjacent to the east. Leave some desert throughout the subdivision. You will need more affordable housing doing this than those few 14 houses of 137 or so you're looking at now. Please remember you're voting on a concept plan only, not a project, not a contract with the developer. You're approving a concept on land that may be sold, flipped, and resold several times before it becomes a project for cluster housing. Your big and perhaps only chance for input is what appears here. On future imaginary project is the conditions of approval. Anything you don't spell out now, the city will lose control over what goes on the land. Can you cover everything? If not, don't vote for this. Do not give builders and planners an eventual free-for-all with only PTSD to buffer their wildest profit dreams. Here are a few necessities you should include in your conditions. 1, density that accommodates ADA requirements, which I don't understand how you're going to do with the 36-foot lot frontage. There's not even room for an ADA van to park there. Also, some full-grown trees in the yard, some room for that. Don't take developers' pictures of trees, not even to scale pictures, as credible examples of what root systems the land can hold without interfering with foundations. 2, flooding protections that protect from the effects of the 200-foot elevation drop from the plot down to 36 in La Jolla, because not only does flooding at that corner risk many people not having access to town or work, it risks flooding at Oyama Grade School. Be sure, by the way, to add the fill elevation. A builder will add to that, as they usually do on housing projects. Do you have any idea how much that will be? Then don't vote for this if you can't protect the school. Write in the requirements Enchanted Hills neighborhood needs to safeguard that community from flooding. Know that a future developer will be more interested in shortcuts, underestimating flood plan needs and profits than in enriching Tucson. So you better do your homework now and require what's needed now. 3, require that wall the Tumamoc plan recommends for wash and floodplain protection from human intrusion into wildlife corridors. 4, include Tumamoc plan's recommendations for solar passive, water harvesting easements, plantings, infrastructure for walking bike paths. 5, include the buffer requirements along La Jolla and what goes into it. 6, don't accept 13 to 14 homes out of 137 is sufficient affordable housing. I understand the affordable housing definition is based on Tucson's average house price and what people can afford. But what is it based on in terms of what the developer makes? Is it based on their permit value or the market price? There's a difference of $70,000 between those, according to a house in the Casa Seaton development. And Casa Seaton, by the way, if that is what our neighborhood is going to look like, this is just gentrification, plain and simple. And I don't understand why you want to gentrify my neighborhood. Mitigate the heat island effect, et cetera. Listen to others who have recommended additions. It's a short, very incomplete list. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lynn. Carolyn Campbell.
She's on, Your Honor.
Ms. Campbell, you have to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mayor Romero and council members. My name is Carolyn Campbell. You have received a letter from the Community Water Coalition of Southern Arizona, and I am here to speak about the issues brought up in our letter. First and foremost, I would like to thank Councilmember Santa Cruz for all of her hard work on this issue and listening to the feedback of residents and stakeholders. With the city staff, the council member has held multiple meetings to solicit input. This concept plan is improved from the time it was originally submitted, thanks to her hard work in balancing many of the priorities. One of the important priorities is the protection of the environment. And this latest plan has removed the housing units from the portion of the property south of Enchanted Hills Wash. This has improved from the last iterations through, and this is preferable to what we saw before, preferable to building throughout the entire property. We do have concerns, though, that have not been addressed adequately. We have shared those with Councilmember Santa Cruz and included them in our letter to all of you. First, it appears that the proposed development will encroach into the erosion hazard setback zone with many of the proposed units along the northern upland terrace portion of the Enchanted Hills Wash. The concept plan clearly states that, quote, significant retaining may be necessary, unquote. The Enchanted Hills Wash and its associated uplands should be preserved in place as natural undisturbed open space, with exceptions made only for wildcat trash removal and invasive species control. Retaining walls or other constructed flood control measures along the majority of that northern aspect of the wash do not constitute buffering and preserving lands as natural undisturbed open space. Second, entitlements create a unique opportunity to require implementation of things that go above and beyond current ordinances. Examples include green infrastructure such as water harvesting and low impact design methodologies, which facilitate stormwater quality protection and floodplain preservation. We feel strongly that those requirements can and should be in place on this development and on all future legislative actions, especially in light of our climate crisis. And I guess finally, after hearing about the county memo on acquisition, I am sorry to hear, but not surprised, having been involved in the county bond and open space bond committee for the last 15 years, that it doesn't meet the qualifications. So again, thank you so much, Council Member Santa Cruz, for pushing as hard as you have on these open space and other issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Ed Handel.
He's on, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. My name is Ed Hendel. I live in Ward 1, and I'm not a paid speaker, but I am a member of the Community Water Coalition of Southern Arizona, led by Carolyn Campbell and Chris McVie. And as Carolyn just laid out, our coalition opposes this rezoning. I'd like to add to what Carolyn said. As far as I can tell, the community is united in near unanimous opposition to this rezoning, and I hope we can extend the duration of this hearing until all the voices are heard. I doubt you get many issues like this where your constituents are so unified, and it seems like siding with the people would be an easy win, while doing what the profit-hungry developers want would erode faith in our government. Speaking of which, when that area annexed into the city years ago, they did so with the agreement that this parcel would not be rezoned. Trust in government has been rapidly fading across the country in recent years, so it's especially important to keep our promises now. Now, it's true that Tucson has a housing crisis, but the sustainable, responsible solution is to build up, not out. We should build multi-story apartment complexes in the middle of town rather than enabling further sprawl. And when we do build homes, let's at least not do it on pristine Sonoran desert like this La Cholla plot. Later in the agenda at today's meeting, there's actually a proposal to approve nearly 1,200 houses on East Valencia, and this La Cholla plot is only 137 houses, a tiny fraction of what you can do to bolster housing later in this very meeting. Not to mention, only 14 of the La Cholla houses would be affordable housing. That's not worth destroying our desert over. This is a bad deal. But by supporting the Valencia proposal and opposing the La Cholla proposal, we can address our housing crisis tonight without destroying what makes Tucson unique. I understand that approving the La Cholla proposal is an easy way to preserve the land south of the wash, but we should not accept the developers' framing on this issue as gospel. They're threatening to develop the entire area if we don't take this deal. But if they wanted to build under the current zoning, why haven't they done it yet? We should call their bluff and fight with every tool at our disposal to preserve the entire La Cholla plot as an extension of Tucson Mountain Park or a Kennedy Park. It's true that this is a risk and it won't be easy, but you know what? Our city council is extremely well equipped to pull it off because we have two people who have built exceptional reputations as protectors of our Sonoran Desert, Kevin Dahl and Mayor Regina Romero. One of Kevin Dahl's signature achievements is the recent expansion of Saguaro National Park, and I can't think of anyone better equipped to lead the charge to preserve the La Cholla plot as a park than Kevin. As for our mayor, last weekend I was hiking in the Painted Hills, and it reminded me that the city council once faced a similar decision years ago, whether to tear down saguaros to develop the Painted Hills or make it a public desert park for all to enjoy. Led by then Councilwoman Regina Romero, the council bravely chose to stand up to the developers and preserve it as a park. This was seen as a risky long shot at the time, but it held up in court and was a huge success. The way Regina Romero fought to save the Painted Hills is the main reason I became a supporter of hers in the first place, and we're lucky to have her as our mayor in this new fight to preserve our beautiful desert. I hope the council will make a similar decision this time around. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Handel. Steve Dolan. Steve Dolan.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm Steve Dolan and have lived in Tucson for 47 years. I'm a Tucson Mountains Association board member. TMA supports the Westside neighbors to oppose the change in annexation restriction a previous city mayor and council approved to closely match the rural county zoning in 1979 as required by state law. It appears to be a flawed process if a new mayor and council can change an annexation promise made to the residents. The proposed FLD does not meet the Tumamoc Area Plan purpose of, quote, respect to existing residents and cultures, including communities of native wildlife and plant, unquote. Also, the FLD does not comply with many area plan development policies, natural features policies, and design guidelines. Quote, the integrity of established neighborhoods should be protected. Another quote, the unique desert environment of the Tumamoc area should be protected. And quote, that new development is designed in a manner that enhances the visual appearance of the area and is compatible with existing land use, unquote. More important, the FLD violates the Tumamoc Area Plan Sub-Area 9 specific policies for this 60 acres. Let's think of this comparison. A normal cluster project should look like a flower, one stem leading to several petals, like one road leading to only 6 to 10 lots surrounded by the natural resources to protect by a normal cluster. This proposed FLD is a maximum density subdivision of crammed houses. It is not pretty. The Unified Development Code for FLD should replace the word cluster with crammed. This FLD is urban sprawl, not appropriate infill housing. Sub-Area 9 calls for suburban to mid-suburban densities and allows for up to 6.25 units or residents per acre, called RAC, when 40% of the site is natural, undisturbed open space. The north side FLD of 137 lots is to be built on 18.8 acres, so the actual constructed density is 7.29 RAC, that it exceeds the 16.25 RAC density specific policy. Internally, PDSD uses a term, net gain RAC, that is 10.35 for this FLD, far greater than the 6.25 RAC for sub-area 9. Why is this FLD getting credit for 70% open space when half of it is in Shannon Hills Wash, FEMA floodplain, riparian habitat, environmental resource zone, HDZ slope constraints, so it is unbuildable. The north site may be less than the 40% natural undisturbed open space, so there should be no 6.25 density bonus. And sub-area 9 requires, quote, preserve Enchanted Hills Wash and the area south of the wash. Density should decrease towards the west, unquote. We appreciate the Vice Mayor who wants a balance and tried to save the south site, that is the Enchanted Hills Wash in the area south, as natural undisturbed open space. Unfortunately, there is no written guarantee or commitment and no language in the Exhibit A rezoning conditions that would be written law for the open space that is only shown on a concept plan. The proposed FLD is extremely dense everywhere at 7.29 rack with no density variation from suburban at 1 to 2 rack to mid-suburban and no density decrease anywhere such as to the west. The neighbors to the north and west are predominantly Hispanic. Imagine yourself as a current property owner of 1 acre at the western boundary of the FLD. You are a multi-generational family with chickens, goats, horses, and years of sweat equity. On the 1 acre next to you are 7 new homes, 4 of them 2-story. Now the grandchildren and animals are scared of the new lights and noise due to the lack of privacy, and the new neighbors complain to the city about your property. The many family generations' quality of life is gone forever. How would you feel? Do the right thing. Keep the annexation promise. Do not approve an FLD that does not comply with the Tumamoc Area Plan, contrary to Ordinance Number 11905, Section 2. Thank you.
All righty, Ms. Betty Villegas.
She's on your own.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Ms.
Good.
Villegas.
Hi, I'm Betty Villegas, and I live right outside the area in the county. I don't live in the city, and I did not get paid to comment. First, I want to say thank you to Councilor Santa Cruz for giving people a voice. Not only the people who showed up to all the meetings, which I was one of them, but also to the people that didn't show up. And those are the ones that I believe are not represented often. They're the ones that maybe they don't show up, but they still have a voice. And I appreciate that Councilor Santa Cruz and her staff made the effort to go knock on doors and make sure that their voices were heard. This neighborhood, although I don't live right in the neighborhood, I grew up in that area. I was the first graduating class of Cholla High School, so I'm familiar with the area, and I have a lot of friends and family that live there, so I frequent it often. It's a diverse neighborhood with a lot of mixed income properties, and we are in a situation right now where we need more housing. It's important. We cannot stop people from moving to Tucson, but what we can do is make sure that our neighborhoods are and especially our new developments are mixed income communities that give others, working class people, opportunities, because that's what's missing here. Someone talked about the 2,600 homes on East Valencia. That's far. It's really far. And this is, while it's in a, outside of the, or at the edge of the city limits, it's still close enough to commute to work without, and you know, not be way out in the sprawl, in the real sprawl. So I'm an affordable housing advocate, as most people know. And so to me, it's important that we have affordable housing or housing affordability for the working class people. And also, we need to make sure that if this project is approved, that we also have solutions for future affordability. And a mixed income community is what would fit in this community, because it already is a mixed income community. So we need to find ways of preventing displacement. And displacement can happen here. It's a new development, but it can happen if the housing is, if the housing price point is so high that the taxes go up. So we want to make sure that those things don't happen. And that's where I would put my effort into, is making sure that the housing is mixed for all incomes to be able to afford. So I'm sorry I'm rambling, but I've been waiting a long time in my car. So these are the issues that I am confident that Councilor Santa Cruz and her staff will continue to address: the affordability, the mixed income, the solutions to avoid displacement, and making sure that all voices continue to be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Villegas. Really appreciate your continued service to the affordable housing issues in our city. We're going to move on to Yvonne Reinecke, I believe. Yvonne Reinecke. We're going to move on to Yvonne Reinecke.
She's on, Your Honor, and unmuted.
She is unmuted?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Reinecke, if you are listening on a computer or on a TV, please make sure that you turn the volume completely off and press *6.
Can you hear me?
She just muted herself.
I know, I noticed that. Hello?
You can hear me?
Now we can. Go ahead, Ms. Reinecke.
Okay. Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Yvonne Reinecke. My husband and I have lived here for 25 years within a block of this proposed project at 36 and La Cholla. Please honor the annexation condition and vote no on its removal. I thank Vice Mayor Lane Santa Cruz for the work on trying to preserve the southern half, but more needs to be done. I hike daily here. I know this place. The arguments and research for this project have been poorly done, incomplete, and rushed. I urge you to walk climate resilience like you talk it. Vote no on C9 8145C. Some recent news. Tucson is the third fastest warming city, and the south side is hotter in terms of heat island development. Is this what we want to be known for? Is this social equity or environmental justice? This project will produce a heat island by destroying native vegetation north of Enchanted Hills Wash, and it will increase pollution and flooding. Cacti, like trees, sequester carbon and stabilize soils. Their loss is significant. The environmental resource reports submitted in August 2017 and August 2020 have major omissions. They are incomplete. This is unacceptable for a project that will affect our neighborhood and the Tucson community. No plant inventory or site visit has been done by a registered landscape architect. None was provided in the ERR. An animal species list from Arizona Game and Fish isn't a site visit or a plant inventory. The ERR states that outside the Enchanted Hills Wash Nuos, the
the site shall be inventoried for species as part of native plant preservation ordinance. This dense packed subdivision will involve significant grading. How will this, quote, maintain the development's focus on preserving existing vegetation? No explanation has been given for how this development will meet NPPO. Crucial data is lacking. Our neighborhood volunteers did a plant survey north of Enchanted Hills Wash, 506 saguaros over 4 feet, 189 under 4 feet, 189 barrel cacti. South of Enchanted Hills Wash, 238 saguaros over 4 feet, 58 under 4 feet. Our numbers do not include cacti located in Enchanted Hills Wash because that is FEMA floodplain. And it's an environmental resource zone. It cannot be developed. Altogether, approximately 1,000 saguaros, 1,000 palo verdes, 250 barrel cacti are located north and south of Enchanted Hills Wash. Our plant count proves this is iconic Sonoran desert, not vacant space. Surveys for tourism in Tucson show that natural landscape is a major economic draw. People want to see the saguaros and experience the Sonoran Desert, its plants and animals. This area is already pretty integrally connected to the Tucson Mountain Park area and Tumamoc Hill and all of that. You could expand on that. As for affordable housing, I suggest that the current annexation condition is actually the affordable housing option because of how it's written up. And people wanted open desert, that park that came out, and even that was just talked about in the proposal, that most people wanted open space. Please honor it. You actually just
30
said it.
seconds.
Okay. So please vote no on removing the annexation restriction promise. More research, the amount of energy devoted to these concept plans could go to finding a way to have it open desert park. The city should work with the community to create a 60-acre desert park that will benefit many more people and the environment. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Yes, I'm going to ask the rest. I have about 10 people, or maybe 12, listed to speak that want to speak. And so I am going to request, you don't have to, but I am going to request that those that are left to speak shorten your comments, especially if you've heard other people say the same thing, so that we can all we can fit in all of the speakers. With that, I'm going to go to Kristen Eberhardt. Kristen Eberhardt.
She's on, Your Honor.
Ms. Eberhardt, press *6 in order for us to hear you and unmute yourself.
I did *6. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
My name is Kristen Eberhardt. I live in Kennedy Park Townhomes. Now, that is on the next street over on Mission, okay? So I am literally 10 feet from Kennedy Park over by the soccer field. And I have to say there's only one way in and out of Kennedy Park, and that's on Mission. And I hear about the traffic on La Cholla and 36, but I don't think anybody's reviewed the traffic on Mission because it's very difficult to get in and out of my complex due to traffic along Mission. So I would like to throw that into the consideration. I also want the city of Tucson to keep the annexation condition promises. I won't add to all of this. I'm concerned about heat islands. And I have been a teacher, and saying that Oyama has space is very interesting when it has 384 students, 95% are on free lunch. Please consider that if you're going to add in potentially 275 more students with this plan. And that is just 2 children per household, if possible. That's also 2 cars per household. Think of the traffic that is going around all of this. And thank you. Thank you for your time and your effort.
Thank you so much, Ms. Eberhardt. Thank you for giving others a chance. Deborah Price?
I don't show her on, Your Honor.
She's not on?
No.
Miranda Schubert?
I don't show her on either.
Okay. Joan Warfield?
She's on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Ms. Warfield.
Great. Thank you. Yes, my name is Joan Warfield, Honorable Mayor and Council. First, I've lived half a mile west of the proposed development at 36th and La Cholla for 26 years, in Tucson since 1950, and I am not a paid speaker. We are all taught from childhood that breaking promises is a big trust and credibility problem. Expand a sense of betrayal to a collective level, and the harmful effects are long-lasting. Consider the long, sordid, sorrowful history of broken promises to indigenous peoples. I urge you to consider with utmost care whether to break the city's annexation promise on lot size on the 60 acres in question at 36th and La Cholla. I'd also like to address some aspects of the process leading up to today's public hearing. Concerned citizens have repeatedly researched and pointed out errors, problems, and omissions in successive concept plans for this property, which may be positive from a civic engagement point of view. We still think it's the job of the paid professionals at PDSD to get things right, and we wonder if you as elected leaders should be voting at all on concept plans. A Ward 1 council aide notified neighbors on May 4th, 2020 that there, quote, will be, unquote, a housing development at 36th and La Cholla. In a 4-line email, will be was repeated 4 times. This choice of words didn't seem accidental then, nor does it now, because here we are 20 months later. On July 28, 2020, a public meeting was conducted on WebEx after an earlier meeting was scuttled because people had technical problems accessing it. This meeting was with D.R. Horton Homes, who was represented by 5 people, and Lazarus and Sylvan. Neighborhood participants had no idea who else was in the meeting and could only comment via chat but not see the questions or comments fielded by Carrie Sylvan. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz was not pleased with either the format or the process of that meeting. We met and communicated with Ward 1 and our council member over the next few months in a back and forth over how best to gather input and gauge community sentiment. We neighbors advocated strongly for in-person meeting on the Archer Center basketball court. We had experienced and heard about the barriers to participation posed by video conferencing, issues of equity and access, as well as of full and true understanding. The teleconferencing option Mayor and Council use for public input, as in this hearing, impedes effective communication as well. I urge you to return to in-person meetings as soon as COVID conditions allow. On April 10, 2021, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz and her office set up and conducted a well-organized, well-attended outdoor community engagement meeting together with city staff. You have received the report of that meeting, its sister Zoom meeting, and an associated online survey. And what emerged from these processes was a strong, clear preference for this property to remain as open space. Shortly after D.R. Horton Homes pulled out of the project, we don't know the details, but whatever happened, it must not have been penciling out for them. Fast forward 6 months, during which time we heard nothing from Ward 1. Then, a letter arrived 1 week before Christmas announcing a January 8th open house at the Archer Center to present an updated concept plan. This would now be the 6th one since March of 2020. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz had succeeded in lowering the number of houses to 137, however, at the highest density yet proposed. The trade-off would now be preserving the land south of Enchanted Hills Wash as open space. We were told the city is searching for some mechanism for how this could happen, yet nothing is in writing. Considering the underlying contradiction that to do any of this at all, you have to break a city promise on minimum lot size made when we were annexed. So how can we trust this? What's to stop a future mayor and council, or maybe even you, from finding a new mechanism to develop the south side as well? While we appreciate our council members' efforts, the people of this area remain steadfast in opposing C98145C. The only other acceptable thing would be to find some way to preserve the whole property as open space. You declared a climate emergency in September 2020. This intact Sonoran Desert right on the edge of the city presents an increasingly rare opportunity to mitigate the negative impacts of climate change, which, as you know, are especially extreme in our south and west side neighborhoods. We hope you are not just about business as usual, favoring developer interests over those of the citizens and our beloved Sonoran Desert home itself, and we ask you tonight, how do you want to be remembered? Vote no on C98145C. Thank you.
Thank you. Beryl Baker.
She's on, Your Honor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Beryl Baker, facilitator, Southwest Santa Cruz neighborhood, mission 36, not paid. Hello, fellow citizens who sit on the Tucson City Council. A lot of shocking bombshells were presented tonight by the developer's attorney. This makes this an unfair process for neighbors and calls for this item to be either continued or dropped. Meanwhile, in 1986, the city came to our multicultural rural neighborhood, asking to divide the neighborhood by diverting the Enchanted Hills Wash directly toward the Santa Cruz River instead of going down the west branch of the Santa Cruz River. The farming and ranch neighbors came together and rejected the proposal. In 1987, the Santa Cruz Southwest neighborhood was formed to become a recognized city neighborhood so we could continue to work to protect our rural lifestyle and the natural environment which made the area unique. Since then, as a diverse neighborhood, we were, after years of effort, able to get a large part of the west branch of the Santa Cruz River natural area that runs through the neighborhood, bought by the county for a conservation area. Then we joined with other neighborhoods to protect and maintain other natural environment, which helps represent the rural lifestyle they want to continue to live in. Neighborhoods working together have been able to get the county to buy 80 acres on the northeast corner of 36th and La Cholla to keep the wildlife corridor connection between the west branch of the Santa Cruz to the Tucson Mountains. Neighborhood people were able to get the new school on the southwest corner of 36th and La Cholla to maintain an area north of the school as a natural wash corridor and wildlife education opportunity for the school. The school corridor connects with the 60 acres. The county had expressed interest in adding the 60 acres southwest of the school to maintain the wildlife corridor to the Tucson Mountains. Other environmental organizations have also recognized the importance of the 60 acres in question as a wildlife corridor. High-density housing is not appropriate for this location, as it would cut off the functioning environmental natural habitat corridor and crush the plants and its other inhabitants. High-density housing is not compatible with a rural kind of lifestyle chosen by the people who came to live here. Removing the zoning restrictions put on the 60 acres when it was annexed into the city would have a severe impact on all the residents, human as well as wildlife, of the area. Any development on this property has a potential to cause degradation and downcutting to downstream areas, including the school property, the 80 acres across the street, the wash which enters Enchanted Hills neighborhood from this property, and downstream on the Enchanted Hills wash itself. High-density development could have devastating impacts on downstream washes. Increasing density is also against what the city had planned in order to have lower and lower density as development approached the natural open spaces. The current allowed density is more in keeping with not having high density right next to open space. We are asking that the City Council honor the City of Tucson's annex promise and deny removing this zoning restrictions. We also ask that the city work with the county and environmental organizations to help save this important wildlife habitat corridor. Thank you.
Abriza Zagir.
Come on,
Can Good evening.
Ms.
Can you
Aguirre?
hear? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. Yes,
Okay.
we can. Go ahead.
Mayor and council and all the previous speakers who I know, some and some I don't. I am Abriza Zagir, chair of the Westside Development Neighborhood Association, and I've lived at my current residence for 23 years, proud citizen of the Sonoran Desert in Tucson. I'm going to keep this short because what can I say? The people before me have outdone themselves. Attempts to rezone this unique property, or in this case, a rezoning by way of removing an annexation zoning condition, has been going on for more than 20 years. Opposition to the removal of this annexation condition has been going on for the past 22 months. The city needs to honor its annexation promises. Inconsistencies, as pointed out by previous speakers, with this whole process and what they presented is apparent. I'm going to address one little area, the 137 dwelling scheme that creeps into the Enchanted Hills Wash setback area. But I'm looking at the northwest corner of the property. And this is where, at the eastern boundary, where the 60-acre property meets Oyama School, and this is just south of 36th Street, there's a problem. There is now no detention basin, just a water harvesting and a trail area. This is shown on your Appendix B. This allows rain to run off onto Oyama School and 36th Street, making it now a city problem. Dwelling sites in this area will have 8 to 10 feet of fill to raise it to the elevation of around 2,480. That's Appendix G. Appendix G does not give the elevation of LaCholla Boulevard, which is 2,460, or 36th Street, which is between 2,460 and 2,470, or at the corner of 36th Street and LaCholla, which is 2,450. The elevation from the northwest side of the property drops 30 feet by the time it gets to the intersection of 36th and LaCholla. This will cause a flooding, not only to city property, streets, and Oyama, but also to anybody living to the north of 36th Street. The city manager's report, this is at communication, FEB 082235, page 6, operating costs and maintenance input. They state none. So prove me how flooding into our streets requires no maintenance. So I'm going to end this because everything else has been said before me. So is the information that's been provided by this requestor good enough for you? What they presented is not good enough for us. We believe that the city of Tucson has a fiduciary responsibility to the citizens. The city of Tucson, do not break your annexation promises to us and vote no on the whole package. Thank you. And I request that you call out again Kirk O'Laughlin. He is actually downstream in Enchanted Hills neighborhood. Thank you.
Gail Hartman. Gail Hartman.
I don't think she's on any longer, Your Honor.
Okay. Gary Gibson.
Gary's on.
Okay, cool. It's too bad that Gail Hartman's not going to be on because she's the head of Save the Scenic Santa Rita's. And that would be really awesome to hear what she had to say. But my name's Gary Gibson. I'm not paid, but I was elected to be here. I'm the co-chair of Westside Neighborhood. I've been active trying to find the best possible use of this private property. The 80 acres, 80, at 36 in La Cholla for over 20 years. When we stopped a large development, nobly with the help of our Ward 1 council member, Jose Ibarra, it was just awesome. But anyways, 20 years ago, the 20 acres on the corner became Oyama Elementary School, and we were very happy. Oyama is a great neighbor. Yeah, that property used to be 80 acres. Anyways, there has been much talk about affordable housing in Tucson. The cost of renting and buying housing has drastically increased. Tucson is a low-income community. I made Tucson my home because Tucson had the most affordable housing in the Southwest. Our university had amongst the lowest tuition of any major state school. The desert, mountains, funky downtown, amazing writer community, and a strong environmental movement were the reasons I moved here from New Zealand 25 years ago. Today, I would not move to Tucson. It is no longer affordable, and much of the charm has been defaced, made generic, and boring. I'd like to briefly talk about affordable housing. We've been told by the head of Tucson PDSD that there's been so much population growth in Tucson that more housing is an urgent emergency. A recent front page story in the Arizona Daily Star contradicted this and reported that Tucson was, in fact, growing slowly. Last year, only 0.5%. That's the amount of interest I'm getting at my credit union, and I'm not getting rich. Also, I can't say I'm seeing wagon trains at U-Hauls pulling into town with fresh arrivals from wherever. This is no rodeo. I blame the same economic system that gave us the most expensive and least successful medical system in the developed world, the free market for our housing woes. We have not so much of a housing shortage, but affordability issues brought on by speculation. The free market has allowed outside investors and corporations to speculate in Tucson housing. Today, neighborhoods that were once owned by residents are now rentals. Apartment rents have been jacked up, or apartments turned into condos by these investors. The jobs we have in Tucson no longer pay enough for us to live here. This is a problem that building more unaffordable houses will not help. Today, you're being asked to break promises, conditions that were made with our neighborhood, the 60, 80 acres, when we were annexed into Tucson from PIMA County. If you do this and vote yes, the property will increase in value many times over. All of the millions of dollars in profit here would have to be paid by our new neighbors when buying in. With their tiny deeded lots of less than 1/10 of an acre, they'll pay for your yes vote. That is a free market in action and where unaffordable housing comes from. It is impossible to have affordable housing in a speculative market. Building more will only make things worse, as people buying will not be able to, the people buying these houses will not be from here and give us all higher cost of living for everything, and gentrification will surely follow. And I wish Gail Hartman was on, but anyways, thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gibson. Liz Soltero. Liz Soltero.
She's on and I don't show her muted.
Whoops, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Ms.
I'm
Soltero.
so sorry. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Liz Soltero and I'm a resident of Ward 1, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you this evening about the proposed project on 36 in La Cholla on privately owned property. I wanted to start to share first, I've lived in Tucson all my life and I've grown up on the south and west side of town. I rent in Park West. I care deeply about my community, and I strive to be active in activities that support community building within Ward 1. And I long to be a homeowner here on the west side, and I hope to continue to raise my son here. The housing market has been really challenging for many of us working families looking to find sustainable and affordable housing. And there's a definite need for more housing. And throughout this process, I am asking that Vice Mayor Santa Cruz continue to engage in dialogue around affordability so that this development is accessible for working class families in Tucson. And thank you for sharing update and progress on what is transpiring regarding that. I participated in the public engagement opportunities conducted by Ward 1 and PDSD. I've attended the in-person open house recently held on January 8th to hear the updates on the proposed final. And, you know, as it's been said, there's now 70% of the site would be open space, and the number of homes in this cluster development would be reduced down to 137. And so these changes are a result of direct input from residents in our area. So I thank you. And I want to express appreciation for the Vice Mayor and Ward 1 staff regarding your outreach efforts to engage us all in dialogue, from surveys to the virtual opportunities in person that have spanned over the last 2 years. And I wanted to close out my time to comment on my experience at that open house. The representatives from the neighborhood associations that were present in Enchanted Hills and Westside Development, there were a handful of folks who were extremely disrespectful and disruptive. It was clear they're not interested in having dialogue. They took over the space by interrupting residents who were speaking, including the facilitator, including the vice mayor, the director from PDSD. They yelled and said off-the-wall comments, including telling a staff member to shut up. And one participant made rude comments regarding the land acknowledgement that was intentionally set to open our meeting. They made it really uncomfortable for many of us to speak up. And I'm afraid that this type of behavior that's not isolated to this one open house could have discouraged many others from actually attending or just speaking up. So I wanted to vocalize to the representatives of these neighborhood associations that disruptive behavior prevents dialogue and a participatory process, and it will not lead to the outcomes you seek. Your positions within these neighborhood associations do not mean that you represent the majority opinions of our neighbors. You surely don't represent my family. And lastly, your actions to block dialogue are a clear testament that you are out of touch with our community needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Soltero. Glenda Avalos. Glenda Avalos.
Hello? Can you
We
hear
can
me?
hear you, Ms. Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Buenas noches. My name is Glenda Avalos. I'm not a paid speaker. I live in PIMA County. Mayor and council members, I join with the Westside neighborhoods in urging you all to reject the change of conditions for the 60-acre parcel located on the southwest corner of 36th Street and La Cholla. I'm part of the Casa Maria team. Daily, our team talks to hopeless people who are on the verge of homelessness, young people who dream of having families but can't afford it. The housing crisis is one of the underlying conditions of our society that the pandemic has exploited and exposed to a point that we can no longer ignore. Tucson has seen a median rental price increase of 40% and home values increase of 60% in the recent years. Our one home sold in South Tucson for $340,000. Recent elder displacements due to rent increase of 50% has taken place. Many have attributed the housing crisis to supply and demand. Maybe at one point that was true. Lack of accessibility is what is feeding the crisis now. In California, there are more empty units than there are homeless people on the street. Tucson is on the same path. This development will build homes that are not affordable, accessible to a large part of your constituents. The lack of affordable housing anywhere can be attributed to local jurisdictions making layers of decisions that result in the building of much more luxury housing lower income families cannot afford. Local jurisdictions, along with many, believe that one more of these developments such as this is a step in the right direction to alleviating the housing crisis. It's not. Catering to a selective few attributes to gentrification of our old pueblo by replacing our gente, along with diminishing low-income families. 14 lots compared to 123, there's no equity in that. Lo que necesita esta crisis es una convicción del corazón. What this crisis needs is a conviction of the heart. Una convicción del corazón que va más profundo hasta nuestro ser para movernos para hacer lo mejor para nuestro prójimo. It's a conviction that deepen into our hearts to be able to move us to do the best for our neighbor. La escritura, las palabras de Dios dice, Scripture says in Proverbs 21:13, those who shut their ears to the cries of the poor will be ignored in their own time of need. I would like to lead a prayer over Tucson, as our future is really at stake. Padre Santo que estás en los cielos, santificado siempre sea tu nombre. Te pido, Señor, en este momento que tú vengas con una convicción grande para cada corazón, Señor, de este pueblo, para cada corazón y líder que está impuesto, Señor, que tú puedas moverte en lo más profundo de nuestra sed, Señor, para mover, Señor, por nuestro prójimo, para poder movernos juntos como todo un pueblo, no dejando a nadie atrás. Todo esto te lo pedimos en el nombre del Padre, del Hijo y del Espíritu Santo. Amén. Thank you.
Fermín Rivera.
Can you hear me?
Now we can, Mr. Rivera. Go ahead.
Honored Mayor and Council, my name is Fermín Rivera. I have been a resident of this neighborhood since 1972. My home is on 36 across from Buena Vista property on 36 in La Cholla. I will try to make it short as possible. I'm going to talk about the affordability of these houses. The average income of our neighborhood is $40,000 to $50,000. The average of a single family new home in Tucson is $340,000. They're selling this project as affordable houses for our community. I don't think it's right. Also, they are telling us that 70% of this property is for protected open space. This is very misleading. There are 3 washers that crosses this intersection. And you cannot build near washes, nor inside the wash, nor near the washes, nor the FEMA plan. 70% of this land is it's not right to try to sell it to us. There is about probably 35% of the land that is unusable. This change of condition to Ordinance 5639 is not going to benefit our beloved neighborhood in any way. It will benefit the owner of the Buena Vista property and the home builder and the investor that will buy most of these homes and turn them into high-profile profit rentals, affordable houses for a community. This will raise our property taxes. It will increase traffic on the already saturated 36 and La Cholla intersection, especially during the Oyama school. It will push traffic through our neighborhood streets. It will have a negative impact on our everyday life. It will destroy our Sonoran Desert and its very unique habitat. Most of the residents around Buena Vista property are longtime residents, like myself, some with 4 generations. We're trying to save our neighborhood, our way of life, our open space, our Sonora Desert and his habitats. We are not against the building on this property. We are in favor of what was adopted in 1982. Mayor and council favor the West Side Development neighborhood over the owner of the Buena Vista property and honor the annexation condition adopted in 1982. Vote no on the proposed amendment to the change of conditions. And also discontinue the use of FLD option in low density developed neighborhoods like ours. The only change that our neighborhood will accept is to allow this property to become a wildlife corridor to the Tucson Mountains or some type of a regional park. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rivera. And our last speaker is Corey Schultz.
Good evening. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Corey Schultz. I'm an unpaid speaker and I live in the city of Tucson. I'm also a licensed realtor who specializes in assisting first-time home buyers. And this evening, I am sharing my own opinion based on the proposed development at 36 in La Cholla. Our city is experiencing a housing crisis. The city's own housing affordability strategy has shown that the lack of production compared to population and household growth results in low supply compared to demand and is one contributor to our increased housing costs. Poverty rates are high and incomes have not kept pace with our ever-increasing housing market. Housing costs increased 27% throughout the city of Tucson last year alone. Since pre-pandemic, it has increased 42% with the current median home price of $342,000. This is a median increase of over $113,000 in the past 2 years. This states we do not have enough housing, period. Currently, the city of Tucson has less than 1 month's supply of available homes for sale, which is a continually worrisome statistic as low inventory equates to increased pricing. We desperately need more housing and more affordable housing. It's time to act to approve strategic infill. I applaud the affordable housing setback included in this design and want to thank Vice Mayor Santa Cruz for negotiating this condition. I call on Mayor and Council to consider affordability as an important factor in development. I understand that Vice Mayor Santa Cruz has worked productively with the landowner of the 36 in La Cholla property, and I'm asking that they continue to have dialogue around affordability so this development is accessible to working class Tucsonan families. As a city, we need to encourage strategic development and we need to continue to see housing affordable, or we will continue to see housing affordability outpace living wages, and we need direct action to increase our inventory. Last, I want to say that pitting the environment against housing needs is a false choice. And saying that you're willing to compromise when you only want to leave open space is not a conversation starter and will not lead to productive conversation or growth. Responsible infill developments that cluster housing, use modern, sustainable building methods, and set aside open spaces for environmental protections are the types of development that Tucson residents want to see, and I think this development meets those criteria. We do not want to continue the legacy of suburban sprawl with big lots and unaffordable McMansions. We need housing equality, we need housing equity, and I believe that this compromise meets those goals. I thank you all for your time, and I encourage the city council members to approve this development.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. That was our last listed speaker. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So move. Second.
There's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11905 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11905 relating to zoning, amending zoning conditions for property zoned MH1 located at 2980 South La Cholla Boulevard in rezoning case C9-81-45 Hiram Banks, C9-81-45C Buena Vista Properties 36 in La Cholla, and setting an effective date.
Council colleagues, I'm going to allow our Vice Mayor to open the item since this is in Ward 1. And Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, go ahead.
Hi, Mayor. I wanted to start with a question for our city attorney, since, a question that kept coming up was like, how would there be assurances, that the property to south of the wash would be conveyed to the city? And I'd appreciate if our city attorney could speak to that.
Mr. Rankin.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and members of the council.
As you know, the process we're engaged in here is the consideration of a change of conditions, and if approved, the new conditions are those that are attached as Exhibit A to the ordinance that would be approved by the mayor and council. So the conditions that have been described in the presentation and in the staff materials in particular, with respect to the open space, both the natural and the functional open space, as well as the additional open space, and the other conditions will be enacted by virtue of your legislative action and the approval of the ordinance and the attached conditions. The same would be true with respect to the revised condition that was read into the record earlier with respect to the affordable housing requirement.
Thank you, City Attorney. So, with that, Mayor, thank you for allowing all of our speakers that had signed up an opportunity to speak. I know that we went over, but I appreciate everybody's patience and making sure we got through the entire list. This item first came to the Ward 1 office back in 2020, and I have worked with both staff and the community for the past 2 years to get to the place that we're at today. The Ward 1 office and the City of Tucson Planning and Development Services implemented a public engagement plan to hear from neighborhoods and area stakeholders regarding their priorities and desires regarding any kind of development at 36 La Cholla. We held both in-person meetings and virtual, and deployed a community survey and heard many things regarding, the priorities and vision, and that a lot of that has been covered today. Making sure that we have an inclusive and robust public process is something that I value. It's important that we meet people where they're at, continue the conversation, open to the public instead of just meeting with special interest groups, and make information available in both Spanish and English throughout the process. So I want to thank everyone who's participated in these dialogues, who's continued to engage with Mayor and Council at call to the audience and during this public hearing, and for helping identify solutions and for helping guide, my decision-making process. These types of decisions often, feel like a choice between competing needs. As the last caller said, it's like, how do you balance environmental protections and the need for housing? And it's why I sought out the guidance of Carolyn Campbell, a well-respected environmentalist, environmental steward, and Betty Villegas, an ardent visionary for affordable and attainable housing here in Pima County, and helping me navigate, these uncharted territories. I believe that it's important and it is possible to strike a balance. With today's study session discussion, what was highlighted time and time again is that housing is one of the community's most urgent need, and that Mayor and Council has a responsibility to respond to the unprecedented housing crisis that we're currently facing. We simply don't have enough housing stock to keep up with the demand. Our own housing affordability study, the HAS plan, and other recent resources have shown that housing that's attainable for working families and middle-income families is in short supply. The type of infill development proposed on this site meets the need and encourages the continuation of mixed-income community by setting aside a 10% of the lots to be developed as affordable housing and protecting the natural open desert south of the wash. So I believe that the balance that has been struck with the new concept plan protects the environment by preserving important wildlife corridors, and also present an opportunity to provide good housing for working class families close to school, transit, and other important community assets. Through numerous conversations, with the property owner, we have arrived at a design that sets close to 70% of this privately owned property as natural open space. We have come down on the number of units and clustered them close to existing infrastructure, and we have set aside 10% of the development to be permanently affordable housing. 63% of neighbors within 1 mile radius of this property already own their homes, and I think it's the right opportunity to open up that chance to more families. I believe this is a better product for the environment than what currently is allowed, and for neighborhood cohesiveness, and that than what can be developed there by right. if we do not change these annexation conditions. So with that, I move that Mayor and Council approve ordinance number 11905, amending the zoning conditions for the property zone MH1 located at 2980 South La Cholla Boulevard. This motion incorporates the revision to condition number 7 as read into the record by City Attorney.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion or questions by our colleagues on the council? Councilmember Lee and then Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. As I love to do, I just wanted to acknowledge all of the engagement from the Ward 1 neighbors, hearing from Dale for the past 2 years. I just want to acknowledge the duration of the engagement and the level of detail that people really dug into this issue. I also want to acknowledge the work that the Vice Mayor did, as several people illustrated today. As you said, Vice Mayor, it takes an incredible amount of balance. I know that you did so much work and went out and actively knocked on doors to get the information that you needed to inform this decision. And my hat is off to you for that work. Also want to, share my gratitude for the organizations that were involved. I share so many values from an environmental perspective from the organizations that engaged in this process. Looking at where this landed in terms of compromise, I think that was a word we heard a couple times tonight, 70% open space, and the affordability factor, I think, is a really good compromise and a good win for this type of development, and definitely not something I've seen with any of the developments in Ward 4 to have that amount of open space. So that is quite remarkable to be able to achieve that and still hit the economic viability of the project itself. And I also want to touch on the housing affordability piece and why it's so important. I believe that we move forward with this. As was stated, there's a huge development coming up tonight here in Ward 4. But it's great to have these projects all over the city, because as great as the East Side is, I know Ward 1 is a great place to live as well. So it's great to see these opportunities throughout the city. And with respect to changing direction that was made decades ago, I understand that sentiment. I do. I also feel that, with the conditions that we're facing right now with respect to housing, we have to take those decisions, those things into consideration as we're making these decisions. So all that to say, this was a really difficult decision. And I hear all of the feedback and want to share my gratitude for everyone's engagement throughout this process.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I know that this mayor and council all care deeply about this community and that we're taking the time to really consider this. We recognize and agree that there is a housing crisis and a climate crisis. I think we just may differ on how to address both these issues. And I do want to acknowledge the incredible work that Vice Mayor Santa Cruz has put into this proposal and to recognize that unfortunately parts of it have not been easy or appropriate. Having said that, though, I cannot support this from this current iteration of the plan for multiple reasons. My wife and I visited the property last month. It's just gorgeous. It's got intact upper Sonoran Desert full of saguaros. It's a place that I would really like to see protected or at least lightly developed. It's in very close proximity to Tucson Mountain Park and Kennedy Park. Catty Corner, it's to the northwest, is an 80-acre parcel that former Supervisor Richard Elias championed and is now protected open space. It really is a prime candidate to be protected. I believe the current agreement that we made with people on lot size under the currently zoned MH1, which means you could put a couple of mobile homes on a lot, is a better affordable housing option than the plans in front of us. Even if built out at this level across the entire parcel, it will provide wildlife connectivity and protect much of the desert. But the most compelling issue for me is that the city made an annexation promise to the surrounding residents when the parcel was brought into the city. Some of those residents still live there. We heard from some of them tonight. Recently, this council, just before I joined, adopted differential water rates in part to encourage annexation. I feel going back on the city's promise is a disservice to the current residents and will impede future attempts at annexation. So that's why I'll be voting no on this. Thank you.
Any others? Councilmember Kozachik?
Thank you. Yeah, first of all, I do also want to acknowledge all the hard work that Lane and the staff have put into this. Lots of meetings, and the community. Lots of meetings on the part of the community also. I want to maybe address this from a little bit different perspective, but first of all, in the initial presentation, Carrie said that they are preserving quotes where possible, the saguaro on the northern portion. Yesterday, some of my staff and I went out and we walked the site, and in particular, the northern portion. There are literally hundreds of saguaro and other plants that are captured under our native plant preservation ordinance all over that site, scattered all over that site. And the site plan necessarily destroys virtually all of them. And so to PDSD staff, and this is rhetorical because I know we've been here a long time, but that NPPO matters. It means something. And for the argument to be made that we're preserving 70% of it, that south portion is largely unbuildable anyway. The topography, we walked that part of it too, the topography, the floodplain, they started with houses all over that. This site development started with houses all over that southern portion, knowing that it wasn't feasible. And so moving to the north is not a concession. It's where this was headed all along because they couldn't have built on the south. And so we're going to destroy hundreds of saguaros, literally, on the if this goes forward. And that gives me a real problem. The replacement ratio is 3 for 1. If we destroy 200, that means they're going to have to transplant 600 of these things somewhere. And I haven't heard and read anything in the material that's being addressed. A little maybe more procedural is that I'm going to suggest that this should have gone through a formal PAD process, a rezoning process. I fully realize that changing a zoning condition only requires this public hearing under the UDC. But in this case, to me, that's like saying, we're going to let you just pop the cork on the backyard swimming pool, not indicating that the net effect is going to be we're emptying the entire pool. And so we're eliminating a 36,000 square foot condition, and it's turning into about 140 housing project, 140 unit housing project. That to me is a problem. Under a formal zoning process, we have a zoning professional working through all of the various codes and ordinances, the NPPO issues, traffic, drainage, all the issues that we've heard raised by the residents. And that's what this development deserved. I have shared with a couple of the folks on the call here tonight that I think that, frankly, staff did not do the Vice Mayor any favors by making her the tip of the spear on this thing. This should have gone through a wholly different process. You know, we've been here before also with FLDs. The Houghton 22nd Fries was an FLD. The Campus Farms was an FLD, and the process leads to a sense of betrayal because it has no required public process. Now, I totally get the fact that there was significant public outreach, but I feel a bit like I did when the university went and did a land deal with American Campus Communities and effectively took a site out of our city zoning regulations. And so all of the public outreach that they did with the community was really courtesy reviews. And like I said, the fact that the developer retrenched back to the northern portion, they couldn't have built out that southern portion the way it was initially presented anyway. So I feel similarly to what Kevin just said, that there's a credibility issue going on here as well. And while we may have wound up in the same place, we don't know that. Going through a very formal rezoning process with the zoning professionals being the tip of the spear and not a council member, and having these conditions drawn into formal documents, through that series of give and takes over that formal process, multiple public hearings before it gets to us. I think that's where this should have gone. And so those are my thoughts, Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. I just have a couple of thoughts as well. First and most importantly, I want to thank everyone involved, all the speakers tonight, all the neighbors that participated in the engagement meetings that were led by Vice Mayor Santa Cruz's office. To the Vice Mayor, thank you so much for sticking with it. I know it's been more than 18 months that you have gone back and forth with the owner of the property to try and find the best solution for this particular piece of property that, again, is privately owned and has its own zoning. And so I appreciate you really putting yourself out there for sometimes very uncomfortable conversations and individuals, again, not really having an open mind to come to some sort of consensus in the process. I wanted to ask our Planning Development Services Director a little bit about the surrounding area. I've lived in this area for the last 20 years. My sister continues to live in the area. I own a home in the area and have used La Cholla and San Juan and 22nd Star Pass throughout my adult life. So I know this area well. And what I wanted to ask is the area north of 36th Street and La space?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, you cut off. Is the area north of 36th Street? What was that again, Your Honor? Excuse me.
Area north of 36th Street, pristine open space.
I do not believe it is, Your Honor. Let me take a quick look at the map.
The area.
No, negative, Your Honor. So there is development in the area north of 36. It is low density residential, probably 2 to 3 units per acre in there.
Is the area east of La Cholla and 36? There's an acreage catty corner, but the area directly east of this space, pristine open space.
Honorable Mayor and Council, no, it is not. The area directly east to this is high density urban development.
Do you know the units per acre?
Oh, let me take a quick look at my report.
I don't know that.
I believe it's 4 to 6 units per acre, Your Honor, if not higher.
Okay, is the area west of this property pristine open space?
There is a portion west of this, which is low density development. And there's a portion also on the southwest of this, which is still relatively intact desert with some trails and roads through it.
Okay. Is the area west and south of the wash developed in this area?
So the area west and south of the wash from the development site is developed. Again, that is densities are probably about 3 to 5 units per acre.
Okay. What is the current zoning in this piece of property?
So the current property, the development site we're looking at is MH1. That allows you to get the 2 units per 36,000 square feet. I think you've seen the analysis where you can end up with roughly about between 125 and 150 homes in there, give and take some open space.
Okay. And if we were to say, for whatever reason, no to the project in front of us, could the owner of the property build on this piece of property?
Honorable Mayor and Council, the existing zoning is residential, so if they were to meet the residential criteria, they would only have to come in and submit their plans and draw permits. There would be no public process beyond what we've already had.
Would we have the capacity as a council to request additional protection of the wildlife corridors and or the wash, or ask for additional open space if you were to move on the current zoning?
Honorable Mayor and Council, if they were to build under the existing zoning using the existing residential, it's an administrative process. There would be no council interaction.
So there wouldn't be the possibility of clustering in the areas closest to the infrastructure, or being able to protect 50 acres of open space? Or what was it, 40 acres, I believe, I'm sorry.
Honorable Mayor and Council, that would be at the discretion solely of the developer.
Alrighty. The reason I'm bringing this up is because I've traveled these roads for many, many years. I know the area. I knew the answers to the questions that I was asking. This area and the work that the Vice Mayor has done and what she's put in front of us is the best possible scenario to be able to protect wildlife corridors, the wash, and additional open space that is catty corner to Kennedy Park and Tucson Mountains. I agree. It's very, very difficult to say it's either, it's either this or that, but the reality of the zoning of this particular piece of property is that it is already zoned for residential. We, the mayor and council, would not be able to say, hey, keep the wash intact. Hey, keep open space so that we could have some wildlife connectivity. And I do not see this as the same scenario as the Painted Hills were. Very, very different scenario. First and foremost, this area is already served by Tucson Water. And secondly, it is not pristine open space. Pima County has said that in writing that this is not a priority piece of property to purchase to keep as open space. And so I believe, especially because of the density surrounding this particular piece of property, I think that what we have in front of us is the most responsible action we can take as mayor and council to be able to protect the wash, be able to protect wildlife corridors and additional open space to connect to that Tucson Mountain parcel and to the south of Kennedy Park. So we shouldn't have mutually exclusive goals here. There is the possibility of protecting beautiful swath of land that is privately owned, that the owner is willing to work with us on, and be able to build homes similar to what is right across the street from La Cholla, and provide additional opportunities for families that want to purchase in this area. I really appreciate the Vice Mayor also digging in and being able to protect an additional 14 lots to create permanent affordable housing. And it is concerning for me to hear some neighbors say we would prefer an open space park here, because the reality, of course I would love an open space park here, but the reality is that this particular piece of land is owned by someone, and that someone is not Pima County, and that someone is not the city of Tucson, and that someone is not me. If I were the owner, I would love to be able to protect this piece of land. But that is not the reality that we're living in. And so I I would encourage my colleagues to really heed the time invested by our staff and the vice mayor that represents the area, that has been knocking on doors for more than a year and a half, that has heard from an entire area of population and has been able to gather everything that she knows and brought it to us to give us her recommendation of what she believes is best for this area. Any other of my colleagues wish to speak? Alrighty, so there is a motion on the floor, and I think we go to roll call.
Your Honor, I
ready. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Cunningham.
So I just need to figure out on the southern portion about the Nuos. Will that land automatically be designated as part of the parks land, like automatically?
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham.
Yes, sorry, Councilmember, I have there's a question that was asked right here from my staff. So Councilmember Cunningham, I'm sorry, did you ask me a question?
I'm asking that to staff.
Okay.
The
Mayor.
30 acres south of the wash, that go into the Parks Trust?
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, that would be dedicated as a part of the plat, and it would be designated to the city of Tucson, which could then be put into the parks land. What that specific piece or those logistics would entail would be a function of just transferring that land, but it would not be dedicated until the plat is filed.
So we approve the site plan, and then we wait until a plat is submitted, and then we get the land.
That's correct. There is a process for that to occur, but the plat is the legal instrument that defines that property and then is transferred to the city.
But we're on the record saying we're going to do that, right?
That's correct.
Oh. That's it. That's it, Your Honor. That's my question.
Alrighty. So we're ready to go to roll call.
Nick Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Dahl.
No.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
No.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Motion passes. Ordinance number 11905 passes by a vote of 5-2. Thank you all so much. This is hard work, and thank you for all of those that showed up to the public hearing. We move on to item 9.
Public hearing zoning C14-21-02 street name request South Melchizedek Court. City Manager's ordinance adoption hearing ordinance number 11907.
City Manager's communication number 38 dated February 8th is received into and made part of the record. Public in attendance and mayor and council, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on approving a street name change from South Jackie Circle. I'm going to mess this name up, to South Melchizedek Court. Will staff be making a brief presentation before we hear the public hearing?
Honorable Mayor and Council, in order to change a street name, there is a request made to PIMA County and then a public hearing before Mayor and Council. This street name involves 2 parcels. It is being made by the local resident to change it from the name of his daughter to what I understand to be both a priest and a king in the Hebrew history.
And I'm so sorry if I don't have the pronunciation correctly. But do we have any people scheduled to speak at the public hearing, Ms. Clerk?
No, Your Honor, no one that we know of.
Yeah, I didn't see any names here as well. So seeing that we don't have any requests to speak, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So move.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 This public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11907 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11907 relating to streets, approving street name change from South Jackie Circle as shown on the final plat for Adobe VISTA to South MELCHIZEDEK Court and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
So move.
So there is a motion to pass and adopt ordinance 11907. Is there a second?
Yeah, second.
And a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozachik?
Aye.
Nick Santa Cruz?
I can't hear you over Scott's paper. Something.
Thank you, Scott.
Mr.
Go ahead, Ms. Clerk.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 11907 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 10.
Public hearing zoning C9-21-17 Break Masters Grant Road, C1 to C2 City Manager's Report.
City Manager's communication number 46 dated February 8th is received into and made part of the record. Public in attendance and colleagues on the council this time and place is legally advertised for public hearing to rezone approximately 0.3 acres from C1 to C2 zoning located on the south side of Grant Road, west of Swan Road. The preliminary development package proposes demolition of a former vehicle inspection facility along with 2 residential homes and construction of a new auto service repair structure with use classified as automotive service and repair major. Will staff be making a brief presentation before we begin this public hearing?
Honorable Mayor and Council, this is a follow-up essentially from a February 9th, 2021 rezoning request that was denied by Mayor and Council due to concerns from the neighbors regarding noise, traffic, and flooding. Since that time, the applicant has been working with the ward office and neighbors to resolve those concerns, has returned to council with a new proposal that addresses the flooding and traffic and access issues. With that, if Councilmember Kozachik has anything to add to that, that'd be great because he has been knee-deep in this.
Well, I'll just say that since we last saw this rezone request, we've continued working with the neighborhood and break masters, and what we now have reflects a substantial change from that first iteration. Break masters has agreed to repave North Street. They've agreed to fund $15,000 towards a series of basins on North Street to help with the pooling. Trees for Tucson has worked with us to design some GSI basins. There's going to be an increased number of canopy trees on and around the parking area to mitigate heat island. Break Masters has made commitments to have to control hours of operation and use of impact tools. And there are bollards that will be placed on the existing east alley at North Street to prevent its use for deliveries. So the city will continue working with adjacent business owners to negotiate terms for cross access to Swan, but that is not germane to or should not hold up the approval process for the breakmaster's request. And that's what I have, Mayor.
Alrighty, thank you, Councilmember Kosacek. We do have one person scheduled to speak at the public hearing. So if there's no additional staff presentations, we will open up the public hearing. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations, and we're scheduled to last for no more than an hour, which we will not because we have one speaker. So with that, I'd like to ask Rand Tavel if he is still with us.
We don't see him on, Your Honor.
Okay. All righty. So what do we do? Ms. Clerk, should we close the public hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. What is the council's pleasure? Councilmember
Mayor,
Kosacek?
I'd move that we adopt the rezoning with the conditions included.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Let's move on to item 11.
Item 11 is a public hearing, HOME-ARP allocation plan, revisions to the Tucson Pima County Citizen Participation Plan, and proposed increases to the home program homeownership value limits.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk. City Manager's communication number 39, dated February 8th, is received into and made part of the record. Colleagues on the council and public in attendance, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on the HOME-ARP allocation plan. The City of Tucson is a recipient of federal entitlement grant funds from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development and is required to maintain a citizen participation plan and published home investment partnership plan. Also home ownership value limits. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. I do not have any speakers for this particular item, Ms. Clerk. Do you have any that we should call?
No, we do not, Your Honor.
So hearing that we don't have any speakers, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So move.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. What is the council's pleasure?
Move that we adopt
May I have
the item.
Right. May I have a
Second.
motion to approve the Home Investment Partnership American Rescue Plan draft allocation plan?
Yes.
There's a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 12.
Zoning C9 21-21 Medical Square Planned Area Development R2 to Planned Area Development City Manager's Report Ordinance Adoption Ordinance number 11906.
The record. This is a request to rezone approximately 5.84 acres. The proposed PAD zoning will codify existing uses and structures to bring the property in conformance with the Unified Development Code. The PAD will also add some medical-related personal service uses for example, massage therapy, that fit within the property's current medical office uses. No new development is proposed. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, this is Rory Juneman, 5983 East Grant Road, representing Medical Square Owners Association.
Mr. Juneman, are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, yes, we are.
Thank you so much. Hearing that, Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11906 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11906 relating to zoning, amending zoning boundaries in the area located in an area bounded by North Tucson Boulevard to the east, North Norton Avenue to the west, East Adams Street to the south, and East Elm Street to the north. In case C921-21 Medical Square Planned Area Development R2 to PAD 44 and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I'd move that we adopt ordinance 11906.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
I don't want to leave you in suspense. Aye.
Ordinance 11906 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 13.
Zoning C9-21-22 JOESLER LOERPABEL House, 306 North Longfellow Avenue, R1 to HL R1. City Manager's Report, Ordinance Adoption, Ordinance number 11908.
City Manager's Communication number 41, dated February 8th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to designate the JOESLER LOERPABEL House at 306 North Longfellow Avenue as a historic landmark, changing the zoning from R1 to HLR1 zoning. The rezoning site is located approximately east of Alvernon Way and south of East 5th Street. There is no proposed development associated with the historic landmark designation proposal. Is the applicant or representative present? I don't think we see one, Ms. Clerk. Do we have one? A representative or the applicant here?
No one has checked in with us, Your Honor.
Okay, it's usual to have these historic landmark designation proposals not have a representative here, but I believe that the requirements are listed, and by the owner or its representative not showing up, they are agreeing to the proposed requirements. So, Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11908 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11908 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located approximately 670 feet east of Alvernon Way, 1258 feet south of East 5th Street at 306 North Longfellow Avenue in case C9-21-22 JOESLER LOERPABEL House, historic landmark R1 to HLR1 and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
So, Mayor, I've spoken with Damian Klinko. He's the president of the Preservation Foundation. He's representing the owners on this and very supportive of it, and also in agreement with any of the conditions. And so I move that we adopt ordinance 11908.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 11908 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 14.
Zoning C9-21-16 Pantano River Plan Community, Valencia Road, SR and I2 to R2, City Manager's Report.
City Manager's Communication number 43, dated February 8th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 246 acres from SR and I-2 to R2 zoning located south of the Valencia road alignment on both sides of the Pantano Wash, approximately 2 miles east of Houghton Road. The city limits runs along the property's eastern boundary and a portion of the northern boundary. The zoning examiner and staff recommend authorization of R2 zoning subject to conditions. Is the applicant present?
Good evening, Madam Mayor. This is Lexi Well with the Planning Center, 2 East Congress, representing the applicant here.
Thank you so much, Leslie. Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we are agreeable to the proposed conditions.
Thank you so much. Hearing that, what is the council's pleasure?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just want to share a couple points with my colleagues about this item that's in front of you. The property itself, we've seen over the years, has been a source of some issues with illegal dumping, trespassing, and it's been kind of an impromptu shooting range. And we've had some stray bullet issues in people's property. So the neighbors are looking forward to this development. The rezoning also removes the ability for some potentially tall 140-foot buildings from relocating over to this property and into a wildlife corridor. So that's another benefit of this development in this structure. This request also furthers the goal of the Houghton Area Master Plan, or the HAMP as we call it, which emphasizes providing mix of housing types, open space, recreation opportunities, and improved multimodal connectivity. The overall density proposed with this project is also in line with those prescribed in the HAMP. We've also spent several years planning for this growth area, including working with the county to extend Valencia Road, working on state land, and with the Vail School District on Mica Mountain. It also requires that the Pantano Wash be dedicated to PIMA County Flood Control District, which is going to help with wildlife preservation and wildlife corridors, addressing regional flooding challenges, et cetera. And this request also allows for future extension of the Pantano River Park by dedicating 100 feet on both sides of the Pantano Wash. We also are providing bank protection on both sides of the Pantano Wash, resolving some existing flooding concerns in the area. And last but not least, we did have early on some protests from Pima County residents to the east of the property, but the applicant worked closely with those neighbors, with city staff to address the concerns about traffic through their neighborhood. So that issue has since been resolved. So with that, Mayor, what I would like to do is move to approve the request for rezoning as recommended by the zoning examiner.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. I see a hand up by Councilmember Cunningham. So go ahead, let's move into discussion.
There's a long process coming as we infill Ward 4 over the next 2 decades. It's one of the coolest things we're going to get to do as a council. I probably won't be on the council long enough to see the whole thing through, but it's a great start. It's something that Councilwoman Scott started, and Nikki's going to take up that mantle. There's one piece, and I think it's fine. And as this process goes through, I mean, they're going to phase in these 1,100 homes, but we should really take a look at, as we go upstream on the Cienega Creek, on the wash, is really take a look at the opportunity for some type of creek revitalization and heritage program. I probably don't want to use the purple piping strategy we did on the Santa Cruz, but either recirculation or collection and permeation with revitalizing the creek. So those are some things we can look at long term. Other than that, I just give the kudos to Ward 4. This is a great project, and look forward to seeing it come through.
Any others? Hearing none, I think we have to go to roll call. I don't know, I'm tired. Ms. Clerk, lead us, please.
Let's go to roll call. Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Fimres,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mr. Dahl,
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. We move on to item 15.
City Magistrate, appointment of City Magistrate and fixing compensation, ordinance number 11909.
City Manager's communication number 45, dated February 8th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11909 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11909 relating to city magistrates, appointing a city magistrate of the city of Tucson to fill a vacancy resulting from the retirement of Judge Thomas J. Burning, fixing compensation and declaring an emergency.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Fimres.
I have a motion. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank Sarah Mayhew, Kate BUENA, and Ryan Blue for their work as public defenders and helping those in need. I had the opportunity to speak with each of them. They're very impressive. It'd be great if we could get 3 magistrates position, but we could only choose one to succeed the great person, lawyer, and former city attorney Tom Burning as the next city magistrate. Mayor Council have a good choice to consider. Mr. Ryan Blue works in the City of Tucson Public Defender's Office, works in both the Domestic Violence Court and Wellness Court. He has also worked with Homeless Court, Veterans Court, and supporting the formation of the creation of the new Community Court. Judge Margarita Bernal, Michael Pollard, and Tom Burning wrote letters of support for Ryan Blue. Judge Charlene Porschetta also wrote a letter of support, as well as Judge Susan Cheddar and Judge Wendy Mellon supported Ryan Blue. When I had my conversation with Ryan Blue, I was very impressed with his ideas of the court developing community court and his enthusiasm for this and his work. Madam Mayor, I would like to move the adopt resolution 11909 and to appoint Ryan Blue as the next city magistrate.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Lee, and then I don't know, Councilmember Cunningham, if you have your hand up still. Go ahead, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Richard, for getting us kicked off with a motion. I also had an opportunity to meet with each of the candidates, and we are fortunate to have such amazing people. Kate was incredibly amazing. Ryan also incredibly amazing. So I think we're just very fortunate. I know Ryan is very dedicated, especially to the youth and mentoring. So I think that he will definitely be a win. So I just wanted to thank them for putting themselves out there, and I don't think we can go wrong here. So, yep.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Your Honor, am I not mistaken that we have another opening, like in a month? Is that correct?
Your Honor.
So here's the deal. This is what I don't want to do. I don't want to waste a bunch of time screening a whole set of other applicants. I think that Ryan and Kate should just be the finalists for the next one. And we tell Riojas, no, you don't get to interview any more people. We'll select out of, if we do Fimbers' motion and select Mr. Blue, which I'm totally on board with. I've heard nothing but great things. Then we pick either Sarah or Kate on the next round instead of having them do a whole other process. It's a waste of time. We've got 3 great candidates. Everybody knows we got 3 great candidates. I'm all about supporting Mr. Blue on this one, but I also think that Sarah and Kate, I think this is Kate's second time, and she's done an amazing job. I've also heard amazing things about Sarah. They obviously want it. So I want to be sure that instead of going through another process, we appoint Mr. Blue tonight per Fimbers' motion, and I'm willing to back him up on that. But then we choose between Sarah and Kate when this other one comes up next month. That's what my suggestion is.
Well, I do see Mr. Ortega's hand up. Mr. Ortega, you want to comment on this?
Mayor, yes. We will check the code and confirm what the appointment looks like in terms of the process that's been established by code. And if what Councilmember Cunningham is suggesting is a viable option, we've heard that as a suggestion. We'll certainly take that under advisement as we bring it back.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we stay that we stick to the protocol and follow the same process that everyone has been able to receive throughout the years for this particular appointment. I too want to comment on what wonderful candidates these three are, and it just incredible input and feedback from the community for each and every one of them. It was really hard to decide, especially because Ms. Verena has applied a couple of times. She is obviously very interested in this job, and I am absolutely willing to give her another opportunity if another city magistrate position opens up. In the meantime, I believe that Mr. Blue knows the process, knows the courts, knows the priorities for mayor and council, and I'm really happy that that we're moving in the direction to appoint him. With that, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor? Oh, is there? I think we're going to roll call, correct, Ms. Clerk? Okay, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozachik? Aye. Suzanne, you gotta unmute yourself or we're doing it for you. It's Santa Cruz. Ms. Lee?
You can't
still mute.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Clerk Kozachik.
Suzanne, we're doing this without you, girl. It's too late.
Who's next? She's saying it. She's actually saying it. Who's the next one?
It's me, but Steve, you're kind of like your Suzanne sock puppet.
There you are.
I'm gonna say aye.
And Mayor Romero.
Aye.
There.
Motion passes 7-0.
Ordinance 11909 passes by a vote of 7-0 with our new city clerk, Mr. Kozachik. With that, I will call this meeting to adjournment. Council will stand adjourned. Thank you all so much for your hard work, and have a wonderful rest of your week. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you.